Get out, old woman, if you know what's good for you.
Teresa! Mummy?
He's dead.
Dead?
It's no more than he deserved. He was a demented beast.
Mummy!
But don't worry, dear. I know what you're thinking. And I've a plan to get rid of the body.
Mummy, you can't possibly, not by yourself.
I'll get help.
But where? In the village?
No, not the village. London. You just leave it to me, Teresa. There's a company in the West End that will unwittingly come to my aid. Assignments Unlimited, they call themselves. And they have an office at 33 Half Moon Street.
Killers killed twice. Teresa Mandan had a frank, open face, a friendly smile, and an altogether engaging personality. It was a cheerful face, tanned by the sun and framed with a magnificent crop of corn-coloured hair that sparkled like a shampoo ad. I somehow knew that what she was telling me was untrue. I discovered that one must be by nature dishonest, or an actor to be a competent liar. But, fabrication or not, she told her story well.
All I want, Mr. Mason, is a man to escort me on a balloon trip.
Oh, I thought they'd abandoned the idea of dirigibles.
Oh, no, not one of those things, an ordinary balloon.
Well, I'm afraid, Miss Mandan, I'm only acquainted with the party kind.
But surely you've seen pictures of man balloons, at least.
Oh, you mean the sort of thing Phineas Fogg went around the world in 80 days in?
Yes, that's right.
Do you mean to tell me people still sail in those things?
Oh, rather. It's an international sport and terrific fun. You should try it yourself one day, Mr. Mason.
Well, in the course of duty, I'd do it, Miss Mandan, but, well, for sheer pleasure. No, thank you. I wouldn't feel at all safe in one of those things.
Well, unfortunately, that's how most people feel. And, well, that's really the reason I've come to see you. My mother usually accompanies me on long trips, but this time she's tied up. Mummy's a doctor of science, Mr. Mason, and she has an important meeting in Manchester tomorrow that she can't miss. So, if you can produce a man who's not scared to come aloft with me, I'll be most obliged.
Oh, I'm sure we can find somebody, Miss Mandan. You just leave it to me. Oh, I'm surprised you can't find a young man in the village willing to chance his arm. His prize might be more than just an air trip.
Well, I'm not interested in men, Mr. Mason. They're not interested in me.
Well, you know best. I'll send a studious type along with you, if that's all right. A man who'll be interested in the aerophysics of it only.
That would be perfect. Is he here now?
Unfortunately not. I'll have to send for him. But he'll be ready for you within the hour. His name's Marmaduke Bray. We all call him Marmy for short.
Oh.
Where is your farm, Miss Mandan?
Bishop Stortford, do you know it?
Oh, I know it well. On the Harford Road.
Yes. Well, then, I'll come back in an hour. You won't let me down, will you?
Our reputation is your guarantee, one might say.
Oh, thank you. That's a load off my mind. Goodbye, Mr. Mason.
Goodbye, Miss Mandan.
Yes, Mr. Mason?
Is Mommy there?
Well, he's not only here, Mr. Mason. He's been listening on the intercom to your interview with a client.
Is that so? We'll send him in.
I'm on my way, Chief.
Are you still listening in?
It's a compulsion, Chief. I'm a sort of 20th century peeping Tom.
Bah.
I smell a mystery.
Well, if you want to smell your salary at the end of the month, stay off my intercom. Check?
Check.
Now what are you doing?
Penny Fairweather wanted to hear what goes on.
Oh, I give up. So, what's the mystery?
You said it would take an hour to get hold of me, when all the time you knew I was in the outer office.
I just don't believe her story, that's all.
She wasn't a very convincing liar, and I couldn't see her face.
What's it all about, you think?
A companion on an aerial balloon trip. Well, you must admit it's the sort of offbeat job assignments unlimited tackles. Anyway, Chief, if we don't know now, we'll soon find out. An hour's time, did you say?
You heard her as well as I did.
Oh, dear. You're still smarting over our eavesdropping. Put the coffee on, Penny. I've an hour to wait.
Right away, Mr. Bray.
No, don't get hot under the collar, Chief.
Excuse me, Mr. Mason. Inspector Bottomley to see you.
Bottomley? Oh, well, send him in, will you, Penny?
I won't keep you long, Aubrey.
You too. I don't know why we don't conduct our operations in the main street.
Good morning, Inspector. How's the special branch?
Not so special, Marmy, as usual.
Hello, Timothy. Have a chair.
Thanks, Aubrey.
And what brings Scotland Yard here at this early hour?
One of your clients.
Oh?
She's been under observation by men in my division. They phone in her movements every hour, and when I received a message that she'd come here, well, I thought I'd pop over and find out what she'd come here for.
Teresa Mandan?
Yes.
Oh, well, that adds up. Just before you came in, I was saying to Marmy that her story didn't ring true. I wonder what she was up to. Her story is that she's about to take part in an aerial balloon race. She needs a companion. All her friends and acquaintances being chicken, she came here. I gave a job to Marmy. He'll be very interested to learn that it's a police case.
No, don't run ahead of yourself, Aubrey. She's only under observation.
Only? Well, it's surely extraordinary to be under observation by the special branch. Care to tell me what gives?
You know I can't, Aubrey. But surely you've heard of her mother.
Well, she said she was a doctor of science. Of course. Dr. Mandan, the Hartwell Commission. I didn't connect the two. Don't tell me she's about to defect to the Ruskies.
Not as far as we know. Dr. Mandan is, to all intents and purposes, true blue British to the backbone. As a matter of fact, the immediate flap concerns a young man from the town of Bishop Stortford. He's gone missing. Now, there may be no connection, of course, but the Commissioner decided to keep all his acquaintances under observation.
Well, who is this missing man? A VIP?
I don't know, Aubrey.
Which means you won't say. Well, what should we do? Call the whole thing off?
Good heavens, no. Carry on as usual.
But if the girl's story is phony...
Why should it be phony?
Well, all that guff about a balloon race.
Yeah, that's true, at least. In fact, for all I know, her entire story may be true. It's probably completely innocent.
Well, it's a relief to know that the race is genuine. And Molly can't come to much harm surrounded by competitors.
They don't run aerial balloon races like that, Aubrey. Each person has a different goal to aim at. It's decided on time and distance in relation to the knot speed of prevailing winds.
Which sounds terribly complicated. Just the thing for Marmy, right up his street.
Well, that's about it, Aubrey. Keep in touch, won't you? I mean, if anything, out of the ordinary should happen.
I'll do that, Timothy.
You're going already, Inspector?
You know perfectly well I am, since you've heard every word on the intercom. Goodbye, Aubrey.
Bye. Well, what do you make of it now?
Well, there's dirty work at the crossroads, all right. An aerial race in a balloon. A missing spy.
Spy? Oh, come off it, Marmy. I'd know he's anything but a nice, respectable young man who's nipped off to the south of France for a long weekend with a blonde.
Nice young men don't do that, for a start. And I think the coincidence is too great for it to be a coincidence. I'm taking a walkie-talkie with me. When I go up in that balloon, I want you to trail me. Bottomley, too, if he likes.
Trail you? What, in a helicopter?
In a car.
Oh, that's ridiculous. We'd never keep up with you.
When Bismarck ordered the siege of Paris, the incarcerated Frenchmen sent out all their mail via aerial balloons. The German cavalry would chase them for miles across country, hoping that one might fall to earth. Now, if a man on horseback can keep up with a balloon, surely you can in a car.
A car doesn't go across country like a horse.
Well, then follow me on horseback.
Well, I think I prefer British horsepower under a bonnet. It'll mean dodging around country lanes. I only hope Inspector Bottom is a good map reader.
Mr. Razor Mandan is back, sir.
Oh, all right, Penny, I won't be a minute. Oh, and switch off the intercom, will you?
Oh, yes, sir.
Can you pick up the equipment you need before you go?
Yes, of course. I've got a walkie-talkie in my flat. I put new batteries in only a few days ago. If I'm going to Bishop Stortford with Miss Teresa Mandan, she'll have to take me first to my flat to pack.
All right. And don't forget I had to telephone you at home to get you. And no mention of Inspector Bottomley's visit.
Do you think I'm mad? Okay, go on. Show her in.
Show Miss Mandan in now, will you, Penny?
Yes, sir.
It's your show now. Honey.
Leave it to me, Chief.
It's just there. I'll put you know, don't you? Oh, yes. Thank you very much.
Great jumping. Mommy, you talk to her. I want to look at something.
Well, here I am, Mr. Mason, right on time.
Yes, Miss Mandan, Mr. Bray.
Oh, how do you do?
I'll leave you two together to get acquainted. There's a small matter that needs my attention, if you'll excuse me.
Mr. Mason?
Was that intercom on all the time, Penny?
Intercom? Oh, yes. You did tell me to switch it off, didn't you? Well, it's switched off now, Mr. Mason.
Listen to me. Was it switched on when Miss Mandan was here? When I was talking to Mommy?
It looks like it, doesn't it? But I'm certain I did turn it off just before I went over to the filing cabinet.
And if someone had switched it back on, you wouldn't have taken any notice since you're used to listening into my private conversations anyway.
But, Chief, if I switched it off, who could have switched it on again?
Who indeed?
Miss Mandan. She'll know all about Mommy's plans, and the fact that you don't trust her. Oh, crumbs. Well, if she has got anything to do with that man who's disappeared, it might be dangerous for Mommy. I mean, if they'd killed him, they might kill again. Killers do, don't they?
Yes, Penny, they do. Killers killed twice. Mommy found it hard to believe that Teresa Mandan could have anything to do with the disappearance of the man from Bishop Stortford. He found her company enchanting, and had almost convinced himself that his assignment was nothing more than it appeared to be. He was interested in the details of the man, though, and pressed Teresa for details as she drove expertly along the Harford Road.
The chief says that Bishop Stortford is one of the prettiest villages in England. Is that right?
No, don't let the locals hear you say that. It's a town.
Sorry. Have you lived there long?
Yes, all my life.
That's not very long.
Mr. Mason said you were the studious type, not given to flattery.
I am the studious type. In my spare time, I appreciate figures.
Oh, cost accountant?
No, beauty queen judge. Tell me, is it true that there's a man gone missing from the town?
Yes, quite true. Inspector Bottomley wouldn't lie, would he?
Do you know Inspector Bottomley?
I've heard of him. You may as well have all the information. The man was well known to my mother and me. His name was Grant Webster, and he could have been a scientist of some merit if he hadn't drunk so much. The trouble with Grant was that the moment he had a few drinks inside him, he'd revert to the primitive and behave like a beast.
Who killed him then, and why?
Killed him? Who said he was dead?
Your description of him just then. It was all in the past tense, as though you knew he was dead.
I always speak of Grant Webster in the past tense. He was an ex-fiancé of mine.
Is an ex-fiancé.
If he's still alive. Grant made many enemies and few friends. He could never keep a friend.
Or a beautiful fiancé.
One thing about you, Marmee, when you're making words with a woman, you look like a wolf, the four-legged kind.
And I often behave like an ass. It must be my name. Bray.
I like you, Marmee. I like you very much.
The feeling is mutual.
Still think I killed Grant Webster?
If you did, I'm sure he deserved it.
Then make sure you don't deserve it, Marmee. Tomorrow morning we'll be sailing over the countryside in a basket suspended from a balloon filled with helium gas. Just you and me, all alone. Have you ever been in a balloon before, Marmee?
No, never.
Oh, dear. And I hope you're not accident-prone. So many aerial balloonists have fatal accidents the first time up.
See anything yet, Timothy?
I've got the field glasses on the barn, but the balloon is behind it. If she's going to take off on time, she'd better get a move on and inflate the thing. Wait a bit. Ah, yes, it's there. Here, have a look. You can see the balloon mushrooming out over the roof of the barn.
Oh, thanks.
See it?
Yes. How do they keep a thing like that in the ground?
I'm no expert, old boy, but I believe they throw out an anchor, just like a ship.
A bit primitive, isn't it?
Sometimes it's not a bad thing to revert to the primitive.
Excuse me.
Well, where did you come from?
Oh, did I startle you? I'm sorry. I wondered if you could help me. I'm looking for the residence of Professor Mandan.
If you're settled for Dr. Mandan, her farm is that one just over there with the red barn. The one the balloon's just going up from.
Thanks. Who's in the balloon, do you know?
I believe the correct term is in the basket. And it's Dr. Mandan's daughter and, a friend.
Male friend?
Very much so.
Oh, thank you very much. I'll get on over there. I won't be in time to catch them, but I can wait.
Well, who do you suppose that could be? A man in a city suit, on foot, and in the middle of the country.
Looking for the famous Dr. Mandan, and he thinks she's a professor. Must be a bailiff.
Oh, I don't believe it. Any word from Marmee yet?
No, not a sound, not a peep out of him. I suppose that walkie-talkie is working.
Oh, no doubt about it. He put new batteries in only a few days ago. Oh, there goes the balloon now, look, drifting east. Oh, there's quite a strong wind, too. She's travelling fast.
Start up, Aubrey. We'll have to look slippy if we're going to keep up with her.
And him. I suppose Marmee is in that thing with her.
Hello, Marmee. Hello, Marmee. Inspector Bottomley here. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Over. Nothing.
Well, he may be having difficulty in using it, being so close to the girl in that basket. I must admit it's not like Marmee. He can usually find a way. In any case, why shouldn't he use a radio set during the trip? What possible objection could Teresa Mandan have?
If she's somehow connected with the disappearance of Grant Webster, she'll have every objection. Whatever her mission is, it's secret, and you can bet your boots she won't take kindly to Marmee broadcasting it.
Oh, well, then let's go. The balloon's heading for the coast, so all we can do is to follow and hope. Keep calling him on the radio, Timothy. You never know. He might answer.
Hello, Chief. Hello, Chief. Are you receiving me? Over.
How do you like it, Marmee? You're as free as the wind up here. Marmee!
Oh, it's great. Just great. We're going along at a great lick.
We'll be over the coast in less than an hour.
Hello, Chief. Hello, Chief. Can you hear me?
Stop mumbling into that walkie-talkie. It won't do you any good.
What did you say?
I said stop nattering at that walkie-talkie. You're wasting your time. While you were asleep last night, I removed the batteries.
You did what?
You heard me. Check if you like.
Now, why would you take the batteries out of my radio set?
Because I engaged you to accompany me on a private trip. I haven't the least intention of providing an interesting travelogue for Mr. Aubrey Mason and his friend Inspector Bottomley.
You know about that?
I tripped the intercom switch in the outer office. I heard most of your conversation with Mr. Mason.
Well, I'd be blowed. You're quite a girl, aren't you?
And don't get any funny ideas. Yes. It's a good gun, and I know how to use it.
Would you mind telling me the real purpose of this trip?
The avowed one. Just a race. And I need you. At least I need your physical strength. I watched you sluicing down with a bucket at the well this morning. You're very strong, aren't you, Mr. Bray? Deceptively so.
Like I said, you're quite a girl. Oh, and you can put that toy away. It won't do you any good.
Oh, this is no toy, Marmee. It's a real gun with real bullets.
A real gun, yes. But no bullets. I took them out when you weren't looking at breakfast this morning.
I like you, Mr. Bray.
Now, what great physical feat must I perform to win your admiration?
To win the race only. That big sack there contains the main ballast. We jettison that the moment we arrive over the fens, and that's right now. You see a wide stretch of water or bog like the fens down there? It creates a downdraft. And unless we carry ballast that we can suddenly throw overboard to give us a lift, well, we might wind up ourselves in that bog. Oh, stand by. We're beginning to drop now. Quickly, Marmee. Grab that big ballast sack and throw it overboard. Quick, Marmee, now.
Right. I've got it. There.
Perfect. A bull bullseye, right into the middle of the fence. Oh, I'm glad Mr. Mason gave me you, Marmee. You're as strong as an ox.
Oh, nothing to it. No, that sack didn't weigh more than the average man. Average man. Teresa, what was in that sack?
Ballast.
What sort of ballast? A dead body? What was in that sack, Teresa?
If I said it was sand, you wouldn't believe me. So why don't you go down there and find out? It's easy. The sack landed slap in the middle of a swamp. 10 square miles of bog, mud, ooze, and quicksand. Whatever the ballast was, Marmee, it's gone forever now. Darling, it's 1 o'clock in the morning.
I know. I too have years. The time has come, the walrus said.
Good luck, Marmee, darling.
Now stay right there.
All right.
And this won't take more than 5 minutes.
No. No!
You're quite a guy, Marmee.
Open up! Open up, I say! Break it in, open it! All right, the game's up. I'm a police officer. Marmee.
Do come in, gentlemen. I'd like you to meet a disciple of Karl Marx. He has killing ways.
This killer did kill twice. Unfortunately, the second time, he's going to be his own victim.
It wasn't merely a case of who done it, but who done it to whom. Over a drink in the study, Teresa Mandan explained.
Grant Webster was a spy in the pay of Russia, but he decided to give it up when he thought that I might marry him. That was his mistake. They don't let you give up. The man whom Marmee knocked unconscious was Grant Webster's appointed executioner. I was struggling with Grant, who was drunk, when the assassin arrived. He shot and killed Grant and left my mother and me with a dead body. We knew that when the killer reported back that there were witnesses to the murder, he would return and kill again. So we hit upon the plan to send Mother suddenly to Manchester, and for me to have an escort. A very capable escort, too.
Thank you, my dear.
The gun that man is carrying will match up with the bullet in Grant Webster's body. So, you have your killer, Inspector.
I have indeed, Teresa. Thanks to you.
And Marmee.
Hey, wait a minute. What was in that sack I threw overboard from the balloon basket?
Just ballast, Marmee. Just ballast. Inspector Bottomley had Grant Webster's body all the time.
Then how did you get hold of me?
Oh, sheer luck, darling, sheer luck. Come, Marmee. It's cold down here.
Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. Well, once again, it's Monday night and time for our weekly visit with that excellent host and dean of storytellers, Dr. Watson. I'm sure he's waiting for us in his study, so let's join him, shall we? Good evening, Dr. Watson.
Good evening, Mr. Bell.
I see you have the old black tin dispatch box out again, Dr. Watson. You've been refreshing your memory on tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure?
Yes, boy, and while I was going over my notes on the case, I came across this. It played a prominent part in the story that I'm going to tell you.
It's the Platinum Cross. Is that some kind of medal, Dr. Watson?
It is, Mr. Bell, it is. It's the Cross of St. Hilarious, one of the highest decorations of the small European kingdom of Grosnia.
Presented to Sherlock Holmes, I suppose?
Yes, Mr. Bell, though before he was awarded it, The two of us went through one of the strangest and in some ways the most embarrassing experiences of our entire career. I call the story The Adventure of the Innocent Murderess.
Sounds exciting. We'll be ready for it in just a moment, Dr. Watson. Men, in summer when you go without your hat, does your hair get dry, wild, and unruly looking? After a swim, does it feel sticky and stringy? Then remember, Kreml Hair Tonic keeps dry, wild, sun-baked hair looking perfectly groomed throughout the hottest, stickiest day, as if your barber had just combed it. You see, Kreml contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. This wonderful, natural-looking hairdressing has just enough light oils to keep hair neatly groomed with an attractive, healthy-looking luster. Yet Kreml never leaves the hair looking or feeling greasy or sticky. It never leaves any unpleasant odor. Kreml always looks and feels clean on both hair and scalp. It leaves the scalp feeling so cool, refreshed, and alive. A recent survey showed Kreml Hair Tonic was preferred among America's most prosperous and successful men, among top-flight executives who know the importance of handsomely groomed hair. Be sure to try it, men. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, how about the new Sherlock Holmes story that you call The Adventure of the Innocent Murderess?
Well, Mr. Bell, that strange affair began on a spring afternoon at the turn of the century. It was a beautiful day, and for some hours, Holmes and I had rambled about in the park, in silence for the most part, as befits two men who know each other intimately. It was shortly after 5 when we returned to Baker Street, and I remember that as we opened the front door, Mrs. Hudson spoke to us.
Excuse me, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, Mrs. Hudson, what is it?
There's been a gentleman here asking for you, sir.
So much for our afternoon walks, Watson.
Well, is he gone, Mrs. Hudson?
Aye, sir.
Didn't you ask him in?
I did that, sir. He waited half an hour. A very restless kind of man he was, walking and stamping all the time he was here. And finally, he ups and outs. And all I could say wouldn't hold him back, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, you did your best, Mrs. Hudson.
Did he leave his name?
Oh, no, Doctor. But he was a foreigner. I swear I've never seen him here before. He'll be back, I'm sure.
Thank you, Mrs. Hudson.
Aye, sir.
Were you expecting a clown, Holmes?
Had I done so, chap, I would not have spent the past few hours wandering about with you in Regent's Park.
Oh, I wonder who he is.
He left us one clue to his identity.
I don't see any clue.
This pipe on the table is not one of yours. A nice old briar with a good long stem.
Well, can you deduce anything from that?
Very little, except for the obvious fact that its owner is left-handed, is a muscular man with an excellent set of teeth, careless in his habits, and with no need to practice economy.
Oh, come, Holmes. That's a little far-fetched.
On the contrary. But I think that's our client now. Meet him on the stairs, will you, Watson?
Yes, indeed.
Now we'll have something more interesting than his pipe to study.
This way, sir. So I thank you, Mrs. Hudson.
That's all right, sir.
You are Sherlock Holmes.
No, my name is Watson, Dr. Watson.
Oh, then you must be Mr. Holmes.
Since there are only 3 of us in the room, that would seem an eminently logical conclusion.
Please, do not make fun of me. I am bewildered foreigner in your country.
Oh, my friend is only joking, sir. Do sit down, won't you, Mr...
My name is Priskop. Igor Priskop. And I do not wish to sit down. It pleases me to walk as I talk. It soothes me. And I am in great need of soothment.
Mr. Priskop, I shall be delighted to give you any assistance I can. I'm only sorry that I was out when you called earlier.
I myself was desolated. But I will waste no further time in desolation. Mr. Holmes, you have in the past performed great service to my country.
And what is your country, sir, may I ask?
The kingdom of Grozny, my friend. Small in area, but great in tradition. Mr. Holmes, as Igor Priskop says, you have helped us in the past.
In a modest way, Mr. Priskop. Though your government was generous enough to award me the Medal of St. Stephen.
First class, a high honor. You were also presented with the Medal of St. Arcadu, second class, as well as that of St. Michael and the 7 subsidiary angels.
Oh, yes, I got one of those.
That one I regret to say is of slight importance.
Mm-hmm.
But now, Mr. Holmes, I come to you as an emissary of Grozny and ask you for your greatest service.
As I recall, Mr. Priskop, my greatest services to Grozny were under the regime of the People's Party.
The party to which I belong.
And if our newspapers are accurate, that is the party which is now out of favor.
I do seem to remember reading something about that in the Times the other day.
I am happy to see that you are both so well informed. Let me now explain this situation to you further, my friend. There is now an international committee of powers meeting at The Hague. They are trying to decide if the royalists rightfully control Grozny
or if your party does.
That is right, Mr. Holmes. In the meanwhile, the Groznian embassy here in London is dominated by the royalists.
Unfortunate for you, I'm sure, but what do you expect my friend to do? He's hardly a politician, you know.
I have come to London to make contact with our exiles here. The embassy must not know. No one must know that Igor Priskop is in London. Mr. Holmes, my very life is in danger. For the sake of my beloved Grozny, I want you to let me stay here in Baker Street, in secret.
That is an unusual request, Mr. Priskop.
A completely impractical one, so there's very little room here. Very little room.
I must insist. You, Mr. Holmes, hold the Order of St. Stephen First Class. You're a friend of my people. Now, you must help me. You must.
Good Lord, he's fainted. Very emotional, these foreigners.
No, Watson, no. Look at that stain on his shirt. He's been wounded. Obviously, at least one of his enemies knows that he's in London. That's why he came to us.
Oh, it's only a fresh wound in the shoulder. I'll bandage it up. I have some smelling salts here. That'll bring him round. There we are. Hand me that glass, will you, Holmes?
He's coming to of his own accord. Here you are, Mr. Priskop. Drink this.
Oh, no. No medicine. I do not believe in them.
Never mind about that. You try this.
Thanks, no. Forgive my display of weakness.
Why didn't you tell me that you'd already been attacked, Mr. Priskop?
Oh, it is but a scratch. A clumsy attempt from the darkness as I returned here. I did not wish to alarm you over nothing.
Nothing? Huh? Somebody attempts to murder you, you call it nothing.
I repeat my request, Mr. Holmes. Will you let me stay here a while?
Very well, Mr. Priskop. Since your life is in obvious danger, you may stay here in Baker Street.
Da propaspo, Mr. Holmes. I thank you. And let the Tinaku Orchestra play for the embassy ball in Belgrave Square. Here in Baker Street is the true embassy of Grozny.
Oh, gracious me.
There are 2 nice brown eggs facing you, Watson. Why glower at them? Why not get on with your breakfast?
Oh, I've got no appetite, Holmes. The whole routine of my life has been turned topsy-turvy since you let that fellow Priskop stay here.
It's a pity that this modest flutter of excitement should upset your lives to such an extent. However, it may interest you to know that my brother Mycroft regards our action in sheltering Priskop as a very important one for England.
Oh, has Mycroft been here this morning?
Yes, before you were up. As you know, Mycroft is the unofficial oracle of our Foreign Office. He feels that the Groznian royalists are so closely allied to the court of Prussia as to constitute a menace to our country.
Good gracious me.
However, he also feels that the Committee of Powers at The Hague will rule in favor of the People's Party. If that does happen, the fact that we have helped Priskop will place the Foreign Office in a very favorable position with the new government.
I see. Well, that makes it rather different. I think I will tackle those eggs after all. Where is Mr. Priskop now?
In the next room, conferring with a political friend of his by the name of Karlu Tarfush.
Well, I must say they do have extraordinary names. Karlu Tarfush. Sounds like a double-barreled sneeze.
Ah, Mr. Tarfush. Allow me to introduce my friend, Dr. Watson.
Dr. Watson, how do you do?
And how did you find your compatriot?
Oh, in splendid spirits and in splendid hands, Mr. Holmes. On behalf of Grozny, I thank you both for giving him sanctuary.
Oh, nothing at all, sir. Nothing at all. Very happy to have been of any assistance.
Right. Come in.
And I must be leaving, gentlemen. Good day to you. And again, my most sincere thanks. Oh, pardon.
Got a parcel, gents. It's for a Mr. Priskop or something like that.
Oh, here you are, young fellow, my lad. I'll take it.
No, I want to give it to Mr. Holmes. Lummy. Just wait until I tell me old mum I've talked to the great Sherlock Holmes. She won't half be proud. Here you are, Mr. Holmes.
And here's a shilling for your trouble, my boy.
Cool, Bob. Thank you, Governor.
Better be careful, Holmes. That package is addressed to Priskop. It might be a time bomb, you know.
It's sent from the Weintraub Importing Company. We'll see if Mr. Priscop ordered any delivery from there. Ah, there you are, Mr. Priscop. This package just came for you. Were you expecting it?
Oh, yes. Apropos, Mr. Holmes. It is from the Wine Trap Company. It must be my Vinku.
Your what?
Vinku. Vinku, the wine of my country. Where would Grozny be without Vinku? The distilled essence and life of whortleberries. No English drink can compare with it. Perhaps you will join me in glass?
I think not, thank you. It's a little early in the day.
Well, I quite agree with you, Holmes.
Then I shall retire to my room alone and sample this Grozny nectar. I shall see you later, gentlemen.
How can he keep a clear head if he starts drinking at this time of the day?
I doubt if the essence of whortleberries is too potent. At least to a Groznian.
Great Scott, there's someone else at the door. We have all the privacy of Paddington Station.
Come in.
Ah, so.
Good morning, young lady. What can
Where is he? Tell me where he is.
First, tell me who you are, please.
I'm Lavi Michelso. Where is Priscop? Lead me to him.
Mr. Priscop is under my protection. Before you see him, I insist on knowing your business, madam.
You are hiding him. But I will find him if I have to search every closet in his house. This door leads to another room. Perhaps he's in there.
Come back. Grab her, Watson.
Mistress.
Priscop, you traitor! You will betray me.
She's insane. She's insane.
There. Justice is done. Do with me what you will.
Quick, Watson. How's Priscop?
He's dead, Holmes. Shot through the chest, another through the arm. The third shot broke the bottle of wine.
Justice has been done.
Mr. Holmes.
Yes, Mr. Tarbush?
You must save Lavry. She's my fiancée. She had good reason to think Priscop a traitor.
But she shot him down in cold blood, sir.
She did it for Grozny.
She committed murder, practically under our very eyes. She must pay for it. And Dr. Watson and I will have the greatest pleasure in testifying against her. Until her trial takes place, I have nothing further to say.
You seem particularly engrossed at the Times this morning, Holmes.
I'm reading the report of the trial of Lavry Michelso.
Well, I can't see why it's dragging on for so long. We gave our evidence 2 days ago. The case is perfectly clear. She shot Igoro Priscop, or whatever his name was, before our eyes. She's a murderess. They should hang her.
Sir Francis Jackson, her counsel for the defense, apparently does not share your opinion. He's an extremely clever man. After cross-examining the police surgeon yesterday, he asked for an adjournment until noon today.
On what grounds?
He wishes a fresh post-mortem made. The police surgeon had not examined the contents of the stomach of the dead man.
Why, no should he, Holmes? Priscop was shot to death. We saw it happen. What's Sir Francis up to?
I think I'm beginning to suspect, Watson. And I pray for the sake of my own reputation that I'm wrong. However, it's no use sitting here in Baker Street surmising. Let's go over to the Old Bailey and hear what the post-mortem report discloses.
Gentlemen of the jury, I will read to you the final paragraph of the Home Analyst's report. Sufficient cyanide was found in the stomach of the deceased to have killed 3 men. As you know, cyanide is an almost instantaneous poison. Between this report and the medical evidence you have already heard, there can be no doubt that the deceased, Igoro Priscop, was already dead when the defendant fired the bullet into his body. I therefore instruct you to acquit the defendant.
Good heavens, Holmes. You realize this whole case made us look ridiculous?
I'm well aware of the fact. It's a stigma on our professional reputations, and a stigma that must be removed.
Look out, here comes Carlo Tarfush, fiancé of the girl who's just been acquitted.
Well, Mr. Tarfush, I imagine you're very happy.
Oh, of course I am, Mr. Holmes. And I'm marrying Lavry today, as soon as the police release her.
Indeed?
Yes. And in the meanwhile, I have a commission for you. Find the real murderer of Igor Priskov. Find him, Mr. Holmes, or you will become the laughingstock of all Europe.
In just a moment, we'll find out if Sherlock Holmes does find the real murderer of Igor Priskov. Men, on hot, sticky summer days, your hair needs extra special care. And when you buy a hair tonic, why not buy one that does lots more than just keep hair looking handsome? Why not get your money's worth and buy Kreml hair tonic? No other hair tonic keeps the hair more neatly groomed and attractive looking. Kreml gives hair such a handsome, clean-cut appearance. It keeps the hair perfectly groomed throughout the hottest, most humid summer day. It never looks or feels greasy or sticky. In addition, Kreml is simply great to lubricate a dry scalp. At the same time, it removes itchy, loose dandruff and leaves the scalp feeling so clean, cool, alive, and tingling. And if your hair is so dry that it breaks off and falls when you comb it, Kreml actually helps condition the hair, in that it leaves it feeling so much softer and more pliable. So buy a bottle of Kreml at any drug counter. Ask for an application at your barber shop. Use this highly specialized hair tonic daily for better groomed hair, a more hygienic scalp. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic, a nationwide favorite among America's most successful men. Well, Dr. Watson, it seems to me that you and the great Sherlock Holmes are in a bad spot. A man poisoned and then shot under your very eyes.
Yes, Mr. Bell, but I can assure you that Holmes, as soon as he returned to Baker Street from the trial, plunged into a fine frenzy of activity. He was examining the top of the table under his microscope for traces of poison where the bottle of wine had been shattered. You've been hunched over that microscope for hours, Holmes. No results yet?
Not as yet.
Well, I was just reading the Evening Gazette. There's an interesting article on the Grosnian situation.
No, what does it say?
The committee in The Hague has ruled for the People's Party. And our friend Carlo Tarfush, the one who married the girl Lavery, is to be the new ambassador here in London.
Indeed, how very interesting.
It goes on to say here that they've established that the dead man, Igor Priskov, never was a traitor. The poor girl was deceived by false evidence. The villain who deceived her has fled to Germany.
I was right. This stain, beyond question, is that of wine mixed with cyanide. Now to track the history of that bottle. We know that nobody tampered with it after it went from the messenger boy's hands to Priskov's. Therefore...
But how are we going to find that boy again?
This is a job for my band of street urchins, the Baker Street Irregulars. Round them up, Watson. Tell them I'll give a golden sovereign to the boy that brings him to me first.
Cool. Of course I remember delivering that parcel to you, Mr. Holmes.
Did anyone accost you on your way over here to deliver it, Charlie?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, they did.
Oh, a young lady, was it?
Yes, it was. How did you know, sir?
Describe what happened, Charlie.
Well, Mr. Holmes, she spoke to me on the street. Nice and friendly she was. And then she took me in a tea shop and gave me a raspberry tart and a nice big cup of tea.
Where did you put the parcel?
On the chair beside me.
Oh, easy to see what happened, Holmes. She switched the parcels.
Quite. Charlie, was the young lady a foreigner?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. She didn't half talk funny like.
Look at this photograph. Was that the young lady who you're talking about?
That's her, all right, Mr. Holmes. Blimey, you know everything, don't you, sir?
Not quite, Charlie. Here's 5 shillings for your trouble, and I'll be off with you.
Cool, 5 bob. Thank you, Governor.
So the girl was guilty all the time, but I don't see a motive.
I do. And we're going at once to the Grosnian Embassy. Remember, she's now the ambassador's lady. I intend to let her know that I do understand.
Mr. Holmes, your conversation is very interesting. But surely I do not have to point to an intelligent man like yourself that I've been tried and acquitted of murder. under your delightful Anglo-Saxon law of double jeopardy. I cannot possibly be tried again.
Oh, just the same, you're a murderess.
Am I?
You were no passionate patriot. You never believed in that forged evidence. You simply killed Igor Priskop because, with him out of the way, you knew that your future husband would become the ambassador.
In my country, we have a proverb. Inshko navili greshko lumagen.
What on earth does that mean?
Ammunition is more persuasive than strategy. Mr. Holmes, you have no ammunition. There is nothing you can do to me. And so, I wish you both good night.
There must be some way of catching her, Watson. There must.
Well, you've been outwitted before, Holmes. People forget it. They don't like to remember your triumphs.
To blazes with the people. I must account for this to myself. Hand me that evening paper, will you, Watson?
There you are.
Now, where was that article on Grosvenor that you read to me earlier?
Second page, I think.
Ah, here it is. But I have ammunition, Watson. The lady was wrong.
What on earth are you burbling about, Holmes?
We must draft a telegram to Mr. Tarfush, the new Grosnian ambassador. We'll ask him to hold a party of all the most important Grosnian attaches. There, my dear Watson, amid the bright lights and gay music, I shall have the utmost pleasure in proving to the ambassador's wife that she's far from invulnerable.
Mr. Holmes.
Yes, Mr. Ambassador?
The attaches are waiting in the library. You said that you would expose poor Priskop's murderer. Now, why should we wait any longer?
I shall be most happy to explain it now. Come on, Watson.
Right you are, Holmes.
Your wife is in the library, too, Mr. Tarfush?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, and she is as curious as I am. Now, here we are. Ladies and gentlemen, at my request, Mr. Sherlock Holmes has been trying to find the murderer of poor Igor Priskop. He tells me that he is now ready to make his report.
Mr. Ambassador, ladies and gentlemen, I realize that my revelation will be something of a shock to you all. I have proof beyond doubt that the person who murdered Igor Priskop by poison is the same person who fired those shots into his already dead body. Your own wife, Mr. Ambassador.
But that is ridiculous, Holmes. We know that she misguidedly shot at Priskop after he was dead. But she did not poison him.
I can prove that she did. I have the boy outside, Mrs. Tarfush, that you took into the tea shop when you changed the bottles of wine. I have the evidence of the stains on the table that show traces of the poisoned wine. Do you wish me to prove my case?
Lavry? Why do you not answer him?
I do not wish to, Carlo. I do not have to. Under English law, I cannot be tried again.
But, Lavry, you stand accused before your fellow countrymen.
Perhaps I can clear up a slight misapprehension. It is true, is it not, Mr. Tarfush, that Grosnian law does not recognize the doctrine of double jeopardy, and therefore a Grosnian could be tried twice for the same crime?
Of course.
It is also true, isn't it, that the Committee of Powers in The Hague has recognized that the People's Party has been all along the true government of Grosnia?
That also is true, Mr. Holmes.
And an embassy is extraterritorial. Acts committed there are punished by the laws of the nation whose embassy it is.
You are correct, Mr. Holmes.
This embassy here is Grosnian ground. So was 221B Baker Street when Mr. Priskop was murdered. Therefore, your wife committed her crime in Grosnia. She may still be arrested, tried, convicted, and executed by Grosnian law. Mr. Ambassador, I demand that your embassy guards arrest this murderess.
Anything interesting in this morning's post, Holmes?
Yes, Watson. And when you come to write your story of the Grosnian murderers, these 3 missives will provide colorful footnotes.
Oh, what are they?
The first is a note from Carlo Tarfush. He is resigning the embassy and entering a monastery. He says, I served his country but destroyed his life.
Well, I'm afraid he loved that dreadful woman. What else did you get?
The second is a package from the Grosnian government.
Lord,
Look.
what is it? Oh, good Lord, it's a platinum cross.
The Order of St. Hilarious.
What's the funny-looking thing hanging from it? Looks like some strange animal. Half horse and half something else.
That, my dear chap, is known as a hippogriff. A fabled beast with the head and claws of a griffin and the hoofs and tail of a horse. The Order of St. Hilarious is a high order, but St. Hilarious with hippogriff is higher still. I'm very flattered.
What was your third communication?
A letter from my brother Mycroft. He says, thanks to your work, Grosnia has signed a British oil concession. The Empire is grateful.
That's very nice, Holmes.
Yes, Watson, yes, very nice. But, just grateful? I mean to say, not even grateful with hippogriff?
Girls, those famous $1 Million Powers models you see on magazine covers always have to keep their hair shining bright with gleaming highlights. Now, here's how they do it.
We glamour bathe our hair with Kreml shampoo. And I want to state right here and now that no other shampoo leaves the hair more sparkling clean. Really, girls, you'll be amazed how Kreml shampoo reveals all your hair's natural gleaming luster. It leaves hair shimmering with brilliant highlights that last for days.
Kreml shampoo is not a cream shampoo, not a soapless shampoo, not a harsh soap, not a drying detergent. It's entirely different. After a Kreml shampoo, the hair fairly radiates natural glossy highlights. And Kreml shampoo is one shampoo you can buy which never dries or breaks the hair. In fact, it even has a built-in oil base, which helps keep the hair from becoming dry or brittle.
How right you are, Mr. Bell. Kreml shampoo leaves the hair so much softer, silkier, with a lovely satin smoothness. The hair holds a wave better, too.
So, ladies, buy a bottle of Kreml shampoo at any drug counter. See how easy it is to have naturally lustrous hair, a vision of shining beauty. Kreml, Kreml shampoo. Now, Dr. Watson, what about next week?
Well, now let me think. Next week for our final broadcast of the season, I think I'll tell you about one of the most gruesome adventures that we ever encountered. It took place in the famous torture chamber, now a museum, in the castle of Nuremberg in Germany. I call it The Adventure of the Iron Maiden.
Tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure was suggested by an incident in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, A Scandal in Bohemia. Nigel Bruce appeared by permission of Universal International Pictures. Tom Conway through the courtesy of Eagle Lion Pictures. The Sherlock Holmes series is produced by Tom McKnight, with original music composed and conducted by Alex Steiner. This is Joseph Bell, speaking for Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo, inviting you to be with us next week at this same time, when Dr. Watson will tell us about the adventure of the Iron Maiden. ABC, the American Broadcast.
Stay tuned for NERO WOLFE. This Sunday marks the premiere of The Big Show on NBC. Not just any big show, it's the big show. NBC's hour and a half of comedy, music, and drama. The best of each. The Big Show will be heard every Sunday afternoon over most of these stations, with Tallulah Bankhead as Mistress of Ceremonies. Your stars for this Sunday's broadcast include Jimmy Durante, Fred Allen, Ethel Merman, Frankie Lane, Mindy Carson, Meredith Wilson, Danny Thomas, and hosts of others. All this and Tallulah, too. No wonder it's The Big Show.
My boss is the smartest and the stubbornest, the fattest and the laziest, the cleverest and the craziest, the most extravagant detective in the world, Nero Wolfe.
It's the adventure of the case of the dear dead lady, with that brilliant, eccentric private detective, orchid fancier, and gargantuan gourmet, Nero Wolfe. Starring Sidney Greenstreet. Nero Wolfe had just come downstairs, having tended to his precious orchids. He was, as usual, seated in the library, which served as the office. He had just dialed a phone number, and, with his eyes closed, was leaning back in his specially built chair, which was big enough for two, but not two of him.
Halsbrecher's Market, domestic and imported delicacies.
Mr. Halsbrecher, this is Nero Wolfe.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Wolfe. I was just about to ring you.
Well, I have need of 2 pounds of duck liver. I do not, of course, refer to the commercialized Strasbourg pate.
Well, I appreciate the order, Mr. Wolfe, but...
Next, my cook Fritz informs me that we require 3 fine fat geese.
Look, Mr. Wolfe, there's a little matter of an unpaid...
You might add 12 cases of beer, a bushel of Vermont apples, green for stuffing, and a gallon of Marquesa Patricia Roman oil.
Mr. Wolfe.
In addition, Fritz has listed 6 dozen eggs, 4 braces of Sussex woodcock, and a few pounds of Westphalian ham. You have all that?
Well, I can get it, Mr. Wolfe, but my bookkeeper...
Thanks very much, Mr. Halsbrecher. That will be all. Now... Now then, Archie.
Yes, boss?
You seem to be worried.
Oh, I am. This means naturally that I'm supposed to handle Halsbrecher's delivery boy when and if he shows.
I had thought of leaving that simple matter to you.
And what about the simple matter of the money?
Money?
I hate to bring up a vulgar subject, but where is it coming from?
Oh, of course. You're right, Archie. I should have said...
Said what?
Charge it.
Boss, look, you don't realize I know, but we're into that truffle broker for $500 and change.
All right. Then give him a check.
Okay, I will give him a check. And I hope they'll let you keep the orchids in your cell.
You're a wit, Archie.
Mm-hmm. You know, I'm on the bank's mailing list. We got a notice this morning.
You don't mean...
Oh, but I do.
Again?
Yeah, you just can't take money out of an account, boss. Sometimes you gotta put some in. This is the only way to deal with the man I work for, and if I hadn't thrown him that scare, he wouldn't have been willing to listen when the door buzzer rang, and a prosperous-looking young guy in the kind of clothes that don't grow on trees came in and stood in front of the boss's chair, fiddling with the brim of his pork pie.
My name is Oliphant, Mr. Wolfe.
Oliphant?
Yes, sir, Oliphant. I am the spiritual leader and guiding head of a small religious group known as the Seekers of the Inner Power.
I see. Also a man addicted to marrying neither wisely nor well, but often.
You read the papers?
I do.
Mr. Wolfe, I am as aware of my sin-ridden past as anyone else is. The point is that I'm no longer that kind of man. Even a person such as I can see the light in time.
Good. Might I ask why you've come to see me, Mr. Oliphant?
I need your help, Mr. Wolfe.
Concerning?
A certain young lady with whom I'm deeply in love. Oh, I beg you not to confuse the present emotion with any of my earlier escapades. What I feel for Miss Dana is the pure and righteous glow of an upright seeker of the inner power.
I promise to look on you as thoroughly redeemed, Mr. Oliphant. Proceed. Oh, by the way, do I recognize the name of your young lady as a Park Avenue socialite, an amateur swimming champion?
Yes. But she's sweet, wonderful, beautiful. I've asked her to marry me, and she's given me some hope. In time, I fully expect to make her my wife.
Well, then where's the problem?
The problem is the presence of another man in her life.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm a detective, not a matchmaker.
This isn't a question of making a match, Mr. Wolfe. I have much too much respect for your talents to think of offering you such an assignment.
Exactly. What do you want me to do?
I want you to save Ilse Dana's life.
Her life?
Mr. Wolfe, this other man I spoke of is insanely jealous. Not only of Ilsa's present, but of her past as well. He has threatened to kill her.
I don't doubt your earnestness in this matter, Mr. Oliphant, but how would you know?
I was listening on an extension in Miss Dana's apartment a few days ago when Hunter called.
Hunter?
Yes, sir, Jack Hunter. Known as Jack the Babe Hunter.
Wait a minute. I know that canvasback.
Huh?
Sure, he's a coffee and cake prelim waltzer.
Oh, he's not. He's a boxer.
Archie is being fancy. Overlook it, Mr. Oliphant. Is Hunter in love with this lady of yours?
I doubt it. He's a man of complete moral and spiritual corruption, I believe.
Naturally you would. But what are the facts?
In my opinion, he's after her for her money.
She has money?
To burn.
And you, Mr. Oliphant?
Me?
Can you also afford to burn?
How much do you want?
The answer to that would be astronomical. However, if you leave a check for, say, $7,000, I shall look into your matter the very moment I have completed a little research into the nutrition of the Polynesian orchid.
Oliphant's check gave our bank account a slight blood transfusion. I think it was the boss's plan to spend a week or two in the plant rooms before he got busy on the case. And he'd have done it, too, if that phone call hadn't come in about a little after 9, just after Wolfe had polished off one of Fritz's dinners and was settling back with a stein of beer in his hand.
Don't disturb yourself, Archie. I'll get it.
Now, well, look out you don't strain yourself, boss. You got to straighten out an elbow to reach that receiver.
You have an unfortunate flair for mixing humor with impertinence, my friend. Hello, Nero Wolfe speaking.
This is Elsa Dana, Mr. Wolfe.
How do you do, Miss Dana? We were discussing you only this morning.
So I've heard.
Through whom?
Ted Oliphant.
I see. The young man seemed to be quite worried about you.
The young man should tend to his own affairs.
Said you were in some danger.
I know what he said, and not one word of it was true.
Oh?
I'd like to talk to you, Mr. Wolfe.
I'm sure it'll be an immense pleasure. Where do you live?
I have an apartment at 22 Blanton Street. Could you be here soon?
I could be there in a quarter of an hour, Miss Dana. By proxy, of course.
The proxy, naturally, was yours truly. 10 minutes later, at 20 past 9, I walked up to Elsa Dana's door with a nosy elevator boy giving me the 00. The reason for his interest was that her door was open and the room inside was empty except for a little twisted pile of pale pink satin, which at close range turned out to be a woman. Which woman turned out to be Elsa Dana. And Elsa Dana was dead.
She used to be pretty. She isn't now.
Yeah, strangulation doesn't help any girl's looks, son.
Make anything of it?
Well, the position of her body and the bloodstains on her pointed fingernails tells me that she put up a tough struggle before somebody succeeded in smothering with a pillow from the sofa over there.
Yeah, that figures. When did it happen, I wonder?
Yeah, the last 15 minutes, I'd guess. Say, who's been up in the elevator this evening?
Nobody for her.
Well, somebody came up.
Well, who says not? They could have used the stairs, you know.
Yeah. How well do you know Miss Dana?
I know exactly zero about Miss Dana.
How could you ride her up and down every day and know nothing about her?
It's a rule of the house to keep your mouth shut. The rule also goes when being questioned by a cop.
A cop? Who's a cop?
Oh, I guess you're a cello player from the Philharmonic.
Look, I happen to work for a guy named Nero Wolfe.
Oh.
Heard of him?
Maybe.
Well, if your memory comes alive, son, I might see my way clear to spend a few dollars with you. Understand?
I'll keep you in mind. Going down, mister?
I spent time trying to get sense out of the superintendent and a set of chambermaids, but they were as quiet as a ballpark on Christmas Eve. Then I called the cops and told them about Oliphant and Hunter. By the time I got home, the house was dark and Nero Wolfe was sleeping. Next morning, I gave him the details while he drank 3 bottles of beer. When I finished, he sat for a long time and then started another bottle.
The prize fighter. What about the prize fighter, Archie?
Hunter? Well, I phoned the hotel he lives in before you got up.
And?
They told me he wasn't in.
You know, I begin to think that Mr. Oliphant brought us a more absorbing case than he suspected.
You know, I'm glad you like it.
I don't like it. I don't like work of any variety. But this thing has its points.
Well, what do we do next?
Next, we investigate my client.
What?
Merely because a reformed playboy employs a detective doesn't exempt him from suspicion, Archie.
Oh, now who's that?
I'm afraid we have no choice but to open the door and see.
My name is Young. Barstow Young.
It's nice meeting you, Mr. Young. What do you want?
I want to see Nero Wolfe.
About?
About a certain young lady with whom I am deeply in love.
What? Will you repeat that?
I want to see Mr. Wolfe about a certain young lady with whom I am deeply in love.
Mm-hmm. Her name, please?
Ilsa Dana.
Is it possible that you entertain plans of making her your wife?
Why, yes, but there's a problem involved.
Another man?
Yes.
Well, do come in. Do come in. I think we've been waiting for you. Oh, Mr. Wolfe. Here's another one.
Ah, Mr. Wolfe.
You've come to me about Miss Ilsa Dana, sir?
I have come to you, more specifically, about a man who has threatened her life.
How unusual.
He's the treacherous kind. Mild-mannered, you know. As we say in my profession, he underplays it.
Your profession, then, is the stage.
It is, sir.
Go on, you interest me deeply.
I was present recently when he told her that he would certainly kill her unless she mended her sinful ways.
Sinful?
No one denies that Ilsa has had, shall we say, a checkered career. But the man's attitude is totally fanatical.
What's his particular brand of fanaticism, Mr. Young?
Theodore Oliphant is a religious maniac.
Well, what do you know? He's come to give Theodore a bad report card.
I don't understand. I've come to ask Mr. Wolfe to prevent his murdering Miss Dana.
Am I allowed a direct question, sir?
Why, of course.
Where were you between 9 and 9:20 p.m. last night?
9 and 9:20. Why do you ask?
You said I was permitted a direct question.
Oh, well, I was walking in the park, as I remember.
Do you make a habit of walking in the park?
I have lately. I'm preparing for an important role in a forthcoming production. What's so important about last night?
From your point of view, a great deal, sir.
Well, what do you mean?
Last night, Miss Ilsa Dana was murdered.
What?
Mr. Goodwin here discovered the body.
No.
I'm afraid I must insist, Mr. Young.
Why are you looking at me like that? Are you accusing me of...
I have accused you of nothing, my dear sir.
Well, now, look, you're making a mistake. Oliphant killed her. You may be sure of that.
I have your word.
I know him. He was trying to reform her, wanted to make her a devout follower of his cult, the Seekers of Power. I heard him tell her to her face that if she refused redemption, he would see to it that she didn't live on in her wickedness.
You could produce other witnesses?
Do you know, in your own smug way, you're as detestable a character as I have ever had.
All right. Let's everybody take 5. Yeah?
Nero Wolfe?
He's busy. This is Archie Goodwin.
You'll do, Goodwin. This is Jack the Babe Hunter.
Oh? How are you?
Great. Except the cops seem to want to talk to me about some murder fandango because, as I get it, you named my name.
You got it wrong.
I doubt it, and I'm coming over there to set you straight. Why'd you ring me in on this mess, Wolfe?
You knew the girl pretty well.
Me and how many more? Besides, what time was she murdered?
Last night between 9 and 9:20.
I see.
So if you would inform the police where you were at the time, that should be that.
Yeah.
By the way, Mr. Hunter, where were you at the time?
I don't see your badge, Wolfe.
I was only wondering.
I haven't been near the Dana woman for over a month. But if you're really interested, I'll give you the name of the killer.
Please do not keep us in suspense, Mr. Hunter.
A couple of years back, Ilsa financed a guy in a big and lousy Shakespearean play that closed like a clam and nothing flat.
Go on.
It was money down the drain. The guy's got nerve. And he was in love with her, and he figured she'd do anything for him. So he comes back to her to finance him again. This time in Hamlet, no less.
I see.
I don't have to tell you what a flop that would be.
You needn't tell me the actor's name either.
You know?
Mr. Barstow Young just left here.
Yeah? Well, he's your man, Wolfe. He got so sore when she told him she wouldn't toss any more moolah into his broken-down career, he went off his rocker and tore it down.
Your reason for thinking so?
I met him on the street one day, and he started beefing to me with blood in his eyes. So all I could do not to punch him.
The results might have been less fatal if you'd followed your instincts, sir.
I couldn't. Guy's built like a broomstick. He's weak as a cat. Hit him once, he'd crack like dry plaster.
I see.
What's on your mind?
This man you're accusing of Miss Dana's murder, Mr. Hunter, he was very much in love with her. She was thinking about marrying him, he said.
He said?
Yes, he did. I heard him, too.
He was talking through his skull cap. Ilse wasn't going to marry anybody.
No?
No, she couldn't.
Why couldn't she?
Well, but she just couldn't, that's all. So long.
Well, now we got a perfect circle with everybody pointing at everybody else and nobody able to prove a thing.
What Hunter says isn't impossible, Archie.
You think Young did it?
I don't think at all yet. But if there's anything more dangerous than a woman scorned, it's an actor scorned. We have another visitor.
Yeah, who are you expecting?
At this point, anybody.
Hi.
Oh, you.
Yeah, I told you might hear from me.
Come on in.
Who's this?
Fellow runs the elevator at 22 Blanton Street. What do you got for me, kid?
Postcard?
Postcard?
Yeah, the cops missed it, but I spotted the edge stuck under a rug.
Nice of you to have delivered it.
Or maybe he was just being curious.
Curious?
It's not every elevator boy who has a chance to see Nero Wolfe in the flesh.
Oh, him? Come off it, High Pockets. I'm here because you mentioned something about spending a few bucks.
Oh.
I wouldn't cross the street to see the best gumshoe that ever breathed.
Look, gumshoes don't breathe, and how would you like a sock?
Archie, pay him and let him go.
Yeah, pay me and let me go.
Sure, Mr. Wolfe. Here you are. Thanks.
Don't mention it. Anytime, pal. Anytime.
How do you like that fresh little punk?
Archie, the lad has done us nobly.
Yeah?
Typewritten card addressed to Miss Ilse Dana.
Well, what's it say?
Rather peculiar message. Have you prayed tonight? It's signed with a single letter O.
Have you prayed tonight?
Yes.
Signed O?
Exactly. Weird, isn't it?
Well, what's weird about it? What could be plainer? Have you prayed tonight? Now, I ask you, who is the man in this deal who's interested in praying?
All of us, I hope, are God-fearing.
All right. But I ask you again, what does O stand for?
It could stand for O'Brien, Obituary, Omaha.
What about Oliphant?
Oliphant, too.
What's with this indifference? The case is cracking and you slough it off. You remember what Young said? Oliphant threatened to kill her because she wouldn't join that cockeyed movement of his.
Don't exhaust yourself, Archie. We have a hard night ahead.
Yes, but I don't understand.
But I don't mean to stifle your imagination, my friend. But if you'd reserve your deductions for a little while, you could lend me some much-needed assistance.
What do you want?
I want you to become a burglar.
A burglar?
I want you to hurry over to the dead woman's apartment on Blanton Street and ransack it.
For what?
How do I know? We need help. Anything may help us. Go through the place with a fine tooth comb.
I tore the late Miss Dana's apartment to shreds, but I saw nothing. Then, just as I was about to give it up as a bum job, I noticed a little writing desk in the living room. Pried loose the lock and spotted something among a pile of papers that belonged to no well-to-do flat. It was a pawn ticket, lot 8N046, and the address was a pawn shop around the corner on 6th Avenue. It wasn't more than 90 seconds later that I walked into the joint and tossed the ticket across the counter.
Oh, yeah, this, want to redeem it.
And fast, huh, Pops?
Yeah, it's nothing that's worth much, mister.
No?
No.
Oh, what is it?
This? Small steel filing box.
Oh. Anything in it?
I don't know. Come to me locked, never been able to get it open.
We got it open, Wolfe and I. Smashed the front end with a poker. There were some odds and ends inside, old earrings, some thumbtacks, a cigarette lighter, just trash. Then the boss stuck his fingers in and pulled out a plum.
This is it?
What do you mean, this is it?
You fail to recognize this classic document?
Huh?
A marriage license, Archie. A marriage license.
Yeah, well, whose marriage license?
The wording is self-explanatory. Listen. This is to certify, etc., etc., thus licensing on this 3rd day of May, 1946, the marriage of Miss Ilse Dana to Mr. Johann Yeager.
Johann Jaeger?
Exactly.
Well, who in the world is Johann Jaeger?
We'll soon see.
I don't get it.
I can understand. It's a befuddling little puzzle. It'll be very easy for one to make a fatal mistake here.
But, of course, you won't.
I won't.
3 hours later, I'd herded all the suspects into the office, and he sat in his chair and glared at them. Oliphant, Young, and Hunter. It was tense and tight, and the boss let it stay that way, saying not a word to anybody while he calmly sipped his beer. It was Oliphant who cracked first.
I didn't kill Ilsa. I couldn't have.
Jealousy is a very compelling motive, Mr. Oliphant. And you came to me, remember, complaining that there was another man in Ilsa Dana's life?
Whatever I complained about, and jealous as I was, I didn't kill her as the sacred power is my holy judge.
Being unacquainted with your sacred power, I'd have to ask you for a better authority.
Sacred power? Oh, it simply wouldn't have been possible for me to have done it.
Why not?
Yeah, why not?
Because I was at Mickey's Night Owl Club last night from 7 until 4 a.m.
Contemplating the sacred power, no doubt.
That can be proved, Mr. Oliphant?
Let me call now. Let the head waiter tell you.
Well, you take your embarrassment as an indication that you're telling the truth.
Hey, wait a minute. You can't let him off like that.
Don't be bothersome, Archie.
Yeah, but we got that card he wrote, the one about have you prayed tonight, signed with his initial.
He didn't write that card, Archie.
Now, look.
And the O is not his initial, is it, Mr. Barstow Young?
I'm afraid I don't understand.
On the contrary, I am afraid you do. But for the record, I'll explain. Oh, Archie.
Yes, boss?
Hand Mr. Young that large red volume off the shelf behind Mr. Hunter's head.
This one?
That one, thank you. Now then, Mr. Young, you will favor me by opening the volume to page 1133.
But why?
Open it, sir. Good. You will now count 6 lines down from the top and read what you see.
Have you prayed tonight?
Thank you, Mr. Young.
What the devil is going on?
Mr. Young has just given us a reading from a tragedy. The line, have you prayed tonight, is spoken by the hero to the heroine just before he murders her. The name of the heroine is Desdemona. And the hero, as I'm sure you all know, is Othello.
Othello?
Yeah, the O was not Oliphant, Archie. Othello, I think, was a Shakespearean play which Miss Dana financed for our Mr. Young. And knowing she would recognize the quotation as well as the threat behind it, he sent it to her to warn her that he meant to murder her. You won't have the unmitigated gall to deny that, will you, Mr. Young?
No. No, I don't deny it.
Do I call the police?
But I didn't kill her. The fact that I sent the card doesn't mean I killed her.
Well, it'll do for my money.
But not for mine, Archie.
What?
Mr. Young couldn't have killed Miss Dana.
Why not?
Because he lacks the strength to strangle such a healthy young woman, a champion athlete. Wide awake and full of fight. He's rather a frail person, as we know, and smothering Miss Dana with that pillow was no easy task. She struggled. Therefore, she clawed the wrists of the murderer. I'm sure that if you examine Mr. Young's wrists, you will find no scratches or scars.
Here, let me see that.
Go ahead.
Well, Archie?
Yeah, you're right. Nothing.
I was sure there wouldn't be. The person who actually killed Miss Dana was a powerful physical specimen.
Yeah?
Yes, Mr. Hunter. In all probability, a professional athlete. A muscular man in good condition.
You pointing at me?
Seems quite likely, doesn't it?
You're out of your head.
Am I?
Yeah.
Ilse Dana war Ehefrau. Nicht wahr?
Jawohl. I mean...
You said yeah, Mr. Hunter. And you meant yeah, yes. I asked you in German if Ilse Dana was your wife, and you, in the heat of emotion, answered me yes in your mother tongue.
Look, what's going on here?
Allow me to present Mr. Johann Jaeger, Archie.
Him?
I've known it since we first saw that marriage license. You see, Jack Hunter is the English translation of our friend's real name back in Germany, where he comes from, Mr. Johann Jaeger.
Oh, what do you know?
So you proved nothing. Yeah, I was married to Ilse. That's why I said she couldn't marry anybody else. But I didn't kill her. She was my wife. I loved her.
Oliphant told us you were insanely jealous of her.
What if he did? You know better.
Do we?
Sure you do. Ilse told you herself over the phone that every word Oliphant said was a lie.
Interesting.
What is?
How you could possibly know what Ilse Dana told me over the phone. I haven't mentioned it to you or anybody else.
Oh, well, you see...
I see most clearly, Mr. Jaeger. that you must have been in the apartment with her listening on the extension phone, or you couldn't possibly have that information. And it was only a few minutes after that telephone call that Ilse Dana was smothered to death.
Did I see it's about time I said good night?
Wait a minute, Jaeger.
Good work, Archie. I advise you to sit still, Mr. Johann Jäger Hunter.
I was right. I told you he threatened to kill her.
But why?
I've only guessed at the story. Reconstructed it, so to say. But I think you and Mr. Young ought to be congratulated.
On what, sir?
On not having won your fair lady. You've always thought of her as a sweet, demure society girl. But actually, she was a vicious person, as bad as the man who killed her, if not worse. She tortured him cruelly for 4 long years.
How can you say that about her?
How can you doubt it, Mr. Oliphant? There must have been a great many men in her life. We know at least 2 definitely, you and Mr. Young.
But she was in love with me.
She was in love with me.
I'm sorry to shatter your illusions, but she was not in love with either of you. She was using you for her purpose.
What was her purpose?
Tormenting the man she married. That was her preoccupation day and night. She delighted in tyrannizing over him, as one might in breaking a bull or taming a wild mustang. Do I come near the truth, Hunter?
Yes. Until I couldn't stand it any longer.
May I ask then why you married her?
Why? Because I couldn't help myself. I crawled for her. I married her on the terms that nobody should ever know I was her husband. She was too good for me, she told me that to my face over and over. That we belonged to different worlds. But I was crazy about her, so I took it. What I've taken you wouldn't believe.
Oh, I'm sure I would, Mr. Hunt. I'm a very understanding man. The question is, will a jury believe you? And that we must begin to learn immediately. Archie.
Yes, sir?
Phone for Inspector Kramer.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story by Peter Berry was based on the famous characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman program produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Herb Ellis as Archie Goodwin and Lee Millar, Marna Keneally, Larry Dobkin, Barney Phillips, and Jerry Hausner. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Headless Hunter. Don Stanley speaking. And don't forget, this Sunday marks the premiere of The Big Show on NBC. Not just any big show, it's The Big Show. NBC's hour and a half of comedy, music, drama, and the best of each. The Big Show will be heard every Sunday afternoon over most of these stations, with Tallulah Bankhead as mistress of ceremonies. Your stars for this Sunday's broadcast include Jimmy Durante, Fred Allen, Ethel Merman, Frankie Lane, Mindy Carson, Meredith Wilson, Danny Thomas, and hosts of others. No wonder it's The Big Show. And Theater Guild on the Air this Sunday presents Judy Garland in Miss Alice Adams. So don't forget, Tallulah Bankhead brings you The Big Show Sunday on NBC.
Being a private investigator means 2 things. You can be sure you'll run into trouble, and you can never be sure you can get out of it. Well, there's not much you can do about it, I guess. Except, like Julie always says...
Walk softly, Peter Troy.
Well, friends, you will have noticed that the cases I recount to you from time to time all seem to have one thing in common. Somewhere along the line, there always seems to be a cute little doll involved in the setup. Well, maybe I'm a sucker for a pretty ankle and a sigh for help. And talking of ankles brings me to the case in point. This one's filed under the heading, Too Many Maids Are Moping. Why? Because there were 18 pairs of the cutest ankles you ever did see involved. Scene, the backstage dressing room of the chorus line of the show, Gals Galore. Time, 11:15 p.m. The curtains just come down, and the Gals Galore come streaming into the place.
Oh, if the management of this broken down theatre don't do something about the draft on that stage.
What are you going to do, Abby? Sue them?
Oh. We've got enough troubles without having to endure a cold north wind cutting right across the footlights.
Trouble? This whole show's jinxed, if you ask me.
You can say that again.
Leonie, lend me some of your cleansing cream, honey.
Oh, you use mine every night. When you buy some of your own, I'm going to declare a public holiday.
So I said to him, I'm used to being driven home in a big car, I am. Righto, he says, I'll take you home in a big car, the biggest I could find. Ha! You know what that turned out to be? A London butt. Talk about
darn it, I've got another tear in these tights. I suppose wardrobe will dock more money out of my pay packet.
Joan, can I lend you a trowel to put that cleansing cream on with? After all, there's no need to go sparingly with it. It doesn't belong to you.
Corn's giving you trouble again, Joan.
Oh, now, look,
for Pete's sake, don't start squabbling again, you two.
Sorry, I'm a bit on edge, I suppose.
Oh, that's all right, love. We're all on edge. Little wonder.
After everything that's happened. If you ask me, it's more than just coincidence.
Yeah, that's what I think, too. There's something darn fishy going on around here.
One misfortune after another.
12 accidents in less than 10 days.
Yeah.
Accidents. Funny sort of accidents, if you ask me.
Well, I'm just about ready to quit, I can tell you.
That's what I think. I can tell
you know, when that sandbag fell from the flies, it missed me by inches. If I'd have been under it, it would have killed me.
And that faulty wiring on the switch to the dressing room? I could have been electrocuted.
And when the safety curtain collapsed, the whole lot of us could have been mangled.
And the floor giving way.
And a great hunk of scenery falling?
Yeah, there's something fishy going on. They can't all be accidents.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, I think there's something fishy going on.
What's the matter?
I can smell something.
That horrible perfume Joan uses.
No, seriously. Smells like gas.
Gas? It seems to be coming from on top of that electric light bulb.
Oh, yeah. Hey, look, there's a cloud of stuff drifting down. Oh, God. Oh, let's get out of here. Oh, come on. Oh, come on, Abby. Open up the door before we don't suffocate with that stuff. I can't. It's locked. Someone's locked us in.
You'll be pleased to know that none of the gals suffered because of the gas. Some bright spark threw a shoe through the window, and a couple of the stagehands heard the ruckus and broke down the locked door. But the ladies were a bit unnerved by their experience. The latest in a long line of mishaps. Now, it so happens I knew one of the Corrines quite well. Abby, Miss Abigail Peters. She begged me to look into the matter. Well, next night, found me backstage with Julie.
Watch it, Pete. Your eyes are bulging again.
Huh?
Oh, you're going to just love this assignment, aren't you? A whole gaggle of chorus girls in distress.
Well, just a favor for an old friend, Julie.
Old friend.
Well, just because she wears spangles and tights.
And peroxide hair and false eyelashes. What are you chortling about?
I was just trying to imagine you in spangles and tights, Julie.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, don't get peeved. It was a nice picture.
Peter Troy. Oh, Pete, darling.
Hi, Abby. That's Miss Peters.
So I guess.
Oh, you came down to help us. Oh, I love you madly, and you're my favorite man.
Oh, careful with him, Miss Peters. He creases easily.
This is my secretary, Abby. Her name's Julie, and she insisted on coming down. She's interested in the theater, you know.
Hoofer?
A what?
Are you a hoofer?
I doubt it.
A hoofer. A Corrine. A dancer, you know?
Oh.
No, Abby. Julie's not a hoofer, though, mind you.
Mr. Troy.
Come on, Abby. Let's go somewhere quiet where we can discuss this business of yours.
Sure. Come on into the dressing room.
Well,
It's all right. It's empty.
Oh.
Girls are all on stage for the harem number. I'm not in it. Huh? Here we are. Be it ever so humble.
This where it happened?
That's right. Stuff seemed to drift down from just above that light globe over there.
And the door was locked.
Tight.
I can tell you there was almost a panic in here. Then Leone threw a shoe through that window up there, and the general turmoil brought a couple of the stagehands round.
And they broke down the door.
That's right. Pete, this isn't the only thing that's been happening to us.
Collapsing scenery, faulty electrical equipment, falling sandbag weights, I know.
To mention but a few. Girls are scared out of their wits. They're just about ready to walk out, and I think...
Abby, your cue's coming up.
Oh, thanks, Joan.
Who's he? He's nice.
I have to go on stage now for a specialty spot. I'll be back later. That's Peter Troy.
You know, I can still smell a trace of that stuff. That's not gas.
Well, whatever it is, it's darned unpleasant.
Yeah, it reminds me of school days.
School days?
That's right, school days. It's a stink bomb. We used to manufacture them during chemistry sessions.
Oh, what nasty little boys you must have been.
Yeah, on top of the light bulb.
Oh, you hit on something?
I think so. Yeah. This is the stuff, all right. Cute idea, but not original. Stick a pellet on top of the light bulb when it's out.
Yeah.
Then when you switch on the light, the heat from the globe activates the pellet. That lets off the smell. It's not dangerous, but it's pretty unpleasant.
But for all the girls knew, it could very easily have been a poisonous gas. A particularly vicious practical joke, if you ask me.
Yeah. Or was it a practical joke? To me, all this seems like a deliberate plan to intimidate the girls. But why?
And there's another point.
Yeah?
Why haven't they called in the police yet?
Yeah, remind me to ask Abby that. In the meantime, we've at least solved the mystery of the gas. Now, let's have a look at that door. It was locked when they tried to get out, wasn't it? Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
It's happened again.
The door?
Locked.
Wait, you mean we can't get out?
That's right. Now, I wonder...
What are you looking around for?
For something to happen, honey bun. Last time that door got locked, a stink bomb was let loose in here. Now, this time...
Pete?
Yeah?
I can smell something burning. Pete, something is burning. Oh, where is it?
Over by that smashed window, see? From the trash can.
Oh, can you get it out, Pete?
Uh-huh. Hand me that dressing gown.
Oh, be careful.
That's okay. I spotted it in time, I think.
Oh, Pete.
How did that get started? Let's have a look through this rubbish. Yeah, this looks like it.
Oh, what is it?
The simplest little timing mechanism for an incendiary ever invented. A pack of matches. You light one and jam it under the cover. When the match burns down, it ignites the rest of them in the pack.
Well, someone must have thrown it through that broken window.
Correct. The pack's pretty charred. You'll see here on the cover. There's something LIS Club.
LIS? Police Club?
Yeah. Well, we'll come back to that later. Now, in the meantime...
Someone wants to get in.
Hey, what's the big idea of locking the door?
Smoke.
Pete, what's been happening?
That's a long story, Cherub.
But the locked door.
Now, you'll notice it was locked from the outside.
Someone must have dropped a cigarette into this rubbish
Oh,
can.
let's get rid of some of the smoke. Yeah. Pete. Pete?
Huh?
I think the ladies want to get changed.
Oh, yeah, of course.
You may buy me a drink at the nearest bar.
Sure. Bye, Abby. See you later.
Come back after the show.
Sure, and I'll...
Pete, that drink, please.
No, honey, that little attempt at arson was designed specifically to scare yours truly away from the scene.
And?
By someone who knew Abby'd sent for me. Someone who knew I was having a look around that dressing room at that specific time.
Well, Pete, it could be anyone. The doorkeeper of the theater, the manager, the stage director. They all knew.
Julie, that list of people you just rattled off.
Yeah.
All men.
So?
Why?
What do you mean, why?
You think there's a man behind all this?
Oh, well,
I don't.
But if you...
I think it's a girl. Maybe even a Coraine.
Oh. Now, why do you say that, Perry?
Perry?
Oh, sorry. Mr. Mason.
If a man had wanted to scare me off the case, he wouldn't have dropped a match into that rubbish can. He'd have waited in some dark alley as I was leaving the place. Used his fist or blackjack as an argument. That's logical. But that incendiary effort...
Woman's work?
I think so.
Then who? And why?
I don't have the answer to either of those questions. But I could take a guess.
I'm listening.
Someone wants that show to fold.
It's a thought. But why?
Someone wants the show to flop. So they figure the best way of making a girly show fall to pieces is by scaring the girlies half out of their poor little cotton-picking minds.
That's a good theory, Pete.
The best one I can offer right now. Anyway, it gives us a starting point.
It does?
Sure. We look for a girl who has some reason for wanting that particular review closed down.
Oh, I think I could use a cigarette. Oh, match, please, Pete.
Sure.
Thanks. Oh, careful, you'll burn your fingers.
Hey.
Hey, what?
Hey, this pack of matches. Where do they come from?
On the table. Compliments of the house. Why?
Well, look at them. The Fleur-de-Lis Club.
Oh, that's the name of this place.
The Fleur-de-Lis Club. Get it? L-I-S. L-I-S Club. Those matches that were dropped into the rubbish can, they came from this place. Maybe the clue wasn't all that important, but I added it to the rest of the information I'd gathered. The Fleur-de-Lis Club was right next door to the theater, and I guess most of the cast and staff would drop in there at some time or other. So maybe the pack of matches wasn't all that significant. But I clutched at straws, on account of I really had so little to go on. And there was that ugly feeling at the back of my mind, the feeling that this was only the prelude. The vicious little jokes were going to get more serious. There was a pattern building up. I'd seen this sort of thing before. Sometimes it ended in murder. So what with this and that, I figured it was about time my old buddy Inspector Caswell of Scotland Yard was brought into the act.
Troy, this is a job for the local divisional police, not for Scotland Yard. There's someone committing a nuisance at that theatre, that's all.
No, you're so right. Setting fire to the joint is certainly committing a nuisance, all right.
Now, Troy, don't exaggerate.
Exaggerate? I nearly got myself incinerated. Now, let's not fool around, Inspector. That whole theatre could have gone up in smoke, and me with it.
No such luck.
You're not going to take any action, then?
Look, you reported to the local divisional station.
And nuts.
Now, look, Troy, I'm a very busy man.
Doing what? You know, from somewhere I got the crazy mixed-up idea that it was Scotland Yard's job to combat crime in this city.
The constable on the beat can handle this particular crime very nicely, thank you.
Now, look, maybe I haven't got this across to you. I have a bad feeling about this deal.
Try bicarbonate of soda.
Now, this is no time to be making with a funny patter.
Oh, be a good fellow. And don't slam the door as you go out.
Oh, go find some old lady's lost poodle.
Thank you, Troy. Oh. Oh, hello. Inspector Caswell here. Put me through to Superintendent Hayden Marshall, will you? Thanks. Oh, hello, Super. Caswell here. I've just had a very irate private investigator in here. Yeah, that's right, Peter Troy. Seems he's been putting in some time down at the Islington Empire Theatre. Yes, and from what he says, it would seem that our man's made his move. No, Troy doesn't know the score, yet. But I'll wager it won't be long before he stumbles onto something. He, has a habit of doing that, you know. Yes, I think we'd better double our watch on the place. Anything's liable to happen now.
Okay, Abby. Let's go over it all again.
Oh, but Pete, sweetie, I've told you every single little thing 100 times.
Once more, Petal.
The manager himself is backing the show.
The man who owns the theater.
That's right. Harold Bajan. Nice fellow.
Go on.
Well, the rumors have it that he's sunk his last penny into this review. It goes bang and he's had it.
So there we have a motive.
Motive?
Someone wants the show to fold, so Harold Bajan loses his shirt.
Well, now, what would anyone gain from that? He'd lose his own money and his theatre.
And his theatre?
Why, yes. And who'd want to buy a theatre these days? There's dozens of them lying around empty all over London.
Now, look, Abby, all these things that have been happening to the girls.
You found out who's responsible?
No, but I'll bet it's one of the Coreens that used that dressing room.
Oh, now, Pete. We were all locked in there when that gas came.
Now, that door's got a two-way lock, Abby. It can be locked from the outside, as well I know. And it can be also locked from the inside.
You mean...
I mean, with all that ruckus going on in there, you could have missed seeing one of the girls turn in the key from the inside.
Yes, but what about the gas? Well, she get herself gassed as well as all
But
of
it
us.
wasn't gas pedal. It was a rather, obnoxious chemical, but quite harmless. It did what it was supposed to do. It threw an awful scare into 15 of those 16 girls.
Oh, yes, but...
The chemical was in the form of a pellet which was stuck on top of the electric light bulb when the light was off. Now, who else but one of those Coreens would have had the opportunity of putting it there?
Well, we're mostly on stage all at the same time. Except me. I have that specialty number. Oh, Pete, you don't think it's me?
No, of course not. But I do want to know this, Abby. You called for me to clear all this up. Now, why didn't you send for the police?
Oh, well, we had a sort of round-table conference, and we discussed it, but, well, the motion was vetoed.
Why?
Pete, jobs for chorus girls don't grow on trees.
Oh, I see.
We didn't want to start any trouble. And Bajan has been pretty decent to us.
Mm-hmm. So?
So, someone suggested we keep the police out of it for as long as possible.
Who?
What?
Who suggested you keep the police out of it?
One of the girls.
Well, which one?
I don't remember. We were all talking at once, you know. Well, is it important?
Well, it could be.
I'll try to remember.
Mm-hmm. One last thing, Abby.
Yes?
The Fleur-de-Lis Club. Now, what do you know about it?
Oh, well, we all go there. It's nice and handy.
Who owns it?
Matt Castellas.
What?
Well, of course, everyone knows he's been in trouble with the police.
He only came out of jail a couple of months ago.
Well, he's caused no trouble, and well, he's been good to us.
Any of the girls really friendly with him?
Pete, I don't honestly know.
Oh, okay, sugar. We'll leave it at that. I'd better be making a move anyway.
Sure you wouldn't like a drink, Pete? You don't have to rush away, do you?
Oh, don't tempt me, Abby. I'm notoriously weak-willed.
Pete?
Night, baby. See you at the theater, huh?
Night, Pete. Night. Okay, he's gone now. Why you didn't want him to see you, I don't know. Pete's sweet and a lot of fun and... Hey, what's the matter? What are you looking at me like that for? What's the matter? Get back. Get away from me. Have you gone crazy? Keep away from me!
Hey, has anyone seen Abby? Abby, Abigail. Oh, what's the matter?
Haven't you heard, Mr. Troy?
Well, heard what?
There's been an accident.
Abby?
Yes.
What happened?
She fell out of the window of her apartment
When?
about an hour and a half ago.
Hey, is she...
She's in hospital. They still don't know how badly she's hurt.
An hour and a half ago. But I was with her then. She was all right when I left. Fell out of the window.
We don't know whether she fell out or was pushed out. And you were with her?
Oh, yeah, but... Well, all right. But don't look at me like that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I suppose we're all a bit jittery. Abby was a good kid.
I know.
And this was the final straw. We're through, Mr. Troy. Finished.
Finished?
Yeah, that's right.
No one will go on now. We're just waiting for Mr. Bajan to pay us our money. And then we're leaving.
No show tonight, huh?
No.
But...
That old saying about the show must go on, there are exceptions.
This is one of them.
Then Bajan's finished.
Yes, I'm afraid so.
So they succeeded.
What?
Nothing, just thinking aloud.
Well, they're closing up the theater now.
Well, let's go.
Aren't you coming, Mr. Troy?
No.
They'll lock you in.
That's right.
Will you be here all alone?
I don't think so. I'll be waiting for someone.
You'll, have a lonely wait.
But not for long, I hope.
Well, I hope your guest turns up, Mr. Troy. Good night.
Oh, they'll turn up all right. I'm sure of it. Very sure of it.
Mr. Troy. Mr. Troy. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Joan, isn't it?
That's right.
Forget something?
Yes, my makeup kit.
Uh-huh.
Where are you? I can't see you. So dark in here.
Isn't it, though?
And, I'm a little scared, Mr. Troy. I'd, appreciate it if...
Oh, I doubt it, Joan.
What?
I doubt if you're scared in the dark.
What do you mean?
You're a very self-reliant girl, Joan.
Am I?
So's that husband of yours.
Husband?
Matt Castells.
I think you must have made some mistake.
No. You and Castells were married 10 years ago in Paris.
Indeed.
Just before he pulled that gold bullion heist.
I don't know what you're talking about.
He held up and robbed an armored car not 2 blocks away from this theater.
Mr.
In
Troy.
fact, he was captured right here in this theater. Just about where you're standing now. But they didn't find the bullion.
Didn't they?
It was late at night. This theater was a movie house then. He and his boys broke in and hid the bullion someplace. His 2 sidekicks decided to shoot it out for the police. They didn't make it.
All right, Mr. Troy. You got the story right in just about every detail.
Well, that's gratifying.
But it's not going to do you any good. I'm standing right beside the master switch. I pull it, and this theater is flooded with light. And in my hand, I'm carrying a gun.
Don't do it, Joan.
The next one won't miss.
Drop the gun, Mrs. Costello. We have this place surrounded.
Caswell?
Yes, show's over, Troy. Curtain's coming down.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
All right, Mrs. Costello, let's not have any trouble. Sorry about this bit of deception, Troy, but it was rather necessary. You see, we've had Costello under observation ever since he came out of prison. We'd seen him meet Joan, so we investigated her background.
Incidentally, Joan, where is the bullion?
You're so clever. You find out.
Oh, we've got a theory. You see, obviously they couldn't just walk into the theater and get it out, so it must be almost inaccessible. That's why Costello wanted the theater empty, so that he could get at it.
So?
So, they extended the back to make dressing rooms, and they concreted over an old storeroom. Probably under the concrete.
How's that, Joan? I'd say you hit the jackpot, Inspector.
I'll get you, Troy. If it hadn't been for you...
Yeah, she doesn't look half so pretty when she's scowling, does she?
You'd better walk mighty softly from now on, Peter Troy.
And carry a big stick. Night, Joan.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. This one began with locked doors and shuttered windows and ended in a coffin.
Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
Anyone want a nice, clean job? Here's one that'll take you on a shoe leather tour of Chicago to find a yarn that has to be written before an editor's blood pressure blows a hole in his hat. And that job is mine. Find one man or woman or child with a story to make good reading. 1 out of 3 million. Tonight the score stood Chicago 3 million, Randy Stone 0. And then I went north on Michigan Avenue and turned west on Cermak Road. It was about 11 when I came to Wentworth Avenue and Chinatown. And all of a sudden I was hungry for some of Chinyuk's fried wonton and almond dog. Don't ask me why. So I turned up Wentworth toward Chinyuk's little restaurant. Then I noticed something. Every door was closed, every window was shuttered, and not a soul walked the pavements. I got to Chinyuk's and it was closed. I knocked on the door. I heard the sound of a car pulling up at the curb. I turned. It was a prowl car. One of the cops got out, walked over to me. His partner stayed in the car, and I got a funny feeling that there was a gun pointed at me.
Hey, you. Come away from that door.
Sure.
That's good enough. Now, face the building.
Hey, what is this?
Face that way. Get your hands away from your sides.
Sure. What's the frisk for? His suit was bulgy. Well, it's a bad fit. You can't get much for $39.50 these days.
Now you're clean.
Well, I never carry a gun, officer.
What's your name?
Look, officer, what is all this?
I asked you a question.
Can I get my wallet?
Yeah. Be careful.
Oh, I certainly will. Here, all you need is in there.
Yeah? Randy Stone, huh?
Yeah, Chicago store.
What are you doing in Chinatown?
Well, I got hungry.
Huh?
I wanted something to eat, preferably Oriental, so I came here.
Okay, Stone, but take this advice. Settle for a sandwich, preferably Occidental.
What's going on around here? This place is as dead as a morgue.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Now, look, Stone, don't stay here. Get out fast as you can and don't come back.
What's the reason for that?
We don't know. It's like waiting for a bomb to go off.
There's not a soul in sight. Every store, every restaurant, every shop is as tight as a drum.
I'd give $100 to see one Chinese on the street, just one.
Why'd you frisk me?
You get the word that a lot of hoods are moving in.
To Chinatown?
Yeah.
Why?
I told you, we don't know a thing. Now, take my advice, Stone, and move out fast. Because once things break loose here, they really break.
The prowl car moved off slowly and carefully. I stood there for a minute and I looked around. I got that funny feeling that a million eyes were watching me. Sure, I wanted to leave, but that old curiosity referred to in some circles as a news sense kept me from going. I headed toward the rear of Chinyuk's place through an alley. It was pitch dark in there, and I felt my way along until... I bumped into someone who'd disappeared. I felt the hair on the back of my neck hunting for a spot under my hat. And then I was in front of Chinyuk's back door, and I wanted inside fast. Chinyuk, open up. Chinyuk.
Who is it?
Randy Stone. That you, Eileen?
Please go away, Mr. Stone.
Let me in, Eileen. I want to see your father.
Please go away. Please.
Listen, Eileen, I want to see...
My father is not here.
Well, where is he? Where can I find him?
I do not know.
Then let me wait for him.
I must not.
Well...
Please go away.
Let him in, Eileen.
Oh, yes, Father.
Thank you.
Lock the door, Eileen. I am honored, Mr. Stone. Please to come in.
Thank you, Chinyuk.
I am sorry. I gave orders to my daughter to admit no one. She was obeying me.
Well, obedience is a virtue, Chinyuk.
In a world of little virtue, yes.
I went to the front door first. The place is locked.
You're an observing man, Mr. Stone.
Sure, all I had to do was try the door. I figured the rest out all by myself.
Just so.
Look, we've known each other a long time, Chinyuk.
5 years, perhaps.
That's right.
I value your friendship.
Well, thank you. What's going on, Yuk?
The world goes on.
There isn't a soul on the street outside, and everything is locked up. Eiling was scared to death to open the door, and I met a policeman outside.
Perhaps the officer can enlighten you.
No, he didn't know anything.
Knowing when to hold one's tongue is another admirable virtue.
In other words, you're as scared as Eiling.
Man is always afraid. And now leave Chinatown, Randy Stone. And above all, ask no more questions of anyone.
Well, I'm not afraid, Chinyuk. I'm not afraid because I know that no Chinese turns to violence.
That is true. No Chinese would harm you. But what about your own countrymen, Randy Stone?
Well, what about them?
I have said enough. Now go, if you wish to live. Go.
Underneath the old world courtesy, there was terror. Chinyuk wanted to talk, but something stopped him. Chinatown is like that. The Chinese settle their own disputes. Seldom, if ever, do they allow their quarrels to spill over into the world outside their settlement. But this was more than a dispute. It held all of Chinatown. I walked out and away knowing I'd learned nothing. And then a block away from Chinyuk's restaurant, I heard someone was following me. I slipped into a doorway and waited. Eiling.
Oh, Mr. Stone,
What are you doing out here?
I want to talk.
All right. Get in this doorway. Now, what's the matter?
I can only take a minute. My father does not know I came out.
Well, how did you manage it?
Through the restaurant.
I see. All right, Eiling, what do you want to talk about?
Help us, Mr. Stone.
Well, if I knew what was going on, I'd have an answer for that.
I will tell you. If this thing happens, many men will die. Not only here, but in New York, in Los Angeles, in San Francisco.
Wait a minute. A Tong war?
In 2 hours, the Tong banners will be brought out, and men who want to live will die.
What's the fight about?
A quarrel between two men of rival Tongs.
Well, that's happened before. Things have been cleared up without a war.
But this time there is something else.
What?
White men, evil men. They have...
That is enough, Eileen.
Oh, Father.
Hello, you.
Eileen, go home.
No, Father.
Saidi.
As you will, my father.
You will forget what she has said, Mr. Stone.
Oh, sure, forget it, but... How about you, Chinyuk?
What do you mean?
Well, you've seen Tong wars. They're nice, pleasant little affairs. Hatchet men, the eldest sons of families killed. Why?
You are a white man. We are Chinese.
Yes, I know, yes. East is east and west is west.
And never the twain shall meet.
Which is a polite way of telling me to mind my own business.
Get out of Chinatown.
After one more question.
No more.
Well, here it is anyway. Do you want a Tong war? Well?
Once I had a son to carry on my name. That son is no more, Randy Stone. The hatchet men of the old Tong saw to that.
Well, then why don't you...
Oh, get out, Randy Stone. Get out, or I shall once again look down upon one whom I love. You, Randy Stone.
Chinyuk turned and left. I watched the shadows swallow him. I heard the door to his restaurant close. It was a sound as final as the last name on the phone directory. The silence in the street was eerie. A waiting, watching silence. I walked to the end of the street, and I looked back. A light rain began to fall, and from somewhere in the back of my head, I recalled a poem. This is the time between life and death, the cold, bleak moment of emptiness after life and before eternity. And then I remembered something else. What the officer had said. What Eiling had told me about white men, evil men. Where did they fit in? Why was Chinyuk afraid to talk? Afraid or wouldn't?
For the next 15 minutes, I made phone calls, and I got some answers that made more than a little sense. The answers sent me back toward Chinyuk's restaurant. I didn't get there.
Hey, you.
Huh? You talking to me?
Uh-huh. Hold it right there. Randy Stone?
Why?
No reason, just want to know.
Oh. Okay, I'm Stone. Now, who are you?
That don't make any difference.
Well, it's nice meeting you so long.
Let's get better acquainted, huh?
Oh, sure. Tell me about yourself.
Nothing to tell. Now, if we're going to talk about you, that's different. It's not polite to walk away.
Okay, Buster, let's stop the chit-chat. I'm Randy Stone. You know who I am. Now let's hear from you.
Don't get excited, Stone. Everything's all right.
I never get excited. It builds up my blood pressure.
Nice to hear you got blood. Want to keep it?
Oh, well, now we're getting somewhere.
Not here, but we will.
Meaning?
Let's take a ride.
By invitation?
So far, invitation. I'll even hold the door open for you while you climb in.
Oh, that's nice. If it starts to rain harder, you can put down a cloak for me.
Okay, Elizabeth. Let's go.
Well, where to, Sir Walter?
That's enough, Stone. You just get in the car and we'll take a ride. Come on.
What if I don't?
I'll withdraw the invitation and make it an order. One I can back up.
I see what you mean. Okay, where to?
You'll see when you get there.
I have to be back by midnight. My head changes into a pumpkin.
I like you. You're going to get along fine with the boss.
Oh?
Yeah. Here you are.
Oh, thank you.
Welcome. Before we get going.
Yeah.
It all depends on you whether you get back by midnight or get back at all.
You're listening to Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
Well, as they say, no two ways about it. My questions had stirred up a little interest outside of Chinatown. I was taken to the north side, to a penthouse, and there I met...
Hello. I'm Luke Farwell, Stone.
I've heard of you.
Good. Read your column in the Star. Good stuff.
Oh, thank you. I read your stuff in the papers, too.
Mine?
Yeah, front page items.
You believe all you read, Stone?
I always have, ever since my first fairy tale.
Here, sit down.
I'd rather stand.
Oh, come on, Stone. We've got to talk. You look uncomfortable standing there.
Well, I will admit I've been more comfortable.
Certainly. Sit down. Oh, drink?
No, thank you.
Cigar?
Have I got one coming?
Beg pardon?
Oh, cigars. You get them when you hit the bullseye or ring the bell.
Oh, I see. All right, Stone. Maybe you've come close.
Maybe too close, huh?
Nobody gets too close.
And so I've heard.
You don't seem surprised you were brought here.
Well, I asked questions. News got around to you. I expected this, Farwell.
I see. Mm-hmm. How much does the Star pay you?
Enough?
$5,000 a week?
Oh, sure. But they make the check out for a smaller amount on account of taxes.
Of course. Well, here's a week's salary, according to me. $5,000.
Am I worth that?
To forget this story, yes.
Do I have a story?
You do. You ask questions, put two and two together.
Yes, so I did. Want me to tell you what it adds up to?
I'm interested.
Okay, here it is, Farwell. You got your fingers in a lot of rackets. Now you'd like to move in on the Fantan and the Mahjong games in every Chinatown in the country. And so far they've kept you out, right?
Go on.
Yes, I will. And now two Chinese of rival Tongs have quarreled, and the Tongs are ready to fight. It's an affair of honor between them, but to you it's a chance. So you've hired out your hoods and killers, your muscle men, and your dirty torpedoes.
That's enough.
No, not quite. It's an old story, Farwell. Divide and conquer, play one side against the other, then move in and take over, no matter who gets killed.
And who cares about a few Chinamen?
Well, maybe I do.
Misplaced altruism.
Yeah? Well, there's still almost 2 hours before the deadline, before the killing starts. It's not too late to settle that dispute, to show them what they're doing. Letting you in for a minute so you can stay there for the rest of their lives.
Stay out of it, Stone.
Maybe not.
You think your newspaper connection brings you an immunity another person may not enjoy.
I always lived in a dream world.
Exactly. Excuse me.
You ring for me, Mr. Farwell?
Yes, Charlie, I did. Mr. Stone is having a dream. Take him somewhere and wake him up.
You take a roll of nickels in a fist, a piece of rubber hose, and expert hands. No, you don't break any bones. You don't even bring blood. You don't have to. But the one who takes the beating wishes it had been a nice, quick slug from a gun. I woke up somewhere along the lakefront. The rain was coming down in sheets. It felt good. It was clean and it was cool. I got to my feet and the buildings leaned over, closing in on top of me. It was funny. All I could see was Farwell's face smiling. It was in front of me all the way back to Chinatown in the cab. Still in front of me when I knocked again at Shinyok's back door.
Who?
Open up, Eileen. Come on, open up.
Mr. Stone.
Yeah, it's Mr. Stone. Where's your father?
He is here.
All right, will you close that door and lock it?
You are hurt.
Well, I felt better. Hello, Shinyok. I'm back.
Oh, you would not listen to me.
No, I wouldn't, so I got paid off.
Eileen, bring medicine.
Yes, Father.
You did a good job on me, didn't you?
I'm sorry. Here, sit down.
Thank you.
You concerned yourself with that which I warned you was better left alone.
Okay, say I told you so I stuck my nose in, and this is what happened.
You were dealing with violent men.
Uh-huh. And so are you, Shinyok. You know who's in back of those hoods hired by one of the Tongs?
I can guess.
It's not a guessing game anymore. It's Farwell.
Yes.
You know?
I know.
Well, then you know what he wants and what he's after. You know that he's
Father, medicine, Father.
Good.
No. Get that stuff away and listen to me.
But your wounds...
I know they hurt. Yes, they hurt. I've been worked over by a couple of thugs. I saw Farwell.
You went to him?
Well, he sent for me.
The police?
Tell the police Farwell will have 1 million witnesses to swear he was in Florida an hour ago.
Yes, that is so.
And what if I write my story after the damage is done, Shinyok?
Huh? It will be just a story.
Yeah, and Farwell will have what he wants. Look, Shinyok, how much time is there before the killing starts?
Less than half an hour.
Well, you got time then. You got time to stop it.
Randy Stone, why do you concern yourself with this?
Why? I'm a reporter, remember the story?
No, there is more. Because of friendship for me?
Well, maybe I just hate men like Farwell.
Yes, of course, but...
But what, Shinyok?
Randy Stone, it will be hard for you to understand. But that which is bringing evil to me and my people is a thing of honor. Between two men.
Honor? Oh, sure, honor. All right, Shinyok, you better save up a lot of it. Put it in jars and bottles so you'll have some of it to look at after Farwell's got his hooks in. Got him in deep enough to tell all of you how to breathe and when. All right, Shinyok, I've said my piece. Now I'm going to do what you wanted me to do in the first place. I'm getting out of Chinatown. I'm going to stay.
Wait.
Yeah?
When I was a boy, I was told, and I believe, that we Chinese were inventing paper and a compass when your ancestors were savages. Perhaps that is so. But now I find myself learning something from a white man. That all mankind is one.
Well, the lesson is free, Shinyok. Goodbye.
I'm not finished. Eileen.
Father?
Attend Mr. Stone's wounds, see that he is helped, and then bring him to the place of meeting.
Father, you are...
Obey me.
Yes, Father.
What are you talking about, Shinyok?
Honor is not held cheaply, nor is a debt incurred to be forgotten. No, honor is held dear, so dear that before the night is over, one of two men must die.
Before I knew what had happened, Shinyok was gone. Without speaking, Eileen did as her father asked. I knew better than to try to get her to explain. And then she took me through the dark, twisting back ways. Not once did we have to go into the streets. And I kept thinking of what Shinyok had said, that one of two men must die. And I had learned a secret that was dangerous. More than once as Eileen guided me, I thought of getting away and out of this. But how? I was lost in the maze of hallways and strange buildings. And then we came to a door, and Eileen knocked. A Chinese I didn't know opened the door and looked at me hard for a moment, and then spoke to Eileen.
Follow him.
What about you?
I may not go. Please, follow him.
All right. I know enough Cantonese. He had told me to sit down, and I did. I was in a big room filled with Chinese. They saw me. They looked at me in silence. All those eyes studied me curiously, but with a strange, detached curiosity. And then I saw Chin Yuk, dressed in the fashion of old China. He walked to me.
Randy Stone, you will hear first a story. Then you will speak.
Chin Yuk.
Listen. Hang on. We will speak in the foreign tongue so that my friend will understand. Randy Stone, a long time ago, two men tied their fortunes together in business. One was Ali. You see him there. The other was Chin Yuk.
You?
Ali and Chin Yuk were of rival tongues. Yet the strange ways of business forced them together. Ali and Chin Yuk had put aside so much money so that each could be buried in China. But now, because of misfortune, there is only enough for one to return to China to be buried among his ancestors.
Then that's what the quarrel is about?
Bitterness came upon these two men. They spoke words of hatred until...
Until they're willing to fight about it and bring on a Tong war?
Honor will not be satisfied unless the tongue that wins is that of Ali or Chin Yuk.
I've told you, Chin Yuk, neither Tong will win. The only winner will be Farwell. He'll control you through this. First the Fantan and the Mahjong, and then the restaurants. Everything every Chinese does will be dictated by Farwell. I've seen it happen in other places. Why not here?
Yes, but there is a debt we Chinese owe you, Randy Stone.
You don't owe me anything.
You could have given your life.
He wouldn't have killed me.
That you did not know. Ali, will you honor us by coming forward?
I am here, Chin Yuk.
Ali, look at this white man who is my friend, who by his actions has become the friend of all of us. There is a debt. What say you, Ali?
There is a debt, Chin Yuk.
And what of the payment of the debt, Ali?
What say you, Chin Yuk?
I am willing to let fate decide our quarrel.
So say I.
Has everyone heard this, men of the snake and the hawk? It is decided. Bring cakes and wine.
It was like a strange dream. The Chinese of the two tongues waiting. The polite, time-honored ritual. A plate full of rice cakes and a flask of wine. And then I guessed one of the cakes was poisoned. Only one. Then silently, Chin Yuk and Ali each chose a cake and ate and sipped the wine. And then another cake. In silence, the two Chinese ate until no more cakes were left. And then...
It is finished, Ali.
It is finished, Chin Yuk.
Then listen, men of the hawk and men of the snake. It has been decided. I say let there be no violence. Ali?
Let there be no violence.
Chin Yuk.
Yes, my friend.
Will this hold? Will everyone go through with it?
We have pledged our words. There is no more to be said. Ali?
Yes, Chin Yuk.
In a few moments, one of us will mount the dragon. Let there be no rancor between us. no bitterness now.
It is written, even the tiger and the deer may drink at the same stream.
So be it.
So be it. So.
He's dead, Chinyuk.
Yes, Ali is dead. Now go, you men of the hawk and the snake. Go and tell those of evil who have come among us that the thing is finished.
Without a word, the Chinese left the room. Chinyuk and I were left alone with Ali. For a moment, Chinyuk looked down, and then silently he led me away, back through the twisting passages, back to his restaurant. And there...
Eileen.
Yes, my father.
Bring tea.
Yes, my father.
Randy.
What, Chinyuk?
The debt is paid.
Yes, the debt is paid. Total for the night, some bruises and one dead man.
But this is better than many dead men, Randy.
Oh, I know it is. But Look, Chinyuk,
Yes, my friend. What is it?
Well, you know how I mean this. Ali... Well, I'm sorry he had to die, but Well, I'm glad it wasn't you.
It is strange what men will do to reach heaven.
Yes, 1,000 different religions in the world, and each tries for one thing. The same goal.
In my religion, it is easier for a man to attain heaven if he rests among his ancestors.
And you... Well, Ali is dead, and you're left. Oh, there's nothing funny.
No, nothing. Except that you still do not understand. You see, even now Ali's body is on its way to China. Ali won. I lost.
East is east and west is west, and never the twain shall meet. But they met tonight in a strange way. Someone once wrote, the best study of mankind is man himself. But where do you start? How do you tie together all the loose ends that different people have hanging around? I guess you begin as Chinyuk said, by remembering that when you get right down to it, all mankind is one. Copy, boy.
Nightbeat, a new dramatic series, stars Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Tonight's script was written by Russell Hughes. Nightbeat is edited by Larry Marcus and directed by Warren Lewis. Music is by Frank Worth. The part of Chinyuk was played by Ben Wright. Others in tonight's cast were Jack Crucian, Paul DeBuff, Barbara Jean Wong, and Tom Holland. Frank Lovejoy will next be seen in Milton Sperling's production Rock Bottom, released by Warner Brothers. Listen next week at this same time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. The stories that come out of the shadows to find their way into Nightbeat. Now on Wednesdays, hear 3 great mystery programs on NBC. Yes, on Wednesdays, hear Mr. District Attorney, The Big Story, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. You'll hear adventure, intrigue, and action-packed stories on all 3 of these thrilling shows. Richard Diamond each Wednesday fights his way to fame, fortune, and a red-headed girlfriend in 30 minutes of fine entertainment. Mr. District Attorney, the champion of the people, adds to your Wednesday night listening pleasure as he upholds the causes of law and order. And to complete NBC's Wednesday trio of action-packed mystery shows, you'll hear The Big Story, presenting true tales from the front pages of America's newspapers. Be sure to tune for thrill-packed action drama every Wednesday night on NBC. Now it's Brian Donlevy in Dangerous Assignment on NBC.
Can you get me my car, Jim?
Oh, Blackie, back to Stone? Sure. Hey, Tom, get Boston Blackie's car.
And tell him to hurry, Jim.
You bet, Blackie. And on a double, Tom.
How much do I owe you?
Give me your parking check. I'll take it at time.
Oh, sure.
What you nervous about, Blackie?
In a hurry, that's all. Here's the check.
Thanks. Better stamp the time out before I can figure out what you owe me. There we are.
How much do I owe you?
In at 7:45 and out at 8:12. That would be 50 cents. Hey, you keep the check.
All right, here you are. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to drop it.
Hey, Blackie, you sure are nervous. What's the matter?
Nothing.
Hey, what's that on your sleeve?
My sleeve?
Yeah, that's the red stuff down there by the sleeve buttons.
Oh.
Blackie, that looks like blood. What is that?
That, Jim, is none of your business.
And now we return to Richard Calmer's Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy, friend to those who have no friends.
Just a minute, please.
Yes?
You're Boston Blackie, aren't you?
Yes, but I'm in a hurry.
The switchboard operator said you'd be back. I've been waiting for you for 2 hours.
2 hours? Sorry.
I'd have waited 2 days if necessary.
Say, don't I know you?
Oh, you might. I'm Carol Williams.
Oh, yes. You used to be pretty friendly with a fellow named Fred Allen.
Yes. That's why I'm here. Fred got out of jail yesterday. I just wanted to warn you.
About what?
About Fred. He's going to kill you, Blackie.
You mean he's going to try?
You were the one that sent him to jail. You know what he promised to do when he got out.
They all promise that.
Yes, but Fred is different from the others. I ought to know. I was his girl for 3 years.
I don't know why you go to the trouble of warning me about Fred. He went to prison with no love for you.
Or for his brother John. Or for Bill Andrews either. But you're the first on his list.
I'll take care of myself. Don't worry.
Look, Fred's getting to town today. I don't know how soon there'll be trouble. Would you take my new name and address, just in case?
New name?
Yes, I moved to an apartment in 928 Davis Lane under the name of Leslie Barnes the day I heard Fred was getting out of jail. No one knows my new address or my new name.
Well, I know it now.
But nobody else.
Look, let's stop fooling. What do you really want to talk to me about?
Just what I've told you. Stay out of Fred's way, or he'll kill you. And I don't want him to kill you. And I don't want you to kill him.
No? What do you want?
Nothing but the pleasure of killing Fred Allen myself.
All right. Wait till I get inside. All right, I said. Either rings when I'm coming in or going out or taking a shower. Okay, don't overdo it. Hello?
Blackie, this is Faraday.
It's all right, Inspector. I won't tell anybody.
I've been trying to reach you for the last hour.
Well, that's swell. If it's your last hour.
I don't want any of your wisecracks, Blackie. I'm in room 802 in the Midland Hotel.
Oh, and you're lonesome?
No, I'm not lonesome. I've got a corpse to keep me company.
Bet it outsmart you. Who's dead, Inspector?
An old pal of yours, Blackie. A guy who swore to kill you as soon as he got back from a vacation in the big house.
Fred Allen?
That's right, Blackie. He's been dead just a little while, and I have a hunch you killed him.
You're hunch drunk as usual, Faraday. I didn't murder Arlen. Anybody I can murder for you today?
I don't say it was murder, Blackie. It was probably self-defense. But everybody in town knows Arlen was out to get you. Were you at the Midland Hotel a little while ago?
Well, when you ask me, that means you don't know, so why don't you try to find out? So long, Inspector.
Blackie, you listen.
Yes?
Suzanne.
Yes, Blackie.
Suzanne, were you at the lobby switchboard when I was down there talking to that young lady a little while ago?
Oh, yes, I've been here since 4 this afternoon.
Well, she said she'd been waiting for me for 2 hours. Is that right?
Oh, no, Blackie. She came in about 5 minutes before you did.
All right, you guys. Finish with those pictures and rush those fingerprints down to headquarters. We got to get that body out of here.
All right, right away, Inspector.
All right, you. You're the dead guy's brother, huh?
Yes, Inspector Faraday. I'm John Arlen.
This gun in my handkerchief. Never see it before?
No, I don't think so.
Got any idea who killed your brother?
No, but I'd like to shake his hand.
What do you mean by a crack like that?
Figure it out. Made my life miserable since we were little kids. I'd like to have killed him myself.
You live in this hotel, don't you?
Sure, you know that. In the room right next to this one.
It's kind of convenient, isn't it?
Very. Sorry I didn't have a chance to take advantage of it.
Now, look. Your brother phoned room service at 8:16, and a waiter found him dead at 8:25. So he's killed between 8:16 and 8:25. Where were you at that time?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Well, where were you most of the evening?
I'm not sure. A lot of places, I guess.
Name one.
Well, I was down in the lobby for 45 minutes or an hour, but I don't know just when. Whether it was before or after 8:16.
Who saw you down there? Who'd you talk to?
I don't know. I bought a paper, I remember that, but I didn't pay any attention at the time.
Okay, I'll check that. I may need you later. Don't go too far away.
I can go now?
Yeah. But just make sure you're around if I need you.
I will.
Oh, hello there. I'm from the Globe. Aren't you John Arlen, the dead man's brother?
Yeah, but I don't want to talk to reporters.
Who killed your brother, Mr. Arlen?
I don't know, but I'm sorry I didn't.
I'll print that.
Print it. Put in a headline for all I care.
That's your room right next to the murder room?
That's right. Put that in the headlines, too.
Oh, come on, Mr. Arlen. Give me a...
Pig.
Yes?
Operator, get me Ingersoll 21561.
Yes, sir. One moment, please.
Police. Porters. Better leave me alone.
Hello?
Bill Andrews?
Yes.
Bill, this is John Arlen.
Oh, yes.
Fred's been killed.
Yes, I know.
I want to talk to you.
I'd like to talk to you, too.
Well, your house isn't safe. The cops will be after you. You can't come here.
I can meet you in my car.
Your car? You can drive a car?
I can't walk, but I have special braces for driving. I'll meet you at the corner of Oak and Brewster Streets. We can talk in my car.
Okay.
What do the police know so far? Do they know much about us?
Doesn't everybody? I think we'd better frame our alibis together. I'll see you at the corner of Oak and Brewster. It's amazing, Bill, the way they fixed it so you can drive a car, even though you can't walk a step.
The leg braces aren't comfortable, John, but after 2 years, it's worth anything to get out of that wheelchair once in a while.
Oh, someday they'll give you braces you can walk with.
I hope so. But, about Fred.
I told the cops I was sorry I didn't get to kill him.
When they come to me, I'd like to tell them the same thing.
You might as well. You have as good a reason as I do.
Maybe better. But I don't dare tell them that.
Look, Bill, I was in the hotel when Fred was killed. You've got to give me an alibi.
Oh, that's fine. Only I was in the hotel when it happened, too.
You were? Did you kill him?
I think, we'd better frame an alibi for the two of us.
What do you say we frame one for the three of us?
Huh?
Who are you?
What are you doing back there?
Sitting on the floor. It's very uncomfortable, too.
Who are you and where did you come from?
I came from your garage, Andrews. I was on my way to visit you, and I saw you wheeling yourself out to your car, so I thought I'd ride back here.
Who are you?
Boston Blackie, John. Another one of your brother Fred's pet peeves, remember?
Remember? You're the guy he promised to kill within 24 hours after he got out of jail.
Yes, but that's one worry I don't have any longer.
Then you're in this as much as we are.
That's why I suggested a moment ago that we frame an alibi for the three of us. Or perhaps I should have said for the four of us.
Four of us?
Carol Williams is involved in Fred's death, too. In fact, she mentioned both your names to me.
Bill and I were at the hotel when Fred was killed. Were you and Carol there?
Not together. I was there, I know. And I have a hunch she was there, too. She lied about having waited for me in my apartment building for 2 hours.
Carol hated Fred as much as I did. She could have killed him.
Why did you hate him, Bill?
I was his business partner in the better days. When he went crooked, he involved me. I spent a few years in prison myself.
That's not going to sound so good when Faraday hears it.
Oh, I'd have killed him on general principles. But I didn't have any better reason than the rest of you.
No better reason, only a better alibi. You can't walk.
Now, look, only one of us killed him.
Do you want to take credit, John?
I've got troubles enough. What about you?
I was in the hotel earlier tonight. Does that answer your question?
We were all in the hotel.
Look, we're not getting anywhere accusing each other.
I say we'd better get hold of Carol. Get our stories straight. We're all suspects.
Yes, four of us are in a jam, Andrews. And I think we'd better get alibis that will gel. Coming.
Morning, Blackie.
Oh, hi, Jim. What'd I do, leave something in my car last night?
No, I want to talk to you, Blackie.
Oh, sure, come in.
Thanks.
What's the trouble?
No trouble.
Well, you wanted to talk to me. What about?
Remember when you took your car out of my garage last night? There was something on your sleeve.
So?
So, I read in the papers today how Fred Arlen was found shot to death in his room at the Midland Hotel. There was blood on your sleeve last night, Blackie. And when a guy gets shot, he bleeds.
So?
So, you could have killed Fred Arlen. I could tell the police about what I saw on your sleeve last night.
Yes?
Yeah. But for dough, I could forget all about it. I'll take $50 on account. It's $50, or do I go to the cops? Now look, Blackie, it's... Hey, now wait. Now look, don't get sore. Now, look now, Blackie, I didn't mean anything. Honest, I didn't. Blackie, what are you going to do? Blackie, what are you going to do?
What can I do, Jim? Except pay you the $50.
And now, back to Boston Blackie. Four people could have murdered Fred Arlen. Four people had a good reason to wish him dead. These same four people might have been in the hotel at the time Fred Arlen was killed. And one of these four people is Boston Blackie. As we return to our story, Blackie is in the office of Police Inspector Faraday.
Well, Blackie, this is once I don't have to waste my time chasing you around town.
What are you going to waste your time doing, Inspector?
Look, don't get me sore. I know you didn't kill Fred Allen, but you're not clear of this completely. A girl by the name of Carol Williams came to see you last night, didn't she?
Sure, so what?
So it's just as I thought. She shot Allen and came to see you right after. Well, you think I don't know what I'm talking about, huh?
Well, Inspector, I always think that.
Okay, wise guy. I had my men check on the pistol we found in Fred Allen's room. It was bought at Rodman's pawn shop, and it was bought by a girl Rodman identified as Carol Williams, and I'm holding her.
Where did you say she bought the pistol?
At Rodman's pawn shop. Say, maybe she bought the gun for you.
I do my own shopping, thank you.
Okay, Blackie. But if you know what's good for you, keep your nose out of this.
I'll do even better, Faraday. I'll hold my nose in the air, and maybe I may sniff something. Are you Rodman?
Yeah.
I'd like to ask you a couple of questions.
Now, look, are you a cop?
What does it matter?
Well, it matters a lot. I don't like cops. They interfere with my business, and I don't like cops' questions. They get me all mixed up.
Will it help if I tell you I'm Boston Blackie?
Will it help? Oh, look, Blackie. What do you want? The store's yours?
Well, I don't want your store, thanks. Just a little information. Did you identify the girl who bought the gun that killed Fred Allen?
Well, I hated to, Blackie, but... Well, yes, I did. But there's something I didn't tell the police.
Oh?
Right after this Williams girl left my shop, a fellow walked in and asked me what she bought. So I told him she had bought a pistol.
He, walked in here?
Well, yeah, of course he walked in. That's a natural way for a man to come in here, ain't it?
Yes, Rodman, it is. And it makes the identity of Fred Allen's killer natural, too. Look, Andrews, I'm sorry to bother you. I know it's tough to get out of bed and into a wheelchair in the middle of the night, but I think I have Fred Allen's killer. It's John Allen.
John killed his own brother, Blackie?
Carol bought the murder gun, but a man followed her into the Rodman pawn shop. This man walked into the shop. That means it wasn't you. Oh, it was John, all right.
Well?
Well, sometime later on, John stole the gun from Carol's apartment and killed his brother with it. It's that simple.
Well, What is that I smell? Smoke?
Say, I think you're right. It is smoke.
Maybe we'd better investigate. I can't move this wheelchair of mine too fast.
All right, I'll have it. Say, there it is, Andrews. The smoke's coming from under the door.
Good heavens, the only exit from this room is blocked.
Except for the window, and I'm getting out of there.
Hey, Blackie, wait, help me.
Sorry, pal. There's one thing I can't stand. It's fire. I'm getting out of here.
Wait for me. I'm getting out with you.
Okay, Andrews. Thanks.
Thanks for what?
You've just taken half a dozen very healthy steps. I thought you couldn't walk.
The fire, Blackie, that's...
There isn't any fire. The smoke's coming from some newspapers. I set on fire before I came in. So you can walk, Andrews, eh?
All right, I can walk. So what?
For 2 years, you've been confined to a wheelchair, supposedly paralyzed from the waist down. Did you plan on killing Fred Allen that long ago?
I didn't kill Fred. You can't prove that I did.
Maybe not, Andrews, but I certainly am going to try. Yes?
Telegram for John Arlen.
All right, just a minute. Oh, John.
Blackie. I want to talk to you, Blackie. Beat it.
Don't close the door yet.
I said beat it. You're not getting in.
No, I think I am in.
What do you want with me?
Well, I just want to give you some good news. I know who killed your brother.
Huh?
It was Bill Andrews.
You're crazy. Bill can't even walk.
I tricked him into getting out of his wheelchair, and he not only walked, he ran. I'm sure he killed your brother. But I have to have proof. Will you help me get it?
I can.
Faraday says your brother was killed between 8:16 and 8:25 last night. Don't you know what you were doing at that time?
Of course not. I wasn't paying any particular attention at the time. I had no importance then. Come in.
Oh, I didn't know you had company, Allen.
Hello, Faraday.
Blackie, what are you doing here?
Bringing personal condolences to an old friend of mine.
Now, you stay out of this, Blackie.
What brought you up here again, Inspector? More questions?
No, Allen, I just want to tell you I checked your story about being in the lobby when your brother was killed. You were there, all right?
Oh, somebody saw me. That's good.
Yeah, at 8:17, exactly. You asked the desk clerk about changing your room. Then you bought a paper. And you sat down there for, well, a good half hour. And you'd been in the lobby for some time before 8:17, too.
Pretty good checking, Inspector. But how does that prove John didn't kill his brother?
Well, at 8:16, Fred called room service and asked for a sandwich. He was alive then. At 8:25, the waiter went into his room and found him dead. So Fred Allen was killed sometime between 8:16 and 8:25 last night.
Faraday, you're wonderful.
I do all right when you're not around, Blackie.
Then I'm clear, Inspector?
Oh, I never thought you were guilty, son. In spite of the crazy story Carol Williams has been trying to feed me.
What crazy story?
Well, she admits she bought the murder gun, all right. But she says you followed her from Rodman's pawn shop and stole the gun out of her apartment.
Her apartment? I've never seen it. In fact, I've never been on Davis Lane in all my life.
Well, never mind, son. I know you're in the clear. You can come and go as you please now.
Thank you.
Well, John, now that you're cleared, you have only one thing to worry about.
Yeah, Blackie? What?
Faraday thinks you're innocent. And Faraday invariably bats 1,000% wrong. Hey, Jim, get my car for me, will you?
Yeah, sure, Blackie.
I don't know why I let you drive me downtown when I can ride in any squad car in town.
Maybe it's because you like my company, Faraday.
Keep thinking that. At least it's one thing I know you're wrong about.
You're improving, Faraday. Hey, Jim, get my car, will you?
I want to talk to you a minute, Blackie.
Oh, excuse me, Faraday.
Well, hurry it up, will you? I haven't got all day.
What do you want, Jim?
That $50 you gave me didn't last very long. I want more.
Oh, sure, Jim. But I'd like you to meet a friend of mine first. Oh, Faraday, come over here, will you?
Look, will you stop stalling? Let's get out of here.
I think we're leaving right now. Jim, this is Inspector Faraday of the police.
Huh?
Now, would you still like to...
I'll just go right away, Blackie. Give me your ticket. I'll stand for it.
Here.
Yeah. The timeout shows exactly 1 hour. That's 75 cents. Here's your ticket, Blackie.
Thanks.
I'll get your car out right away.
What are you putting that ticket in your pocket for, Blackie?
I don't know. Habit, I guess. Say, I must have save-itis. Here's my parking ticket from my... Holy mackerel.
What were you doing down here last night?
You'll find out. Hey, Jim.
I'm getting your car, Blackie.
Never mind. Check it in again. I won't be needing it just yet.
Hey, what is this?
This is where we go back to the Midland Hotel, Faraday.
What for?
For you to go down to the room service and for me to go on the phone and show you how a dead man can call for a sandwich.
Yes?
Give me a room service, please.
Yes, sir.
Room service.
Is Inspector Faraday down there?
Oh, yes, he is. He's right here by the phone.
Put him on, will you?
Yes, sir. Here he is.
Hello. This is room 802. I'd like you to send up a roast beef sandwich and a glass of milk, please.
Look, Blackie, will you quit playing games?
I'm not playing games, Faraday. I'm serious. You say Fred Allen was killed sometime after 8:16 last night. Because at 8:16, he called room service for a sandwich. Now, is that much right?
Yeah, that's right. Can a dead man make a telephone call?
No, but somebody else can fake it. You think I'm in room 802, don't you?
Oh, aren't you?
No. I'm in a booth in the lobby using the house phone. Maybe using the same phone that John used at 8:16 to call room service after he'd killed his brother.
Very clever, Blackie. Except for one little point. You have no way of knowing Fred Allen was dead before 8:16.
Nice point, Faraday. But I do know Fred was dead before 8:16. The parking ticket I got last night when he was killed shows I took my car out of the garage at 8:12.
So what?
So I'd just come from Fred Allen's room, and he was dead. And it's a good 5 minutes walk from here to that garage.
I thought I'd find you were mixed up in this.
I'm not the one that's mixed up. You fell for John's story about being down here in the lobby just the way he wanted you to fall for it. I bet Fred was dead, well, a good half hour before John established his alibi.
Yeah, but what about the gun? It belongs to the girl.
She told you the truth, Faraday. Didn't she say she'd just moved to an apartment on Davis Lane under an assumed name so Fred Allen couldn't find her?
Yeah, so what?
Remember when John denied he'd stolen the gun from her? He said he'd never been on Davis Lane in his life?
Well, that's right, Blackie. You did.
That's so right, Inspector. It proves he did steal a gun. Unless he followed her, he couldn't have known where she lived, and I've just proved how he could have been down here in the lobby after his brother was dead and built himself an alibi.
Blackie, I think you're right.
You think I'm right?
Sure, it's as simple as the alphabet. Now.
But it wasn't simple when I started. There were 3 suspects. Carol Williams, John Allen, and Bill Andrews, a cripple who could walk.
So how did he fit into this?
He didn't. He hated Fred Allen, sure, but Faraday, you can get him on another charge. He was temporarily paralyzed after an accident 2 years ago and has been posing as a cripple ever since to collect a lot of heavy accident insurance compensation.
Well, that's not my department, but I'll see that it's investigated. All I'm interested in is this guy, John Allen. I'm going to grab him, but quick.
You better be quick, Faraday. He outsmarted you once.
But remember, I've got the goods on him this time.
Sure you have, but remember, you've got the goods on him only because I supplied the material.
13 with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Box 13, care of the Star-Times. If you want adventure plus a little payoff, register at the Morris Hotel as John Johnson. As soon as you've done that, take a seat in the lobby and wait to be paged. Don't ask any questions. Just follow instructions. You'll find Just follow instructions and you'll find $500 waiting for you. Don't ask any questions, the letter said. I didn't. Not at first. But there were plenty that needed answering before this was wrapped up.
And now, back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, Round Robin.
Good morning, Morris Hotel.
I'd like to make a reservation, please.
Certainly, double or single room.
Oh, just a minute. Mr. Holliday,
What, Susie?
do you want a double or single room at the Morris Hotel?
Oh, make it a single.
Okay. Hello?
Yes, madam.
That's a single room, please. It's for Mr. John Johnson, and he'll be in this afternoon before 2.
Thank you. We'll hold the reservation until that time.
Thank you. Goodbye. Well, that's that, Mr. Holliday.
Mm-hmm. What a phony name. John Johnson. Why not Smith or Brown or Jones?
You know, Mr. Holliday, it could just be that name is genuine.
5 will get you 10. The name is a phony.
Well, maybe. Anyway, there'll be a reservation for you. Oh, do you want me to wait here till you get back?
Susie, how many times have you said that? And how many times have you waited a long, long time?
Lots of times. Oh, Mr. Holliday, I only hope that someday the wait isn't forever.
That makes 2 of us. Okay, Susie, I'm off to the Morris Hotel, thinly disguised in name only as Mr. John Johnson. I registered at the Morris Hotel, signed the card as John Johnson, picked out a nice seat in the lobby and waited. 10 minutes went by, then 15. And it was easily a half hour before I became aware that a name was being called by a bellhop.
Mr. John Johnson. Paging Mr. John Johnson. Mr. John Johnson, please.
Here you are, boy.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes, that's the name I registered on, son.
Thank you, sir. A message for you.
Oh, thank you. Here you are.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Want me to wait for an answer, sir?
I don't know. I'll tell you in a minute. No, there's no answer.
Very good, sir. And thank you again, Mr. Johnson.
I was about to ask the boy who sent the message, but I figured that would be useless. What good would it do me? So I did what the note said, went to the 5th floor and knocked on the door of room 502.
Yes? Who is it?
John Johnson. It's Mr. Johnson.
I heard you the first time. Come in. You didn't waste any time, did you? Punctual to the second.
I always try to be prompt. It pays.
Yes, especially in your profession.
My profession?
What you want is on the dresser. Take it and get out before I change my mind.
On the dresser? This?
Yes. Well, aren't you going to open it?
Should I?
You're very sure of yourself, aren't you?
To tell you the truth, I'm not at all sure of anything at the moment. However, since we've apparently concluded our business, I may as well go.
Yes, please do. No. Wait. Don't go out that door.
Oh, the lady carries a Luger. Isn't that rather large for your handbag?
I'm not going to let you get away with it, no matter what the result.
Well, look, maybe we'd better get something straight.
I've just straightened things out in my own mind.
Oh, how nice. Now let's get around to my mind. What do we do about it?
You're so sure of yourself, but I'm not going to let you do it. You wouldn't stop with the necklace. You'd hold me up again and again. Well, I'm not going to let you. I'm going to kill you.
Maybe you'd better listen first.
There's nothing you can say.
Lady, look, with the Luger muzzle putting a period right between my eyes, there's a lot I can say. I'd like to filibuster a little.
You're insane. How can you stand there and speak like that?
It's easy.
Now stay away.
Please, lower the gun just a little.
Don't come any closer.
You filthy. Don't go after it. Let it lie on the floor.
I should have killed you right away.
Please, sit down.
Get out.
Sit down. Now, here, take this package.
You giving it back?
Yes, I'm giving it back.
Who are you?
Here, take a look at this letter. While you're reading it, I'll get out a few proofs of who I am. Driver's license, auto club card, a couple of letters.
I don't understand this.
Obviously you don't. Here, now take the gun. Still want to use it?
Who sent this letter to you?
Apparently someone who wanted me to collect this package from you. Someone who didn't want to pick it up himself. Or herself.
But why?
I don't know. Maybe we'll pick up an answer to that after you've explained a few things. For example, what's in the package?
A diamond necklace.
Yours?
My husband's. It was his mother's. He gave it to me for a wedding present.
Okay. Now, who are you?
Mrs. Therese Clements. That doesn't mean anything to you, does it?
No. But go on with your explanation.
The necklace was blackmail payment. I have no money of my own.
Blackmail, huh? And you thought I was the black sheep in the case?
Yes, the last letter I received said I was to come here and wait, then deliver the necklace to a Mr. John Johnson.
And I was to wait until someone asked me for the package.
I don't understand why there are all of these elaborate precautions.
Do you have any idea who's blackmailing?
Of course not.
And, a little delicate subject. Why?
Does that matter?
No, I suppose not. It's your business.
Mr. Holliday, I have a 16-year-old daughter. I was willing to pay for her sake.
Oh? You were also willing to kill me for her sake?
I wouldn't have done it. I was trying to frighten you into letting me alone.
Mm-hmm. Look, Mrs. Clements, I've got an idea.
An idea? What do you mean?
No one knows what has happened in this room but you and me. Now, suppose I were to walk out of here with this package. The blackmailer would assume I had the necklace. He'd come after me, wouldn't he?
You'd do that?
Why not? I don't like blackmailers. They remind me of leeches and things that crawl.
What? Why would you do this for me?
Let's say it's the Luger.
The Luke?
Uh-huh. I also hate pearl-handled revolvers. This one is very businesslike.
Well, what will you do?
Walk out of here and out of the hotel without waiting for further instructions from our mysterious letter writer. Oh, meanwhile, give me your address.
Yes, here. Here's my card.
Okay. Now we'll see who puts his dirty little neck into our trap. So I walked out of the Morris Hotel with a fake package tucked under my arm. I hurried away, jumped into a cab, and had the driver double back and forth through the streets while I kept looking back. Yes, there was someone following in another cab. And whoever it was thought I was trying the old trick of shaking a shadow. Well, that was fine with me because I was going to let him keep right on me. So I got out of my cab, ducked into a coffee shop, and sat at a table, waiting. Not for long, though. My boy got out of his cab and walked in. I waited until he passed my table and... Sorry. I guess I stuck my feet out too far. Did you hurt yourself?
No, not at all. It's okay. Forget it.
But I don't want to forget it. I'm fully covered by insurance. You might have to be treated for shock.
Look, mister, I said it was okay. Let's forget the whole thing.
Have some coffee with me.
No, thanks.
But I insist. Coffee's a good stimulant. You look a little pale. Maybe you're hurt worse than you think.
What are you, a wise guy?
No, you can think of something better than that. That crack went out with high-button shoes.
Let go of my arm.
Sit down.
I'll call the cops.
Please do. Right out the window, there's a large blue policeman. Tap on the window, get his attention.
Okay, you're a lunatic. I'll sit down.
Oh, good. Cream and sugar?
What's the idea?
I was going to ask you the same thing. This what you're looking for?
I don't know what you're talking about.
This package for Mrs. Clements.
You're nuts. I gotta go now.
No, I think I'll call a cop.
Okay, mister, call a cop. That one right outside.
You wouldn't mind?
Not at all. Here, take a look at these.
What are they?
Credentials. I'm a licensed operative for a private detective agency.
Are these on the level?
Why don't you check and find out?
I will.
Okay. Now, if you don't mind, I'll take off.
With me?
Why don't you get lost?
With you. Come on, lead me to your private detective agency. I'm a very curious man.
This way, Holliday. We'll see the boss.
What's his name?
Barrett. Mr. Barrett. In here. Mr. Barrett?
Yeah, Phil. Who's that?
The guy you wanted me to pick up at the Morris Hotel.
Well, why bring him here? All you had to do was pick up a package from him.
Maybe you better ask him all about it.
Okay, I'll take it from here.
That suits me. See you later.
You. Close the door and come in.
I assume you meant me.
Mm-hmm. All right, let me have the package.
First, did you write this letter to me?
Yeah, I did. Now you want your 500.
No, you keep it.
What?
I said you keep it. As payment for giving me an answer to something.
Like what?
Did you know what was going to be in this package?
Going to be.
This one is nice and empty.
What's the double cross for?
For blackmail.
What are you yammering about?
Aren't you the nice, innocent boy?
Cut it out. I was willing to pay you for a job.
And I want to know why you had me pick up the package instead of one of your own men.
Client's instructions. Confidential.
You mean your client requested you to have the package picked up by me?
Yeah.
Who's your client?
Sure. I'd tell you, just like that. Look, I didn't like the deal in the first place, but I was getting paid and I didn't ask questions.
Can you prove what you're saying?
To you?
Yes.
I don't have to.
That's true. But you might have to prove it to the police.
Look, I've got a license to run this agency, and I run it straight. So far, I've had no trouble with the force.
So far? So far.
What's that crack for?
I don't believe you're telling the truth.
No? Yeah, take a look at these, and then say that again. Here. A letter telling me to get you to pick up the package at the Morris Hotel. Your ad cut out of the Star Times.
And you won't tell me who your client is?
No.
Not even if I told you that package was worth about $100,000?
Not even then.
Aren't you even curious?
I never get curious.
Not even about blackmail?
What?
Now you're going to tell me you didn't know your client was set up to squeeze a blackmail payment.
No, I didn't know.
Well, it's true. There was a diamond necklace. It was blackmail payment. Or it was to be.
Oh,
now you get hysterical.
Oh, no, it's not. But, brother, it's going to be. Look, you got in this on a rain check. Well, the rain's over.
Meaning I'm out?
Exactly. I'll take it from here.
On what?
On what my client pays me. And something tells me the ante's going up.
Now back to Round Robin, another Box 13 adventure with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
This was getting to be a round robin, me chasing the robin and getting nowhere. It was obvious that Barrett's client didn't want to come out in the open. Barrett told me he had never seen the client but worked through mailed instructions. Well, there was another way to go at this. See Mrs. Teresa Clements and try to find a lead from there. And if there was none, to bow out and let the police take over. So later that evening, I sat with Mrs. Clements in the library of her home.
No, I don't know who it is. I've no idea who's doing it, Mr. Holliday.
Look, why don't you go to the police?
I can't. For a few moments in the hotel, I've had a little courage.
We'll have some more. Don't you see, Mrs. Clements, a blackmailer never stops. Once he gets his hooks in, he keeps them in.
What will I do?
Go to the police, I told you.
And have the whole nasty thing come out? My daughter, my husband? I can't.
It's the only way. You'll have to risk it.
Mr. Holliday, I want to tell you something. I don't love my husband, but I do love my daughter. It's only for her sake.
All right, but you're making a mistake. And I don't want to be in a...
Wait.
Who's that?
Charles, my husband.
How will you explain me here?
I'll take care of it. Now, please don't say anything, please.
All right.
Therese! How are you, dear?
We're in here, the library, Charles.
Therese, I want you to...
Charles, this is Mr. Holliday. Mr. Holliday, my husband, Charles.
How do you do?
My pleasure, Mr. Clements.
Am I intruding?
No, Mr. Holliday's an old friend.
Oh, of course. By the way, Teresa, there's a letter for you on the table in the hallway. I brought it for you.
Thank you.
Here you are. Will you stay for dinner, Mr. Holliday?
Oh, no, thank you, Mr. Clements. I dropped in for only a few minutes, just to say hello.
Well, if you'll excuse me. Glad to meet you, Holliday.
Thank you. I hope to see you again. Mrs. Clements, what's the matter?
Look, this letter, it's from...
The blackmailer.
Yes, my last chance, he says.
Mail the necklace to general delivery, box 18. Your last chance.
I've got to do it.
The envelope's postmarked 2:30 this afternoon. Send special delivery.
What will I do?
Mail the necklace if you want to.
Is there anything left for me?
Okay, if that's the way you feel about it.
It has to be.
All right, Mrs. Clements. Goodbye. Things were beginning to get a little clearer, but there was still a lot of muddy water in the way, and quite a bit of it was being stirred up by Mr. Barrett. I called his office, found out he was in, and went over to see him.
What do you want now, Holliday?
Can't you guess, Barrett?
Look, I was just getting set to leave here when you called. I'm still set to leave, get it?
Yeah, I get it. You said you ran this agency straight, didn't you?
Yeah, why?
Why don't you keep running it that way?
What are you talking about?
I think you know.
You just think. Now look, your part in this business is finished, over. Why don't you back out and forget all about it?
I'm only trying to keep you honest, Barrett.
Meaning?
I'll give you one more chance to tell me who your client is.
That is confidential.
That's good for you, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
It gives you the chance to do a little squeezing yourself.
Beat it, Holliday.
Barrett, you guessed who your client was, didn't you?
Look, I'm closing the office now, Holliday. If you want to stick around here and twiddle your thumbs, okay, but I'm going.
All right. Mind if I use your phone?
Help yourself.
Mind handing me your phone directory?
You want to split the rent for this place with me. Here. Is this a private call? You want me to leave my own office?
No, stick around. Here we are.
Are you sure you don't want me to leave? After all, a man has to have some privacy, or don't you know that?
No, it's okay, Barrett. You'll enjoy this.
Hello?
Mrs. Clements, please.
Hey, what are you doing?
You'll find out.
This is Mrs. Clements speaking.
Oh, Mrs. Clements, this is Dan Holliday. Did you put that in the mail?
Yes.
When?
Just a few minutes ago.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, that's all I wanted to know.
Well, is something wrong?
Oh, no. Everything's all right. Goodbye.
Well, you've made your phone call. Now will you get out?
Yeah. Now I'll get out. And Barrett.
Yes?
Here's hoping you don't end up in the red.
Well, good morning, Mr. Holliday. This is the first time you've been to the office early in weeks.
I had to make a trip to the post office, an early one.
Oh, I could have done it for you.
I don't think so, Susie. I wanted to watch for someone.
Watch for someone? Who?
Nobody.
Didn't you get up a little too early?
Thank you, Susie.
What did you mean, you watch for nobody?
Just what I said. I watched a little box of general delivery, box 18. There was nothing in it, and no one went to it.
And why'd you watch it?
For what I knew I wasn't going to see.
I'll go out and get some coffee. It is early.
Just hand me the phone book.
Oh, which one?
The yellow one.
Does all this have to do with Mr. John Johnson?
Here we are. Susie, I want you to do something for me.
What, Mr. Holliday?
Find out all you can about Mr. and Mrs. Charles Clements. Here's their card and their address.
Well, how'll I do it?
Call Lieutenant Kling at headquarters. Also these numbers.
Oh, where are they?
Places where you can lose money heavily.
Hello?
Hello, Barrett.
Yeah, who's this?
This is Holliday.
What do you want now?
Look, Barrett, you can lay off now.
I told you to keep your nose out of this.
You'd better do as I say, or that little private agency of yours will do the most beautiful and complete fold in the history of mankind.
What kind of a bluff do you think you're pulling?
It's no bluff. Just see that you lay off. Goodbye.
Want me to start calling these numbers, Mr. Holliday?
Start calling them. And if they don't want to give you any information, get Kling to do it. He owes me a couple of favors.
Where are you going now?
I'll be at the number and address on that card.
The Clements?
The Clements. I don't like what I've got to do, but maybe it'll turn out for the best. Maybe I was wrong, but I was almost sure I was right. It all depended on what Susie found out. And if she found out what I had a hunch about she would, then I'd have the whole thing wrapped up neatly. So I went to the Clements place and again sat with Mrs. Clements in the library.
But I don't understand, Mr. Holliday. I sent the package. It should have been there.
But it wasn't. I watched that box for nearly an hour. Every other box around it had mail in it. Number 18 didn't.
Well, someone got there before you did.
Oh, no, I got there before the post office opened.
Well, then what happened?
Where's your husband?
Charles? He's upstairs. What do you want with him? You're not going to tell him.
Will you get him down here?
But why?
Please do it.
No, I won't.
Then I'll go up to him.
Wait. I'll get him down here.
That's better. Oh, incidentally, don't worry about Mr. Barrett anymore. That's all cleaned up.
Barrett?
Yes, that's right. Now, you go get your husband. Oh, if the phone rings, I'll answer it because it'll be for me.
All right. I'll be back in just a moment.
Please do. Hello?
Mr. Holliday?
Yeah. Oh, Susie?
Uh-huh.
Okay, let's have it.
How did you know I'd find out all this?
Just a hunch? What'd you learn?
Well, there was a lot of money lost. Gambling.
Then it was suddenly paid off.
That's right.
Okay, Susie, thanks. That's all.
Oh, when will you be back?
In a little while. Goodbye.
Mr. Holliday.
Oh, hello. Good morning, Mr. Clements.
Therese said you wanted to see me.
I do. And I hope you don't mind my coming here so early in the morning.
No, of course not. What's this about, Holliday?
A diamond necklace.
What? Yours, Therese?
Yes.
Oh. What about it, Holliday?
Have you still got it?
Well, of course. Why shouldn't we have it?
Because you just don't. That's all.
What the devil are you talking about? Therese, who is this man?
Let him talk, Charles.
About what?
Mr. Clements, the diamond necklace isn't here anymore.
It's in the safe.
You want to bet?
Show you?
No, Charles. It's not there. The box is empty.
Empty?
But you can get it back.
From whom? Why is it gone?
Do you want to tell him, Mrs. Clements?
Yes, I'll tell him. Charles, I sold it to pay gambling debts.
You? What? But, Therese, you little fool.
I was afraid to come to you for money.
Yes, that's right. And what you said about your not loving your husband. It isn't true, Mrs. Clements.
Of course not.
You mind if I sit down? I seem to have lost track of things.
Mrs. Clements, you had a beautiful thing worked out. Your husband is very much in love with you, and you with him. But you were afraid to ask him for money to pay your gambling losses. So you were going to pretend the necklace was taken by a blackmailer.
A what? Oh, good heavens, let's have some sense.
All right. I don't know what story Mrs. Clements was going to tell you about the blackmail. But she'd written herself letters. Isn't that right, Mrs. Clements?
Yes.
The blackmail gimmick would explain the loss of the necklace. And in your panic and confusion, you felt that explaining a silly, harmless, and fake indiscretion would have been more agreeable to your husband than hearing about your gambling losses.
Therese, for the love of heaven, why didn't you come to me?
Well, I was afraid.
I think I'll leave you two to settle this. I think you will. How about it?
It's up to you, Charles.
Yes, I guess it is. Let's talk it over, Therese.
Good. Well, I'll see you around.
Mr. Holliday, how did you find out?
Mrs. Clements, I always save the explanations for my secretary.
But how'd you find out, Mr. Holliday?
Mrs. Clements told me herself.
She didn't do anything of the kind.
Well, not in so many words, Susie, but the business of getting me to pick up the necklace, that was phony.
Why?
Well, she was afraid of one of Barrett's men would recognize her. So she was going to have me pick up the package and then one of Barrett's men pick it up for me.
Oh, and the package would be returned to her.
Sure. And she'd have a witness that the necklace was picked up and taken from her.
But she stopped you with a gun before you even got out the door.
Sure. But she wouldn't have used that gun. She had to make the whole thing look real. She's a pretty good actress. Only she didn't count on my coming back into the room and offering to help her.
That must have surprised her.
Uh-huh. She had to think fast.
And you guessed about the gambling thing?
Yes, it was just a hunch. But I was sure of it when she got that special delivery letter. You see, it was postmarked 2:30, almost immediately after I'd seen it.
Oh. What about Barrett?
Oh, he guessed, too. And he was going to hold Mrs. Clements up for a little deal of his own. So that's that, Susie. A nice, round robin.
Oh, yeah. I wonder how it'll all come out.
Well, unless I miss my guess, Mrs. Clements will be very, very sorry. Mr. Clements will be very, very stern. He'll get the necklace back. She'll get it back. And I'll get back to some sleep. Good night, Susie.
Listen in again next week when, through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
November morning sifts down over Broadway, and for a time the swarm stands bewildered, stares at its empty hands. The solitude begins to shape itself once more, out of November's winds, out of the silent, colorless neon, out of mists flaring upward from manholes. And finally, the solitude is clear and present, whispering again its desolate invitation. And the derelicts of morning run from it, beat open a door, plead for refuge, find it in a time clock. It's another day, kid. All yours. And at headquarters, do the things of the morning. Brush the night dust off the unfinished report. Wad up the paper cup with the dregs of cold coffee. Toss it in the wastebasket. Tear a page off a calendar.
A shooting, Danny. Phone in. Man says he's shot, wants to talk. Here's the address.
Take it from the sergeant. Go to the address. Find the man standing propped against the wall of the apartment. One hand in a fist pressed hard against his chest, pushing back the fragment of light that was still inside him, and watch it seep through his fingers.
You took your time.
Let me help you off.
Don't touch me. Don't touch. Just stay there. Stay. Listen.
Who shot you?
Stanley Lawson. A little nothing. Worked for me. I put the bread in his mouth. Stan, he killed me. That little nothing. He killed me.
The ambulance will be here in a minute. Let me...
Keep your hands off. I'm dying. And all you got to do is listen. Alex Raymond, that's me. That's who I was. You get that little nothing. You hear? You get it. And you burn.
And the words stopped. And briefly the mouth that moved over nothingness, voicing nothing, moving quickly and fitfully like quicksilver, till it froze, till the shape of it was forever. Because he was dead. And after that, Alex Raymond, objectively. The measuring of his death by instruments, men with cigars. The photographing of it, the recording of it under a heading, files, active. And take a piece of the image away with you, a name of killer. Name Stanley Lawson, employee of Alex Raymond. Consult other records, make a phone call, and come up with an address. Go to it.
Yes?
My name's Clover. I'm from the police.
What is it you want?
I'm looking for Stanley Lawson. The card on your door
Stanley Lawson and Mildred Lawson, his wife. Why are you looking for him?
Suspicion of murder, Mrs. Lawson.
All right, come in. In here. Stanley isn't home.
Where is he?
If he committed murder, he's probably running or hiding or whatever a new murderer is supposed to do. What I do. Which one did he kill?
What do you mean?
Which one? Raymond or Harper?
A little while ago, a man named Alex Raymond said your husband shot him.
Then Edwin Harper must be running or hiding, too.
You mind telling me what you're talking about?
Raymond and Harper Incorporated. Together they employed my husband to make them rich. In this, my husband was successful. That he's made one of them dead will give you some idea of how important my husband was to the concern.
You think your husband's going to kill Edwin Harper, too?
My husband is what is known among educators, among partygoers, and among those who conversationally psychoanalyze people as a plugger. The fact that my husband has set his mind to wiping out Raymond and Harper simply means that he had to kill one of them first.
And none of this surprised you, Mrs. Lawson?
Me, least of all. I'm his wife. I attend his emotional moments. I know about my husband.
Would you mind telling me why he killed Alex Raymond?
No. Nor why he'll kill Harper. Stanley has been working for them for 15 years. A designer of their happy toys for tots. They fired him yesterday without a gold watch, without a pat on the back, just the pink slip. What does a plugger do after plugging in a pattern for 15 years? Stanley killed. You're wasting your time talking to me, Mr. Clover. I'd find Edwin Harper if I were you. That is, if you feel the necessity of saving his life.
And consider for a moment her easy acceptance of the violence that had intruded on her life. The final flourish that put an end to the meaningless pattern that had been hers, her husband's. Shown in the way she wraps the tinted portrait of him in the newspaper, gives it to you. Wants it back when you're through with it. And you give her the promise. Leave her with it. Then a murderer's description on the wires. The All Points Bulletin. A woman's toneless voice in prowl car radios. Killer at large. Get it all moving. Then go to the man Mrs. Lawson told you about. The other man her husband wants dead. Edwin Harper. Find him in his office at the factory. Watch him nervously caress a toy as he tries to understand it.
Look, you. Alex and me, we built a big thing here. With Christmas coming on, it's going to be bigger than...
Alex Raymond is dead, Mr. Harper. I don't know any other way to tell you.
Don't kid me, mister. This toy I got here in my hands, our biggest novelty. Alex and me, we're going to flood all the kids in the country. Why, without Alex...
Stanley Lawson shot him. Killed him in cold blood.
Why? Why would a little punk like Stanley do a thing like that? Nobody does things like that.
Lawson did. Because you fired him. His wife told me he'd been with you for 15 years.
There are jobs, all kinds of jobs for a punk like Stanley. Defense, janitoring, all kinds of jobs. We get rid of people all the time. We don't expect to get killed for it.
Why did you get rid of Lawson?
He was washed up, through, finished, dead. That's why.
Mrs. Lawson
Who gives a thing for what she said? What'd she tell you, huh? That her Stanley was the brains of our outfit? That he sweat blood and tears for Alex and me? That he was devoted, loyal, 100%? That's what she told you?
Something like that.
So maybe it's true. Maybe that's how it was. We picked his brain, and then all of a sudden he don't come up with anything anymore. Look, mister, a designer who can't design anymore, who needs it? I gotta live, too. You got waste, you throw it away.
Yeah. You got any ideas where Lawson might go to hide? Any particular place?
You mean that punk, that murder is on the loose? You haven't got him?
No, I thought maybe you could help him.
Help? It's me you gotta help. Don't it penetrate you? Next he'd want me.
We'll take care of it, Mr. Harper.
Look, I got no intention of dying. None at all. Not from Stanley, not from anything. It's your responsibility. You understand that? You got it clear? I'm not going to die.
Lieutenant Clover?
Huh? Yeah?
I'm Detective Kenny.
Oh, sure. Come on in. Yeah, I've got the notation right here on my desk. You've been assigned to me, haven't you, while Detective Muggerman is on vacation?
That's right, sir. I've got some information for you, Lieutenant, about Stanley Lawson. Rather negative information, if I may say so.
Sure, you may say so. Just tell me about it, huh?
Yes, sir. All these from communications.
Stanley Lawson was seen going into a theater on 42nd Street. And at the same time, this other report spotted him on the Staten Island ferry. And there's another one here from the West Side Golf Club. There's a man there on the 10th hole who's been teeing off for an hour.
All of them were checked, weren't they?
These and half a dozen more, sir. Still haven't gotten Stanley Lawson.
Well, thank you, Kenny.
Yes, sir.
Oh, pardon me. Danny Clover speaking.
This is Edwin Harvey. He called me. He just called me.
Lawson?
He wants me to meet him, to bring money to him. He says he'll kill me if I don't. You're not going to let him kill me.
Where are you supposed to meet him?
A tenement. Corner of 16th and 9th Avenue at 9 o'clock. If you think I'm going there, you're crazy. I'm staying right here. You've got to protect me.
Don't worry about a thing. We'll take care of it. Goodbye, Mr. Harper. Kenny?
Yes, sir?
Report to me after you've had your dinner. We've got something to take care of.
Lieutenant Clover. I'm glad you're here, Lieutenant. It's just about time. 9 o'clock.
Get everything set up, Kenny?
Yes, sir. Lights, PA. We've got a cordon around the whole block. As far as the stakeout's concerned, we're all ready.
Good.
It's the tenement across the street.
Uh-huh.
The tenement's unoccupied, sir. Condemned. But a few minutes ago, we saw some movement up on the second floor. Well, anyhow, one of the officers said he saw something move out.
Yeah, I'll take it from here. Hand me the PA.
Yes, sir.
The spotlights, Kenny.
Yes, sir. Okay, man. All ready, sir?
Yeah. Lawson, this is the police. We know you're in there, Lawson. We want you to come out with your hands up. 1 minute to make up your mind. But we're coming in after... Kenny, you, officer, get an ambulance. You. Cover me. I'm going in after him. You just shot an officer, Lawson. Throw away your gun and come on down, or you won't get out of here alive. All right, Lawson. Any way you want it.
You're not going to get me!
Stop, Lawson! Stop! I told you to stop, Lawson.
You made a mistake. I didn't kill anybody. All of it. Mistake.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
The light that curtains Broadway in late November is a thing of gauze, gray stuff that touches autumn with December. It's the time when the shadows come in with the sun, the time of the 3-coffee breakfast, of the sweater and the vest under the coat. But the plucked birds hang high. There are stalks of corn and pumpkin pie behind moist shop windows. It's holiday season, and up and down the furious street, chefs smile. There's no problem for Thursday's Blue Plate Special. Forget the headlines, kid. Everywhere, everybody will be eating turkey, it says. But when the new day comes, the light that drifts into a hospital room has another texture. Because it lies against clean walls and starched curtains before it touches a bed. A bed where a man named Stanley Lawson lay, a murder suspect, and his wife considers him.
Look at him, Mr. Clover. In the state of shock. Isn't that what your doctors called it, shock? So clinical. Meaning his mind has rejected him finally.
Do you expect me to feel sorry for him, Mrs. Lawson?
Only for yourself. Because you were forced to do what you did, shoot him. Talk with yourself. Convince yourself you did the only thing possible. My husband can't talk. Who's the happier man?
I can't answer anything about your husband, Mrs. Lawson. The only thing I know about him for sure is that he shot a police officer. That he did that tempers all my thinking about him.
How is the officer?
Bad. Very bad.
I'm sorry.
I know you are.
Mr. Clover?
Yes?
You said you were sure only that Stanley shot a police officer. What about Alex Raymond?
Your husband probably shot him, too.
Probably?
Before he passed out, your husband said something. He said that everything was a mistake just then.
But everything is a mistake. Everything always is. Look at him. A man. A life. Look what's become of it.
The resident says he has a good chance to live, Mrs. Lawson.
That's fine. May I be alone with him for a while, Mr. Clover, please?
Don't look for me anymore out the window, Danny. Inside, complete with your lunch.
Oh, thanks, Gino. In that shopping bag, all I gave you was 35 cents for a sandwich.
Not only did I get your lunch, Danny, but I brought back change. Where do you see?
All right.
That's Sister's Delicatessen, Danny. All I got to mention is I am here for Danny Clover. I don't even need a number to get waited on.
What's all that stuff, Gino?
Your name is Magic, Danny. I order you your hot pastrami sandwich. The boys insist it isn't enough. Got to have 4 spies.
What?
4 spies, Danny. An expression meaning you got a free little delicacy from each of the 4 boys. Ergo, 4 spies. From Sid, a container coleslaw. From Eddie, a dab potato salad with celery seed. From Frank, a sliced halva. And from Irv,
What from Irv?
a kosher pickle slipped into my hand under the table. Eat, Danny. Eat in good health.
Quite a haul, Sergeant.
You're welcome, I'm sure. I also brought along the datum you asked I should pick up on my way back upstairs.
Hey, you're a ball of fire today, Gino.
Thank you, I'm sure. And then datum number 1. The gun with which Stanley Lawson committed murder upon Alex Raymond and did wound Detective Kenny. The boys can't find it.
They haven't found it?
As yet, no.
Lawson shoots out of that tenement window, hits Kenny. I go in right after him. We can't find his gun.
This is a puzzle, then? A fleeing fugitive oft tosses away the weapon with which he committed mayhem. Through a window, down a pipe,
well, what else have you got, Gino?
Datum number 2, concerning the deceased Alex Raymond, which you requested. It seems that Mr. Raymond, as it must to all men, had a girlfriend.
Where?
A Miss Grace Gilran, Daddy. Regent Towers, West 23rd. However, why you need such... I may answer it for you, Danny?
Go ahead.
Danny Clover's office, Sergeant Todd... What? No. Yeah, I'll tell him.
Tell me what, Gino?
Give me a minute, Danny. Kenny. Detective Kenny. He's dead.
And watch Gino turn, walk quickly out of the room, go searching for some empty place where the quick sorrow can't be seen nor heard. And in a little while, look out the window, see him hatless, without a coat, wandering the sidewalk, wandering the autumn wind. Go to him, hand him his coat, and walk with him. Try to ease it for him, explain it to him, to yourself. And the stares of the passers-by tell you you're not doing real good. Then the brief time of being alone with it, the time it takes to get to 23rd Street, to the Regent Towers, to a girl named of Grace Gilran, and for her instant in your life, let go of it.
You're a policeman? What won't they think of next?
I want to talk to you, Miss Gilran, about Alex.
Alex Raymond? He's dead, you know. Dead and gone.
You want to talk about it here in the hall? Or...
Oh, glad you thought of it first. Come on in. Come in. That chintzy divan over there, you'll look good on that.
Alex Raymond, just about him.
I read how you punched a bullet hole in his killer. What more can a man ask for?
There's some things I need to know.
About me? About me with Alex?
He ever talk to you about his factory, about the people who work for him?
You mean the boy who put it to Alex. You mean Stanley Lawson, don't you now?
That's right.
Killer, murderer, pale little man like him. The things that go on inside these pale little men surprises a girl.
What did Raymond tell you about him?
Just enough to bring up the yawns. How Lawson was quite a designer.
Then why did they fire him?
Beats me, too. Especially after that XK-20.
The XK-20? What's that?
The secret weapon of the Raymond and Harper Company. A toy rocket ship. Zooms, spits flame, beats Hoppy. You'll see him with the millions on the Christmas counters.
Lawson designed it, and they fired him for that?
You know, now that you mention it, it makes me wonder.
About what?
Well, it was going to be a surprise to Lawson. He brought in the first model of the XK-20 last June. Made it on his own time. Alex and Edwin Harper looked at it and said it was just nothing. But you know what?
Just tell me, huh?
They showed it to a buyer anyhow. The buyer ordered 1,000 gross on the spot. So did a half dozen other buyers.
But they didn't tell Lawson about it?
In fact, just to make it more of a surprise for Lawson, they had the toy manufactured by a subcontractor out of town. I'll tell you something else. Alex whispered he might make $1 million out of that XK-20. $1 million, XK-20s, murders. Confuses a girl like me.
Hey, Danny. Danny, wait for me.
What's on your mind, Gino?
Here, Exhibit A. All wrapped up, ready to go.
Oh, they found the gun, huh? Where?
Wedged between some debris and an old tire in the backyard of the tenement. Well, Lawson undoubtedly flung it.
How come it wasn't found sooner?
Why ask me? I wasn't there. I don't know.
Do something for me, Gino.
What?
Go upstairs and get the fingerprints of everybody connected with this case. Then take the prints and the gun down to Gordon in technical. Tell Gordon I'll be there in a half hour.
Okay, Danny.
Danny Clover.
I make you that happy, Gordon? Look, Gordon, a little while ago, Sergeant Tartaglia came down here
with his grubby fists aglow with things for Gordon, for me to take care of for you, because I'm the only one who can. A gun and a few sets of fingerprints. You know my advice to you.
So help me, Gordon.
Very sickly threats from such a big man. My advice to you, Lieutenant, is to keep your mouth open in amazement and let your jaw hang there. I've got a goodie for you.
Okay, what is it?
The prints on the gun. You know whose those are, Lieutenant?
Lawson's?
A dead man. Alex Raymond's. The man who fell dead in your arms yesterday afternoon.
You kidding?
If I was kidding, you'd be laughing, but your jaw's hanging the way I said it would. Raymond, a man who died yesterday afternoon, also left his prints on a gun that killed an officer who died last night. Very tricky, isn't it?
Look, Mr. Clover. You picked me up at my place, and I came along with you without question. Don't you think it's time you told me what this is all about?
The last apartment in this corridor is the home of Stanley Lawson, the man who used to be your toy designer.
I see. What do you expect me to do? Look at it? Feel sorry for the people inside?
Just his wife, the only one inside.
You'd better brief me on what I'm supposed to say to a woman whose husband killed my partner, murdered an officer of the law.
It'll come to you.
Good evening, Mr. Clover.
Miss Lawson, this is Mr. Harper.
Please come in. My husband talks about you often, Mr. Harper.
I want you to know how sorry I am about what's happened.
You're sorry? You really are?
Of course I am.
Well, that's strange.
Mrs. Lawson, I was brought here. For what reason I don't...
Strange, because my husband always said you were a shrewd businessman. He never told me you were a liar.
Look, Clover, what is all this?
You said you were sorry about what happened, and Mrs. Lawson called you a liar.
The fact, Mrs. Lawson, that you're the wife of a murderer makes anything you say pretty unimportant.
Mr. Clover?
Yes?
I talked to my husband about an hour ago.
I know. That's why we've come here.
If you two want to chat, you mind if I leave?
We mind.
You know all about it, Mr. Clover?
The police stenographer who was in the hospital room when you spoke with your husband showed me the transcript.
Do you believe what my husband told me?
Yes.
Is your husband going to live?
I don't know. What about you, Mr. Harper?
What?
What about him, Mr. Clover?
He's here, isn't he?
Suppose you just take me back where you got me, Mr. Clover. Just who do you think you are?
Harper, I wanted you to meet Mrs. Lawson. I wanted you to see her home. Go ahead, look around you. This is a home, Mr. Harper. This is a place where two people made their lives.
You never know what comes out of these homes, do you?
I got a little piece of news for you, Harper. Lawson didn't kill your partner.
You're crazy. You were there.
Yeah, I know, but Lawson didn't kill. None of everything I've got fits together. He didn't kill.
Calm now. Calm.
Lawson went to Alex Raymond, pleaded for his job, demanded his job because he was frantic, because he'd given you and Raymond 15 years of his life.
We paid him well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harper.
Demanded his job. Raymond pulled a gun and told him to get out. Lawson wouldn't. Raymond threatened him. There was a fight. The gun went off. Raymond had shot himself in the struggle. Lawson fled.
But Raymond told you.
I know. He told me Lawson had shot him. It was Raymond's revenge for dying. The alleged killer had fled. We made only a cursory search for the murder weapon.
This is ridiculous. I'm getting out of here.
If you move, Mr. Harper, I'll find something to kill you with.
I'll take care of him, Mrs.
What do you mean you take care of me? What have I got to do with all this?
Lawson called you, told you what had happened, asked you to meet him, begged for your help.
Demanded money to leave town. I told you that.
That would hold except for one thing. A gun with Raymond's prints on it, not Lawson's, because he never held the gun.
Never held the gun. He killed a policeman with it, didn't he?
No. After the phone call, you went to Raymond's apartment, found the gun that Raymond had hidden away to make it appear that Lawson was a murderer. Then you went to the tenement, hid.
Why? Why should I do that?
I'll get to that. You hid in that tenement during the stakeout. When I called up to Lawson, it was you who fired those shots, killed a policeman. You wore gloves so that Raymond's prints would still be on the gun. Now I'll tell you why you did all this.
If you can.
Whoever I am, this is why you did it. Raymond was dead. You got a new toy in the market that's going to make you a lot of money. A toy that Lawson brought to you. Get him out of the way and all that money was yours. No strings.
Mr. Harper?
No. Give me that gun, Mrs. Lawson.
Don't try to take it away from me. You understand about me, Mr. Clover. You know what I do.
Yes. Yes, I know.
Pray for something, Mr. Harper.
All right. I confess to you. I did it. I did everything he said, but don't kill me.
Is that what you call a prayer?
Miss Clover, don't let her do it. Please. Talk to her. Tell her I don't want to die. She won't listen to me. She'll kill me.
This is what you wanted, isn't it, Mrs. Lawson?
Yes. And it's enough. Take him out of here.
Broadway's sleeping now. The people of the chasm have gone home. Only the sleepwalkers are there, and the dream seekers, the shadow dwellers. It's limbo time when the sodden dance, the derelicts, the huggers close of nothing. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Tonight on FEN Presents, you've been listening to some of the best in radio drama with Fibber McGee and Molly, and Broadway is My Beat. Join us again Monday evening at the same time, 9:05, when FEN presents Dragnet and Escape.
New post-war Old Dutch cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, two great names are joined, as new post-war Old Dutch cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Matty, I want you to get hold of a delivery truck and 2 suits of overalls.
Okay, Nick. Anything else?
Yeah. Get enough grease to turn us into a couple of overworked truckmen.
And then what?
Then we've got half an hour to make the wrong delivery to the right party and prevent a murder.
Now, the case of the Bull and Bear. Today's adventure starring Lon Clark as Nick Carter. Brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. Jeff Howe and Dodie Murray think they're a lucky couple. Just when they thought they'd never get the money to get married, old Sidney Poor, who owns a candy store in their rundown neighborhood, is breaking them into a racket that's going to make them rich. He keeps telling them,
Now, you understand. You walk into the department store. Dodie's got 2 $100 bills in her purse.
Yeah, one's real money, and the other's counterfeit.
Yeah, we got that. Yes, you buy something. A watch, maybe. Something in the jewelry line.
Uh-huh.
Dodie takes out the real $100 bill to pay for it.
Yeah.
Then the
what?
clerk will have to have the bill checked by the floor manager.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I know. All stores do that. It's a rule.
And you make a big fuss. Both of you. Like you're being insulted because they don't trust you. You get that?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
But when the floor manager says the bill is okay, and for the clerk to go ahead and make the sale, you grab the bill back and you walk out like you're real mad.
Well, what do we do after that?
You wait about a half hour, then you go back. Make out like you're ashamed of yourself for losing your temper. Apologize. Say you'll buy the watch after all.
Uh-huh.
And this time, you pay for it with the counterfeit 100.
I get it. The clerk thinks it's the same bill the manager okayed.
That's right. He won't check it again. He'd be glad to make the sale. So you walk out with the watch, or whatever you bought, and you bring it back here. And bring back the change, too.
Sure, it's a cinch.
Well?
Anything else now, Mr. Poor?
This is the kind of a test. If it works out okay, I'll take you on regular. I like to give nice young folks a helping hand.
Well, I don't know. They're all very nice, madam. May I suggest... how much is that bracelet? The one with the red bead. The ruby? Yeah, it's $290. Well, how about that one there? $98.
That's the one for you, honey.
Oh, okay. I'll take it. Very good, madam. May I have your charge number? I'll pay cash. I just happen to have $100 with me. Here. Thank you.
Well, what are you gawking at the bill for? We're not accustomed to having our honesty taken.
Mr. Roberts, jewelry counter, please, and hurry. Jeff.
I think the manager. I think he's a detective.
Stay right where you are.
Go on, Dodie, run. Quick, I'm going.
Mr. Roberts, stop that man. Look out.
Anybody tries to stop me gets a bullet in the head. See what I mean?
All right, fellow, I'll take that gun.
Why, you...
Come on, let me have it.
Let go of me.
That's more like it. Anybody hurt, Patsy?
Yes, Nick. The store detective was shot.
Is he hurt bad?
Yes. Yes, he was. He's dead.
All right, Nick, now see if I got this straight.
Go ahead, Benny.
Jeff Howe and a girl come into the store and try to buy a bracelet with a counterfeit $100 bill.
Right.
The clerk spots the phony and calls Roberts, the store detective.
Right.
Jeff Howe makes a break and Roberts chases him. The girl disappears and Howe kills Roberts.
Wrong.
What do you mean, wrong?
I mean, Howe didn't kill the detective.
But he was doing the shooting.
We know that, but he was shooting over his head to break up the crowd.
Just the same, Patsy, he could have shot one bullet over his shoulder and drilled Roberts. Roberts was only 6 or 7 feet behind him.
Yes, Matty, but Roberts was shot in the back.
In the back?
Yes, and he couldn't have been running backwards when he was chasing Howe.
Holy smoke. You're telling me someone else shot Roberts?
I am. But I have a hunch the killer was really shooting at Howe.
Oh, but look, Nick...
If I'm right, Matty, the shot that killed Roberts came from the door of the fire stairs. Come on, I'll show you.
But what makes you think the shot came from there?
I examined the wound. and I figured out the approximate angle the shot was fired from.
Did anyone notice a shot from this direction?
Not so far as I know.
There was too much excitement in shooting.
Incidentally, how did you and Nick happen to be here in the store?
Why, I was trying to buy a birthday present for a boy named Lucas. And Nick was very annoyed because I wouldn't tell him anything about Lucas. I was trying to make him jealous.
Oh, save it, Patsy. Here we are, Matty. Now, the killer could have stood about here, just inside the emergency exit door. The sound of the shot would have been swallowed up by the stairwell. The killer could have...
What?
Yes, by George, he did.
What?
Did what, Nick?
Look there in the corner, right next to that piece of paper.
What is it?
It's an ejected cartridge from a .45 automatic.
Well, how about that?
And Nick, that's not a piece of paper. It's a bill. Money. It's a... Oh, shucks. No, it isn't either.
Here, let's see it.
It's make-believe money, toy money from some game. But it's a pretty good imitation in a rough sort of way.
Yeah, probably from the toy department. Well, Matty?
So Jeff Howe didn't kill Roberts.
Right. Let's go to headquarters. I want to see if Howe can tell us who did kill him.
What a crazy little dope. Scared she was. She pulled out the phony bill first.
Who was she, Jeff?
None of your business.
Oh, tough guy, huh?
Yeah.
Look, Jeff, I know that routine. I've heard it 100 times. I'm tough. I can take it. I don't squeal.
Yeah, you said it.
They all say it, but change their minds when they find out they're suckers. You're trying to be loyal, Jeff. Only trouble is no one's going to be loyal to you.
Says you.
Someone put you and the girl up to this racket, Jeff, and I want to know who it was.
Yeah?
Yeah. I've got to notify the Secret Service. I want to give them that information.
It's too bad. You ain't gonna.
Still loyal, huh? It's rather foolish, Jeff.
Why?
Because someone has tried to double-cross you already.
Double-cross me?
Yes, double-cross you. They didn't trust you. You and the girl were followed when you went to the store and were watched very carefully. When you got in that jam, someone tried to shut you up. With a bullet.
What bullet? What are you talking about?
A .45 automatic slug. Meant for you.
What?
You didn't get that slug because the store detective got it. And he's dead.
Is that on the level, Mr. Carter? Someone tried to plug me?
I'm sure of it. Now look, Jeff. Eventually you're going to be handed over to the Secret Service. Counterfeit money's their case. They've got you cold on that count.
Yeah. But murder.
But murder comes first, and murder's my business. So if you want to escape a murder rap, you've got to help me.
Well, what do you want to know?
A lot of things. Who put you up to this racket? Who supplied the phony money and the real bill? Who would want to shut you up for keeps?
It's Sidney Poor. 1270 Grand Avenue.
Mm-hmm.
But don't tell him I told you.
Now, don't worry, I won't. But I've got a few things I want him to tell me.
He left me, Mr. Poor. He run off and left me on my own. The dirty double-crossing heel.
No, my dear.
If I hadn't had good luck, I'd have been caught. He didn't even try to help me. He just ran out of the place.
Dodie, everything's going to be all right. You've got to... Shh. Someone just came into the shop.
Hello? Anyone minding the store?
Coming, sir. Coming. Just resting my feet in the back for a moment. Hard on an old man's feet, keeping shop. Yes, sir.
You, Mr. Poor? Sidney Poor?
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
I'd like $1 worth of that candy.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It's cold in here. Don't you have any heat?
No, sir. Just the stove in the back. I haven't started it yet. Can't afford to with the price of coal so high up. Poor is a poor man. My favorite joke.
Oops, careful with that tray. Hey, what's the matter with your hands?
No, old age, sir. Just old age. Makes a man shake. Will that be all, sir?
Yeah, that's all.
Well, here you are, sir. And many thanks. Come again.
Thanks.
Any luck, Nick?
Yeah, here, I brought you some candy, Betsy.
Where's Poor?
Still in the store?
You didn't arrest him.
Nope.
Why not?
He isn't the man we want.
But Jeff said...
Poor may be the man who started Jeff in the racket, but he isn't the killer, and I have a hunch he isn't the big boss counterfeiter either.
What? How do you know?
Because he's an old man. His hands shake constantly. He couldn't shoot a gun with any accuracy at all.
Oh, but how do you know he isn't the boss counterfeiter?
Look, Patsy, if Poor is operating from that store, where's his plant? You need machine, storage space, room for a press.
Maybe his plant's in the cellar.
There's no cellar. He heats the store with a stove in the back.
Oh.
No, I have a strong hunch Poor is just the middleman, the agent who passes counterfeit money from the plant down to kids like Jeff.
And if we want to find out who killed Roberts, we'll have to locate the plant and the man who runs it.
That's right. He's the one who'd have most reason to cover Jeff and try to kill him to keep him from talking.
Well, could we locate him through Poor?
All depends on how smart we play it, and how far we can play Poor. But I've got an idea.
Yeah? What is it?
Listen to this, and tell me what you think.
Crystal, open up!
Who is it?
It's me, Sidney Poor.
Oh. You and your crazy ideas. Ought to cut you up and feed you to the lions at the zoo.
Now, take it easy, Crystal.
Take it easy. I just killed a man. You know what they hand out for murder in this state?
But, Crystal,
This was a nice, smooth business until you started getting ideas. Let's break new people in, you said. Smart young kids, you said. Make it easy for us, you said.
But, Crystal,
Oh, you certainly made it easy, all right. Now, who's going to be the next bright boy I have to kill to make it easy?
That's what I came to tell you. Jeff isn't dead.
What?
You didn't hit him. You hit the store detective.
You're kidding.
I'm not kidding, Crystal. And the man who caught Jeff was around to my store just now. Snooping, I guess. Dodie recognized him.
Who is he?
I don't know. He's a tall fella, about 6'1", weighs maybe 190, dark brown hair, blue eyes that kind of look through you. About 35, I'd say. Nice-looking fella. Looks like an athlete.
Did he have a soft hat pulled out in front?
Yeah, that's him.
Nick Carter.
Nick Carter?
Yes, you dope. I know he was in the store this morning. I saw him there.
Well, I guess we better pull out. You can't buck Carter.
I've got to. And I can. I'm smart, Sidney. And I'm already one step ahead of Carter.
I don't see it, Crystal.
He doesn't know I know he's looking for me. Maybe I'll let him find me. Yes, maybe I will.
But, Crystal,
You know, it's a funny thing, Sidney. The first murder's the hardest, and the rest come easy. And no matter how many times you kill, they can only send you to the chair once.
Crystal Davis, young, beautiful, and hard, stares icily at Sidney Poor as plans to outwit Nick Carter race through her head. We'll see what she decides to do in just a moment. Now, back to The Case of the Bull and Bear. Today's adventure with Nick Carter. Brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. While Crystal Davis prepares for an all-out war to the finish, Nick is making plans of his own at police headquarters with Jeff Howe.
Did you go after Poor, Mr. Carter? Yeah, Jeff, I did. But Poor isn't the man I want. I want the man he's working for. And you're going to help me find him.
I am? How?
You're going to escape.
But how?
Patsy Bowen's going to help you. You and Patsy will head straight for Sidney Poor's candy store. She'll tell you our plan on the way.
Yes, sir.
And get this straight, Jeff. I went out on a limb to give you this chance. I had to do some hard talking to get Sergeant Matheson to agree.
Yes, Mr. Carter.
Now, this is your chance to come through, so don't let me down. And above all, don't let yourself down.
Shut the door, babe.
Okay.
What are you doing here, Jeff? What happened? Who's this girl?
I made a break, Mr. Poor. She helped me.
You got away?
Yeah, but I wouldn't have if she didn't give me a hand.
That's right.
This here's Penny Blake. Good kid.
Hi.
But why did you come here, Jeff? I mean,
You don't think I'm quitting the racket, do you? No, sirree. Me and Penny's gonna work together and act together. She's smart.
Yeah, sure.
I'd have pulled it off before if it wasn't for Dodie. Why, that crazy kid's the dumbest cluck I ever seen. You know what Dodie!
I heard every word you said, Jeff. Everything. So, this is your new girl, huh? Want to make something out of it? She's just right for you, Jeff. A cheap little dame for a cheap little young. Why don't you shut up? Shut up? I'll show you. You... Hey.
Well, what are you staring at?
You.
What's the matter with me?
Mr. Poor. She's the girl that was with Nick Carter when he caught Jeff.
And stay with that phone, Scubby. Patsy's due to check in any minute. I'm going down to headquarters to fight with Matty.
Good afternoon, Mr. Carter. I've been waiting for you.
I beg your pardon. I thought this is my car.
It is. Please get in.
Well, thank you.
I'm Crystal Davis.
Charmed, Miss Davis.
Call me Crystal, please.
Delighted, Crystal.
Thank you. Nick. Are you a gambler?
Isn't everyone? One way or another?
I suppose so. My favorite game is open poker. I like to see everyone's cards. I like them to see mine.
You have some good cards to show, Crystal?
I think so. I killed the store detective, Nick.
What? You killed us.
I killed him with the same gun I've got in my purse now.
Is this a confession?
No. I'm just showing my cards. You've already shown yours. Patsy Bowen.
Oh?
I've got her, Nick.
I guessed that, more or less. What's your proposition, Crystal?
I want you to call off the war, Nick. Drop the case. Let me alone.
But someone's got to take the rap for the murder.
What's the matter with Jeff Howe?
Jeff?
Sure. Who cares about him? Pin it on Jeff, Nick. You can do it.
Except that he'll talk.
No, he won't. I'll arrange it so that you get him back, dead.
You will?
Nick, if you'll promise me to drop the case, you get Patsy Bowen back. Otherwise...
I see. Suppose I give you my word in 1 hour.
No, Nick. Now.
That's impossible. The whole homicide squad's working on this case. It'll take me an hour to pull him off. It'll take an hour to convince Matty I was wrong about Jeff.
You mean that?
I do.
All right, Nick. In 1 hour. It's a deal. I'll let the girl go in 1 hour. I have your word that you'll drop the case.
In 1 hour, yes. You have my word.
Nick, are you out of your mind? Why didn't you just pull Crystal in when you had her?
Use your head, Matty. She's holding Patsy a prisoner. If Crystal didn't get back to her hideout, Patsy'd be killed.
You're right there. Well, what do we do now?
After Crystal left me, I found this key on the floor of my car. She must have dropped it.
The key? Let me see it.
Here.
Hotel key from the Old Kettle Inn. Nick, now we got something. Any idea where this Old Kettle Inn is?
Yeah. It's North Barton, about 50 miles from here. I've been past it a couple of times.
Well, what are we waiting for? I'll get my car.
No, hold it, Matty, hold it. Do you think Crystal's fool enough to drop a hotel key accidentally in my car right where I could find it?
What? Oh, then you think it's a plan?
Of course I do. She hoped we'd do just what you started to do, dash up there to try to locate her.
Yeah, I see what you mean. It's a trap.
She wanted to gain time so she could clean up her business and get out of town. She wanted to let me know she was holding Patsy as a hostage.
Yeah. And maybe Patsy ain't safe even with that deal you made with Crystal.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of, Matty. No crook could ever trust anybody as much as Crystal says she trusts me, which means we've got to locate her hideout and fast.
Yeah, but where is she?
Well, let's use our heads. Suppose we were in the counterfeiting racket.
Yeah, sure.
What's our problem? First, we need a hideout, a place where we can run a printing press without drawing attention to ourselves.
Yeah, a printing plant would do the trick.
Yeah, but what do we do with print? What do we print? We've got to be in a position to buy paper and ink of high enough quality to use for counterfeiting money.
Oh, there you got me.
And our next problem, the distribution of the money. How do we send it out to men like Sidney Poor all over the country? How do we get it to the middlemen who hire the crooks who pass it? Maybe. Hey.
What's the matter?
The toy money.
What?
The crumble bill of toy money Patsy picked up. It was lying next to the ejected cartridge shell in the store.
Well, what about that?
Don't you understand, Matty? It was a pretty fair imitation of real money. So real it fooled Patsy at a distance. That satisfies the conditions.
Holy smoke, Nick, you got it.
You have a plant that makes a game using toy money. Probably a very expensive game because the toy money looks so real. That's your excuse for buying high-quality paper and ink.
Yeah, but I never saw a game that used toy money that looked that good.
Now, I doubt whether many people have, Matty. And if I'm right, I don't believe the manufacturer cares if nobody buys it.
Nick, that's it.
That's how you distribute the counterfeit money to middlemen. You send them a dozen boxes of the game with the counterfeit money hidden under the toy money. And no one would ever notice it.
Right, Matty. Here, let me have that phone.
Yeah, sure, here.
Maybe when Crystal pulled the gun out of her purse, that toy money came out, too. Maybe she manufactures this game for a cover-up.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah. Hello? Croydon Department Store? Let me speak to the buyer in the toy department, please.
What are you doing now, Nick?
Just a minute, you find... Hello? Can you tell me whether you stock a game using toy money that looks very much like real money, except that the president's face on the bill is changed to a joker? Uh-huh. Bull and Bear. I see. A Wall Street game, speculation in the toy exchange. Yeah. Now tell me, is that the only game using that kind of toy money? It is. Good. Can you tell me the manufacturer who supplies Bull and Bear? This is very urgent.
You got something, Nick?
I think so. Adult Games Company, 25 Archer Street. Thank you very much.
Adult Games Company. You think that's Crystal's outfit, Nick?
I hope so. What time is it?
Almost 5:30.
All right, let's go. I've got a little over half an hour to show Crystal how I play poker.
Nick and Matty rush from the room, wondering whether Nick's deduction is right, wondering whether they'll find Patsy and Crystal Davis at the home of Bull and Bear. We'll see what happens in just a moment. And now for the conclusion of The Case of the Bull and Bear. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. In a dimly lit plant on Archer Street, the presses that turn out toy money for Bull and Bear games and counterfeit money for cheating Uncle Sam make an ominous background for the 5 people who sit and wait.
Sidney.
Yes, Crystal?
What time is it?
5 or 6.
All right. Got the press, Mike.
Okay, Crystal.
All right, Miss Bowen. Time to get ready to leave. That goes for you and Doty, Jeff.
Now, look, Crystal, we don't like this.
You don't like what?
I mean, the boys, we don't like to deal with Carter. How do we know he keeps his word?
Who cares if he keeps his word?
Nick always keeps his word. But I thought you trusted him.
The whole deal was a stall, honey. I wanted to get us time to finish up and get out of here.
I gotta hand it to you, Crystal.
Now that the last batch of phony dough is finished, we blow town.
Yeah, but what about the girl?
What do you think? They can only hang you once. You're going to... Yes, honey. You and Jeff and this dumb girlfriend of his. 3 bullets.
Oh, no. You can't do that. We had nothing to do with this.
Mike, get the car. We'll take them over the river.
Okay.
The rest of you get that money packed and get ready to...
Hey, Crystal, open up.
Who's that?
I don't know.
Come on, open up.
Look, nobody makes a break. I can shoot this gun fast and straight. Now stay put. Okay? Open the door, Sidney.
Come on, will you? Look, I got my truck here. 3 dozen bales from Consolidated.
Wait a minute. I didn't place any order with Consolidated.
All right, Crystal, drop that gun. Drop it.
Nick!
Don't pick Sidney. Watch yourself, Crystal. I'm warning you. I'd pick up that gun, Matty.
Okay, got it, Nick.
Material evidence in Crystal's trial for murder. Well, look. 6 o'clock, Crystal. The hour's up, and I'm keeping my word. I'm dropping the case right now. Only I'm afraid it's too late to do you any good.
Well, it sure was a nice haul, Nick. Secret Service is going to be mighty happy with that printing plant, to say nothing of the list of Crystal's customers.
And you've solved your open and shut murder, Sergeant.
Yes, Matty, with the pistol that killed the store detective and the evidence that Jeff and Doty are prepared to give, you've got Crystal right where you want her. Headed for the death house.
Yeah, I guess we're all lucky you and Patsy decided to go shopping this morning, Nick. All except Crystal.
And Patsy.
Why me?
Well, you never did buy that birthday present for your mysterious Lucas.
Nick, I bet you are jealous. Goody. Now, I can tell you, I got the present already.
Oh, but how? You didn't have time.
I took one of those Bull and Bear games from Crystal's hideout. It'll be just right for Lucas. He's 10 years old.
What about the adventure that new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser is going to bring us next week, Nick?
Mike, we're going to meet an old lady in a wheelchair who refuses to be murdered.
Well, I can understand why she might not approve of the idea.
Not only that, Mike, she objected so violently that she joined Nick's staff long enough to catch the killer.
Say, that's a new kind of detective. An old lady in a wheelchair.
And it's a story I think you'll enjoy, Mike, about a murderer who discovered too late that he was his own victim.
What do you call the adventure, Nick?
I call it The Case of the Wrong Mr. Right.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time by the Cudahy Packing Company. It is produced and directed by Jock McGregor and is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Charlotte Patsy, Ed Latimer plays Matty. Today's script was written by Alfred Bester. Original music is played by Henry Silverne. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. Friends, in every community chest city, nearly half the families benefit from Red Feather Aid. This year, however, these services cost more. Hence, there must be more and greater contributions. What's more, the USO is back, and community chest gifts must also cover it. We urge you, therefore, to give generously to the community chest in your city. One contribution is a gift to all the services in your community. Remember, everybody benefits, everybody gives. This is Michael Fitzmaurice saying, when minutes count, use new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Pat Novak for hire.
Sure. I'm Pat Novak. For hire. That's what the sign out in front of my office says. Pat Novak for hire. It's about the only way to make a living down on the waterfront in San Francisco. Because around here, a set of morals won't cause any more stir than Mother's Day in an orphanage. Maybe that's not good, but that's the way it is. And it wouldn't do any good to build a church down here, because some guy'd muscle in and start cutting the wine with wood alcohol. All you can do is try to make the books balance, and the easiest way to do that is keep one hand on your billfold and the other hand on somebody else's. Oh, I rent boats and do anything else that'll buy a warm winter. Works out all right. It saves the government a lot of money. But if anything goes wrong, your trouble comes hard. It doesn't do any good to sing the blues, because down here, you're just another guy in the chorus. I found that out Wednesday afternoon. It started to rain up by Pier 19, and I knew there was a storm on the way. The bay looked flat and smoothed over, but you can say that for a lot of quarrels. So I closed the office and walked down to the barber shop for a shave. The barber lathered me up so I couldn't answer back and started to tell me how Dean Atchison ought to handle things. About 5 minutes later, somebody walked into the shop and started tapping my foot. He got tired of that and moved up to my chest.
Hey, you listening? Hey.
Stop pushing. That's my chest, not a buzzer.
Are you listening?
Yeah. What's on your mind?
Hey, I want to talk to you alone.
He's a barber. He won't listen.
Let's go alone.
All right, let's go. I'll be back in a minute.
How do you like that? I got a 14 costume white. He says...
I want to hire you tonight. Will you do something for me?
Not for friendship.
I give you $200 to follow a woman.
I've done it for less.
Not this kind. Her name is Agnes Bolton. You'll find her at 7 o'clock tonight down at this bowling alley. Here's the card.
Mm-hmm.
Address is there.
How do I spot her? Read it off an ankle bracelet?
You won't have any trouble. She's a large woman, about 50 years old, with a reddish face.
Well, that's no help. For 50, she sounds normal.
Not Agnes. She couldn't pass for 90. She'll be playing in the last alley with a women's team called the Flamours.
Yeah?
You'll follow her out of the bowling alley. Somewhere along the line, she'll pick up a green leather bag. After that, I need your help.
It doesn't sound like love.
She'll go to the yacht harbor. Get aboard a boat called Seventh Heaven. I want you to have your boat ready and follow her into the bay. She'll leave that bag aboard some ship. I want to know the name of it.
Now, is that $200 worth?
Yes. I'll wait for you in your office. Contact me there and be careful.
Is she that tough?
No, but her friends are.
With a figure like that, how come she's got any?
They're holdovers. Now just be careful.
Yeah, well, it sounds easy at these prices.
That depends on your luck, Mr. Novak. If it turns bad, you've been cheating.
He stood at the door for a minute, and his eyes swept the shop like a $10 broom. And then he turned around and walked off. Well, you couldn't tell anything from his face, and his smile was as smooth as a pound of liver in a bucket of glycerin. Well, after I finished, I went down to Pier 19, and I took the boat up to the yacht harbor. I tied up near the Seventh Heaven, and I started downtown to that bowling alley. It was ladies' night, and I stood against the back rail and watched the women bowl. Most of them were wearing slacks, and if I ever get a few bucks ahead, I know the right business. At least the demand is there. About 10 minutes after I got there, Agnes Bolton showed up, and I knew right away Max Hunter had overrated her. She was at least 50, because you can't get that ugly without years of practice. She was wearing a green woolen dress, and her figure wasn't any worse than a bale of cotton somebody's cut the wire on. The fat hung down from her arms, and there was so much of it you knew even her bones were plump. And Max was right about her complexion. It was red and scratchy as if she used a bag of sand for cold cream. Well, I must have stood there about 10 minutes watching him bowl when the other girl came up. I didn't see her, but I felt her as she brushed up against me from behind. She leaned on the railing close to me, and when she started to talk, it was like grafting a hot iron onto your spine.
You look sad, Mr. Novak. Is it the view?
What are you, the repair squad?
No. I want you to do me a favor.
You do me one. Slide over. I bruise easy.
Oh?
Now, what's on your mind?
I want you to do me a favor. Don't follow Agnes Bolton.
You're pretty, but I got Max Hunter's dough.
I'll help you spend it. Don't let Agnes Bolton get to that boat.
Look, Angel, go warm up an armory. I got a deal.
Suppose I tell Agnes Bolton you're going to follow her.
You tell her first without tagging by here. Now, if you got something on your mind, lay it on the line or relax.
I want her worse than Max Hunter does. When she gets that green bag, I want you to bring her to me.
I couldn't move her that far. You better rent a derrick.
Please, Mr. Novak. It's important to me. I want to talk to Agnes Bolton. I can give you more money than Max Hunter.
You haven't got enough to cover, lady. You're talking about kidnapping, and that's a federal rap. The answer's no.
You're sure?
Unless you want to change the offer.
I hope you make it, darling.
I may.
Don't bet your $200. It's bad to die broke.
Is anybody that tough?
Now it's my turn to brush you off. Go ahead and follow her, Mr. Novak. But I'll bet you have to roll her the last couple of miles. And unless you can prove it's an election bet, the police will cause you trouble.
Well, I watched her as she turned her back and walked out of there. She looked real good. She was wearing a tight jersey dress that gave you the idea she either thought the weather was warm or she wasn't much on details. Well, I turned around and looked for Agnes Bolton. The game was breaking up, and she started into the dressing room. A few minutes later, she came out and started down Market Street. There was no trouble following her. You could see her in the crowd, and she rolled from side to side as she walked, and when she bumped into anybody, they looked back at her as if they'd been hit in the chest with a sack of jelly. She crossed the street at Stockton and went into a little coin shop. She came out about 5 minutes later with a green leather bag. She strapped it over her shoulder, and she held onto her purse with the other hand. At Powell Street, she got on the cable car up near the front. I moved up there to be safe. She looked heavy enough to tip a cable car uphill. In that light, she didn't look any better. Part of her hair had come undone and hung down in her face like the branches on a dead tree. I noticed her eyes for the first time. They were small and so close together they could have saved time and put them in one socket. Well, she got off the cable car at Geary and walked into a hotel. I followed her and watched her squeeze into a telephone booth on the other side of the lobby. The way she fit, a sardine ought to be happy. She took some money out of her purse and started to dial. A couple of people moved in front of her, and I didn't get a look at her for about 5 minutes. And when they moved away, she was still talking to somebody. I looked up about 10 minutes later, and I knew something was wrong. Her head was pressed against the phone. She'd run out of conversation. I walked across the lobby and opened the door to get to the phone booth. She fell out as old as she'd ever get. Here, hey, help me get her over to the couch, will you?
Yes, sir. Was she your wife?
Well, if she was, this is the way I'd want her.
Her purse is spilled all over the floor. Sure is a mess.
Yeah.
She's some relative, huh?
Look, mister, stop trying to pair us up. I was around when she tumbled out, that's all.
Yeah. What'd she die from?
I don't know.
I just figured you might know what she died from.
No, I don't.
That's a simple question to answer when you know what she died from.
here. Come on.
All right, stand back. Give her air.
She can't use anymore, Copper.
Huh?
She quit about 5 minutes ago.
Who are you?
I'm not dead. She is.
Then who's she?
You better check on her stuff, and don't forget that green bag.
Yeah. What bag?
The green bag over there on the floor. Well, it was over there a minute ago.
The same one the little guy had?
What little guy?
The one who was talking to you. He just walked out of here carrying the green bag.
Well, I got out on the street, and the little man had just crossed Geary. He turned and looked back once, and I saw him melt into the crowd and disappear quick like the wake of a ship on a dark night. When I came back to the lobby, the copper was over by the couch making noises in his throat as if he was trying to eat a pound of cellophane. The manager of the hotel was wringing his hands and making little steps like a ballet dancer with a hot foot. The copper took my name and put in a call to homicide, and a few minutes later, I got into that phone booth. There was a number on the pad, and I took it down. It was Greystone 42961. Well, it didn't prove much, but Agnes Bolton wasn't out to prove much tonight. I began going through the phone book, but there was no Max Hunter listed, and when I called the office, nobody answered. I knew there was as much chance of him showing up as a second piece of butter on a 50-cent lunch. I ran down that Greystone number and found out it was an address out on Post Street. I walked through the lobby and out the side door. Some of the people were out of the dining room, and they looked mad because Agnes Bolton had died during the roast beef instead of later. Well, I walked down Geary to the Union Square garage and gave the guy my ticket. He started down the ramp for the car, and I stood there waiting. I must have looked lonely, because Hellman from Homicide shoved up near the cashier's cage and started over. He made his way through the cars, and as he squeezed by the last one, he looked like a sea lion.
Hello, Novak. We identified her.
Well, you had lots to work with, Hellman.
Where are you going?
Out on Post Street.
I'll go with you. Her name was Agnes Bolton.
You read it somewhere?
She was a government agent.
They got their money's worth.
Coroner says she died of quick poison.
How quick?
5 minutes.
You're working him too hard, Hellman.
He's got a license. He says 5 minutes.
She was in that phone booth 10 minutes. Nobody got to her.
She looked dead to me, Novak. I don't believe you.
Well, I'm hurt.
I don't believe a thing you say.
That's up to you. I'm not starting a religion, Hellman. I watched her for 10 minutes. Nobody got to her. You better check on that little guy.
Yeah?
She was carrying a green bag. A little guy walked out of there with it.
He sounds hard to find. You don't.
Hey, mister, is this your ticket?
Yeah, it's a blue Nash.
You better come down and drive it up.
Why?
I can't get to the wheel. The guy on there won't move.
Huh?
I don't blame him either. When you're dead, you got a right to rest.
Hellman stood there a minute, wiping his teeth with his tongue, and it began to sound like somebody beating the bathtub with a piece of steak. When he finished making noises, we walked down the ramp to the car. It was the little guy who had taken the green bag. He was hunched over, and he was grabbing the wheel as if he'd just married it. Hellman lifted his head up and laid him across the seat. The light was bad, but you could see a little of his face. There was watering around his forehead, and the damp hair was plastered down under his hat brim. The perspiration had broken up and started to run down his forehead like tears, and you got the idea he cried out of his hairline instead of his eyes. He didn't look surprised or pained. He just stared with a puzzled look as if he'd missed part of the conversation. Hellman stood there trying to wipe some egg off his coat and turning to look at the guy to make sure he didn't leave.
So what happened, Novak?
So he had an automobile accident, Hellman. I don't know.
He's your passenger?
He bummed the ride himself. When I saw him, he was on his way with that green bag.
Where is it?
He got talked out of it. You better check on a guy named Max Hunter.
Whose cousin is he?
He gave me $200 to tail Agnes Bolton. I got another offer, too.
Yeah?
A blonde biscuit, and she said everything on the beat.
For a total stranger, you sure met a lot of people.
You better meet a lot of them, too, Hellman, because one of them got to Agnes Bolton.
How about Junior here? Did he crawl down the ramp and die on your seat covers?
I don't know how he got here.
Well, maybe you left him here and forgot.
No, he wouldn't slip my mind. I haven't murdered anybody in the front seat.
Oh, but it's lively, though. You better get a story, Novak.
You already got mine, Hellman.
You won't like the ending.
No, but I'll bet you do.
I like it fine, Novak. You're the only lead on Agnes Bolton. I'll shop around and get enough to pin you down.
You couldn't pin down a dead butterfly, Hellman. You better look up Max Hunter and check on a boat called the Seventh Heaven.
I will, and I'll put a tail on you, Novak. Follow you all over San Francisco. He'll go any place.
That's fine, because I got a suggestion. As soon as Hellman left, I took a cab out to that address on Post Street, but it was a waste of time. I might as well have been peddling tip sheets in a monastery. There was a brown house on the corner, and there was a big curved window that stuck out from the rest of the house like a wart on the back of your neck. The toothy old man answered the door and said he didn't know Agnes Bolton. I was pretty sure he was on the level. He just kept nodding his head and rubbing the wrinkles on his face. There were enough of them there to bundle up and sell as a canal. I left no downtown again. On the way, I went by the yacht harbor, and the Seventh Heaven had moved out into the stream. Well, it was raining harder now, and the docks looked shiny as if somebody had given them a coat of egg white. Well, I had a couple of places to hit, so I looked up Jocko Madigan. He's a good guy who never learned that if you keep your foot on a bar rail for 20 years, it'll do more good for your arches than it will for your brain. I finally found him in the hunt room of the Bellevue Hotel.
A drink for Mr. Novak. Something to take off the chill.
No, I don't want to drink, Jocko, and you've had enough, too.
I refuse to shiver to death, Patsy. I'd look terrible with a blue face.
Will you stop drinking, Jocko?
I hate whiskey, Patsy, but I'm drinking tonight with a purpose. I made a deal with Charlie the bartender to buy every 8th drink, and I've got him on the run. By morning, I'll have him in bankruptcy court.
Look, Jocko, I'm in trouble.
I always know when I've had enough to drink, Patsy. When I tilt the glass up, the rim rubs against the bridge of my nose. It's a sort of safeguard, so that when my nose begins to break out in blisters, I know I've had enough for the night.
Will you listen?
Patsy, you sound like a young girl coming home from boarding school. You'll never be on the right side of things. You'll always be in trouble because you're a bad citizen. You're a shabby half-step in the march of progress.
All right, Jocko.
You don't know the difference between good and evil. For you, all of human endeavor is a vague blur in high heels, and your vocabulary is a few gutter terms sandwiched in between yes and no. You'll never be any good, Patsy.
Yeah.
You might as well try to recapture melancholy or ventilate a swamp. You haven't a chance, Patsy. You'll never be any good.
Are you all through, Jocko?
Yes, if you're going to be touchy.
Hellman wants me on a murder rap.
Yes?
Some tubby woman died in a hotel lobby.
Sounds like his mother.
She was a government agent. I followed her in there.
Patsy, you've got to start trusting the government.
I was paid to follow her, but she ate some poison somewhere along the line.
That's the trouble with food.
I got hired by a guy named Max Hunter.
Look him up and resign. That's the best way out of this thing.
I don't know where to find him, and I think that Max Hunter's a phony. Oh, you gotta help me.
Yeah?
Now, he gave me this card. His prints must be on it. Check it down at headquarters, will you? Find out if he's got a record and then tag by my place.
Yes, I better have a drink first. There's an ugly taste in my mouth. I think it's saliva.
Will you hurry up, Jocko? All you do is drink.
That's all I have left, Patsy. I'm too young to die and too old to do almost anything else.
Yeah, sure.
It's true, Patsy. When you get to be my age, most of the quiet pleasures are fattening, and most of the active ones would kill me. Good night, lover.
When I left Jocko, I dropped by the Chronicle morgue to look up Max Hunter. There was nothing under Hunter. I looked through every Max from Bear back to Beer Bum, and I couldn't find a thing. Well, it was close to 11 when I rode down to the office for a final check. It wasn't raining hard anymore. It was a nice, easy drizzle, and you could hear it playing against the sheds along Pier 19. It sounded quiet, almost private, like the sound a woman makes when she runs her fingernail up and down her stocking. It got on your nerves at first, and then you began to enjoy it. The minute I got to the door, I knew something was wrong. There wasn't any reason, but I got the feeling. The same way you know sometimes when you're going to get the busy signal on the phone. I could see her lying there on the floor before I turned on the light. You took one look at her, and you knew she was the sort of girl whose name ought to be Pearl or Myrtle. Somebody'd sapped her, and she was lying with one hand stretched out and the other under her hair. It wasn't really hair. It looked more like a pelt or a raccoon just after a shampoo. It was fuzzed up on the sides, and on top she'd combed it back so tight it was about to go under the scalp. She began to move a little. When I bent over, she started to mumble.
What do you want?
The rent, if you're going to stay long. Here, put your head up.
Are you Mr. Novak?
It's too late to change.
Where's Agnes Bolton? Where'd she go, Mr. Novak?
I don't know where she went. Was she a good girl?
Something's happened to her.
Don't worry, it won't happen again. Who sent you here, Max Hunter?
Yeah. Please help me out.
All right, come on.
I'm Francine Kane. I came to find out about Agnes Bolton.
You're a deep sleeper. What happened?
You wouldn't know her.
I would if she's a tall blonde on the make for that green bag. Who is she?
Joan Haywood. You can find her at the Geary Theater.
She an actress?
Not exactly.
Yeah.
Her stray talents, Mr. Novak, are dimensional rather than dramatic. If you're smart, you'll stay away from her.
Don't tell him anymore, Fran. He's paid up.
Hello, Hunter. You oversold me.
And give me back the 200.
I'm going to give you lots for your money.
Don't include Agnes Bolton. I don't know anything about her.
Is that a lie?
Might be. There's a green bag.
Joan Hayward has it.
Is that a lie?
The little guy didn't think so. She left him dead in my car.
Let's go, Frank.
Now, you're in a hurry, Mac.
You're not. I hope you like your office, Novak.
Huh?
Because this is where you're going to spend the night.
Don't let him feel bad, lady. It must have been his turn. When I left, he was crumpled up against the desk, and she was staring down at him as if she forgot to water the plants. When I rode by the Geary Theater, it was dark, so I looked up Joan Hayward's address. When I got out to her place, I knew I'd made a mistake. The landlady clutched her bathrobe like a bar of solid gold and told me Joan Hayward left the house 10 minutes ago. There was a cabbie at the corner, and he said he dropped her at the Gold Bar Club a few minutes before. I got down there about 1 o'clock, and Hellman was wandering around, stopping every few feet as if he expected to hear something. The bar was dark except for a light over on one side, and over near the jukebox, Joan Hayward was stretched out as dead as a deer on a fender. At first, Hellman didn't pay any attention when I walked in. I stood there for a while and looked at Joan Hayward. She still looked pretty, except in the dim light her skin looked coarse and reminded you of a piece of felt that was almost worn out. But the rest was all right, and Hellman came over for another look.
What did you forget, Novak?
My black tie. How'd it happen?
The bar was closed. Where were you?
Crawling out from under your thumb.
Yeah. We're going to keep that coroner. It was quick poisoning.
Yeah.
We found a needle in her coin purse. She didn't know about it and ran into trouble when she started to call up.
You better find this guy, Max Hunter.
That's going to be hard.
Yeah?
There is no Max Hunter.
Does she believe that?
Your Schicker friend came in with a card. We went over the fingerprints. They belong to Jackie Wren. He's wanted for espionage.
For more than that now, Hellman.
Maybe. Where have you been?
Look, Hellman, stop needling me. I won't go on the block for her.
Don't you like her?
I got an alibi you can't break. I've been all over town. Ask your tail. Ask your tail where I've been.
That won't get it. Huh? He reported in at 11:30. You got the wrong idea, Novak. You don't rate overtime. When I left there, I knew everything was downhill. Hellman could stick me for everything but Dan McGrew. My only out was to find Jackie Wren, but you can't ring that many doorbells in one night. I went through the book, but there was no Jackie Wren or Max Hunter listed. I went home to get some sleep, and if they turned Gabriel loose tonight, it was all right with me. Jocko called up about 9 and said there was still no trace of Wren. Well, some mornings you can't trust yourself with a razor, so I got dressed and went down to a Greek's on Geary Street for breakfast. The murder was all over page 1, but there were so many pictures of Hellman you couldn't tell who was dead. I was about halfway through breakfast when I noticed the story down in the corner. A girl named Toni Pritchard had been found dead out in the marina. The story said everybody liked her. The police didn't have a lead, and they couldn't find a reason. It seemed kind of funny, but when I got to the last paragraph, I began to wonder. It said she was employed by the Musitone Company and worked the late shift as a switchboard operator. I wasn't sure, but you can't pass the dice when you only got a buck left, so I jumped down to see Frank Lupo. He said the Musitone Company owned the jukebox and the Gold Bar Club, but it worked like all the rest. People use a little microphone in front of the box. They call into a main switchboard for songs. I grabbed Jocko, and we got up to the Musitone Company. The guy in charge said, sure, they recorded some of the talk just to check on the girls, and sometimes the girls did it just for laughs. Well, we started through the recordings, and about half hour later, Jocko rolled a 7.
No, Patsy, they're all old ones. Try this.
Yeah. Well, put it down. I'll handle the needle.
There.
You're crazy, Jackie. She'll know something's wrong.
Let me handle it, friend.
You'll just get into trouble. I don't want you to get into trouble, Jackie.
Will you let me worry? You get back to the hotel. I'll meet you at the Kenwood right after.
It's too late. She's coming now. I came down as soon as you called, Jackie.
You made a mistake, Joe. It's one time you shouldn't have hurried.
That's enough, Jocko. Let's get up to Kenwood.
Why don't we think it over a while?
Put the record down and come on there at the Kenwood. You heard the shots?
That's what I'm worried about. If that fellow's any kind of a mechanic, he's had time to reload.
I got down to headquarters and told Hellman why that girl, Toni Pritchard, lost her vote. We rode out to the Kenwood, and Hellman started through the register. There was no Jackie Wren listed, and we didn't have any better luck with the girl. I briefed the desk clerk, and he said he thought there were 2 people in the hotel who looked like that, but he didn't know their names. Well, all we could do was wait for him to show. So Hellman and I walked down the street and slid into the car. Must have been about 3 o'clock, and for the next 4 hours we sat in there. About 7 o'clock it began to rain harder. It wasn't easy to see the front of the Kenwood. I got out to wipe the windshield, and that was a mistake because just then the door of the hotel swung open. The girl came out first, and then Jackie Wren. He saw me right away, and the 2 of them jumped over to the curb and got into a car. Riding with Hellman's just about as safe as eating an arsenic sandwich. When we got to the corner, they turned east and started down Bush. It wasn't easy to stay behind them. The rain was hitting the windshield, and it was like trying to see through a mint julep. When we got past Jones, Hellman began to close in. It must have scared Wren too much because it stopped and he swung the car around with Hellman a few feet behind, and it was a dead end both ways.
You can't get out now. Open the door.
Yeah. There he is, over to the wall. Over here, Hellman. He'll go down that embankment on the other side.
Well, he can't. It's too steep. Stay on this side. Can you see him?
No. But he's around, I think.
You got a chance now, Wren. Come on out.
I don't like you that well, mister.
Over there by the embankment. Can you see the girl?
She's with him.
Over to one side. Move up in front.
Oh, you're confused, Hellman. I pay the taxes.
It's gonna hurt from now on, Wren. I'm coming over.
I hope you make it, Copper. All right, Copper, unless you want a medal, I'm through.
You don't need the gun, then. Get rid of it. Just toss it over there.
I can't even lift my arm.
Throw it down, mister.
Jackie, please.
I threw it right at you, Copper. Francine, you crazy woman, you crazy. You let him kill me.
He's going over that embankment.
You let him kill me right in front of you.
No, Jackie. Please, Jackie, I tried to stop you. Jackie.
Grab her, Novak. She's going over.
Leave me alone. I want him. Jackie, I want you.
Grab her.
I want you, Jackie. At least they can let me have this. Jackie!
A long way down.
Yeah. Too bad her name wasn't Jill. Last I saw Francine, she was lying down at the bottom in the rain. Her head was over to one side, and you knew with a little push it'd roll around as easy as a ball bearing on a plate. Her face was clean, but the rain was beginning to wash the dirt down, and when I left, she wasn't pretty anymore. Jackie Wren outlasted her by a few hours, and Hellman used them all. Agnes Bolton was carrying government papers bound for China. The 4 people were split into teams. Jackie Wren and Francine were trying to outbid Joan Hayward and the little guy. The way Jackie had it figured, he'd find out what ship they were going out on and pick it up from there. Joan Hayward knew he was dealing with me, so she followed me after I left that barber shop. She saw me park the car in that garage and tailed me down to the bowling alley. She planted the needle in Agnes Bolton's purse, and the little guy tagged along behind waiting for something to happen. Just to be on the safe side in case anything went wrong, Joan doubled by the office and gave Francine a headache. When the little guy got the green bag, he took it to Joan. It was too good to split, so she killed him and left him in my car. Well, then she made a mistake. When Jackie called her up and asked her to come down to the Gold Bar Club, she bought the story. Oh, it would have worked out fine for Jackie if he hadn't talked in front of that microphone. But a nosy girl heard it and tried to put the screws on him. Well, Hellman asked only one question. About that conversation between Jackie and the girl. Why would a person say anything that private in front of a microphone? I don't know. But I told him about a couple of others Jocko and I heard. He didn't say anything, but I'll bet he gets a hold of those records and plays them every night before he goes to sleep.
Crime and Peter Chambers. Created by Henry Kane, transcribed and starring Dane Clark. A private investigator, duly licensed and duly sworn. Peter Chambers.
You're a private eye. That's your business. Anything else? That's for laughs. The guy on the customer's end of your office desk? No laughs here. This one is strictly business. He's a round little man, balding on top, pudgy in the middle. He's got eyes like a vulture and a cranky voice.
Mr. Chambers, you've been highly recommended to me. You're supposed to be number one in your racket.
He chuckles with a phony heartiness, and the eyes crinkle up, vulture's eyes, with an extra set of bags under them. The upper set are dark, bulbous circles from lack of sleep. The lower set are worry bags, purple and network with wrinkles.
I'm out on a writ of habeas corpus, Mr. Chambers.
Yeah, and on a murder rap.
They haven't got a thing on me.
Just a minute, pal. Let's get some of our facts ironed out. Your name is Charles Avon.
Uh-huh.
You're a druggist here in New York.
Right.
You're married, and you've got no kids.
Correct. Wife's name is Nancy. Lives 1688 Gramercy Park North.
All right, now let's get to the meaty part. You're accused of the murder of one Alan Lewis.
Yeah.
Used to be a clerk in your drugstore.
That's right.
Police claim you killed him Monday, which is yesterday evening at his Park Avenue. Park Avenue.
Yeah, so they claim.
Oh. Did you kill him, Mr. Avon?
Absolutely not.
And my job?
Is to find out who did kill him, so that I don't have to carry that burden around, too.
What's the other burden, Mr. Avon?
Well, there are two sides to every question. In my business, I don't...
All right, we'll skip that temporarily. Now, let's see. The cops hauled you in for the murder of your clerk.
Ex-clerk. He hadn't been working for me for a year. Living off the fat of the land.
Why'd they pick on you, Mr. Avon?
Because I was supposed to be there last night at 8 o'clock. That's when it happened to him. And also I'm supposed to have a motive for his murder.
Well, did you have a motive?
Well, if a guy's been blackmailing you for a year...
Blackmail? What? Well, what do you have on you, Mr. Avon?
Well, now, I don't know that I...
Come on, let's have it.
Well, narcotics.
Narcotics?
We had a deal going, sort of, with narcotics. The lawyer knows all about it.
I want to know.
Well, I was looking for easy money, and I'm doing all right. This Alan Lewis, he learns about it. He was working for me, you understand, and he starts holding me up.
And so last night, when he's murdered...
I came there to talk with him, but he wasn't home. That's all, he wasn't home. Then last night, the police picked me up, and I don't even know what they're talking about.
Who's your lawyer?
Richard Evans, Dick Evans. You know him?
Yeah, I know Dick.
Mr. Chambers, now, you've got to help me out of this jam.
Not the narcotics, pal.
No, the murder.
And it'll cost you 5,000 simoleons.
That's fair enough.
Cash on the barrelhead. I don't trust guys like you.
Okay, but I don't have it on me. If you'll accompany me to the bank, why,
I can't say I admire my choice of companion.
You're an insulting
Let's
one.
go, Mr. Avon. We'll discuss it on the way. You get to the bank and you're paid, and you kiss him off like you'd kiss off a king cobra that just became a client. But if the guy's not guilty of murder, it's your job to prove it. That's what you're being paid for. So you get rid of him, and you go downtown to the offices of B. Richard Evans, Regal, Legal, Eagle. Hi, honey. Mr. Evans in?
I'm all right, Pete. Come on. I've been expecting you.
Hi, Dick. How are things going?
Fine, Petey. Come right on in.
Okay. Dick Evans, boy lawyer. Black hair, beak nose, and cyclone cellar voice. A two-tone personality split at 5 o'clock. Tricky as a slippery bath mat before the deadline, but afterward, wide open and roaring. A wielder of martinis, like a good farmer with a pitchfork.
What brings you, Mr. Detective?
Charles Avon, Dick. How easy was it getting him out on that writ?
Easier than getting stepped on in the subway.
Because why, Counselor?
Because the prosecution doesn't have a thing on it.
Well, I got motive.
Motive isn't murder, Mr. Chambers.
Well, how'd that guy get it, that Alan Lewis?
2 bullets. One ripped through his right shoulder, rather unimportant. The second one pasted in over his right eye. Very important.
Prosecution got the gun?
No, sir, they don't. All they got is motive, period. They gave him a 9-hour grilling, and all they could come up with was motive.
Okay. Now, what about the other charge?
What other charge?
The narcotics.
Well, I'm going to plead him guilty on that. He ought to get a light sentence because without Alan Lewis, they've hardly got a case.
Well, here comes motive again for the death of Alan Lewis.
Well, the police know all about that. How much good has it done them?
By the way, how do they know? Who told them?
Frankie Tokers.
Frankie Tokers.
Male or female? Female, but good and female. You're going to like that when you come to it.
I like it already, just from looking at your face.
Have another slice of motive, Mr. Chambers. This one's on Frankie. She was engaged to Alan Lewis.
That's motive?
Not yet, it's not, but this is. She's the beneficiary on his insurance policy for $30,000. Plus, she's the one who informed the police that the Lewis boy was putting the touch on Avon for the blackmail.
Well, how'd she know?
Her boyfriend confided in her.
Oh. Well, how'd she stand suspect-wise?
Oh, she's got an alibi, don't they all?
Frankie Tokers.
A very gorgeous number. Sings at the Rumpus Room with an equally gorgeous blonde partner with whom you will kindly have no truck.
Why?
Because that one is sort of reserved for me.
Do you have this Frankie Toker's phone number, Dick?
Got it written down somewhere. Name, address, and phone number. Here you are.
Thanks.
Yeah. Cupid and trick. That's Frankie.
Hello?
Miss Tokers?
This is Miss Tokers.
Collins from the insurance company. There's been a slight complication. May I come to see you?
Well, when?
Oh, right away. The sooner the better.
Well, all right, if you insist. I should be here most of the afternoon.
Good. I'll see you shortly then. Bye, Miss Tokers. So you leave the lawyer and you go visit the lady. This is supposed to be the part the private eye enjoys, but don't make book on that. Because most of the dear ladies turn out to look like bats on a vacation from the belfry. This one happily doesn't. Miss Tokers?
Yes, I'm Miss Tokers.
Mr. Collins from the insurance company.
Oh, yes. Please come in.
Frankie Tokers. She's wearing a hostess gown, a metallic number in gold. Imagine that wrapped around a dream bunch figure. Frankie Tokers. Tall, with an oval face and wide dark eyes that glint like brandy bottles under bar lights. You don't fool around with a kid like that.
Mr. Collins?
I'm sorry. My name's not Collins, Miss Tokers, and I'm not from the insurance company. My name's Chambers, Peter Chambers. I'm a private detective. And they tell me that you're on a spot.
Get out.
Now, just a minute.
Get out, I tell you.
Look, lady, I think you've got me pegged wrong.
Please, oh, please.
You explain the situation, and tears come up in the blackberry brandy eyes. Naturally, you put your arm around her, and just as naturally, she puts her head on your shoulder. A sobbing brunette close in the arms of the private detective. There you have the classic situation. But you've been paid $5,000 to find out who killed Cock Robbins, so reluctantly you break it up. No. I know how you feel, Miss Tokers. You love the guy, but he's dead.
Not true.
Huh?
I hated him.
But you were engaged to be married, weren't you?
That was going to end when I found out what he was really like.
And, whose idea was that $30,000 life policy with you as beneficiary?
His, of course. But that was going to be finished, too. Mr. Chambers, I couldn't tell the police, but I will tell you.
Why?
Because I want you to help me.
Look, sister, you didn't kill him, did you?
Oh, no. Listen, last night, the night he was killed, I went there. I was going to tell him off and finish it off completely.
What time?
9:00. It was between shows. I'm a singer at the Rumpus Room.
Yeah, I know.
Anyway, when I got there was no answer. I kept ringing, but there was no answer, and I was worried. I went back to the club, and I called on the phone. No answer. Then I called the police and told them that there was trouble there. I didn't say who was calling.
Hold up just for a minute. First, why the police, just because the guy's not home? And second, how did you know there was trouble there?
Because I knew that he had an appointment with Mr. Charles Avon for 8:00, and it was going to be a long talk. And I knew what the talk was about.
What was it about?
About more money. More blackmail money.
Oh, I see. It figured for a trouble party, huh?
Yes.
And when the guy didn't answer at 9:00, it was your idea that the trouble had exploded.
Exactly. And 1 hour after the phone call, the police were at the club, investigating the murder of Alan Lewis. I told them everything I knew about the narcotics that Mr. Avon was dealing in and about Alan's blackmail, and about how he was going to raise the ante at this meeting between them.
Well, it answers why Charles Avon was picked up. What about your alibi?
I fixed that up with my singing partner. I arranged for her to say that I'd been with her all the time, in our dressing room. But I'm scared, Mr. Chambers. I'm sick scared inside of me. Help me. Please help me.
Oh, Miss Tokers, I'd hate it if you did put those slugs into Alan.
I didn't. Oh, I didn't.
She's asking for it. And you answer. You take her face in your hands, put your lips on hers, and you leave them there. With excellent results. But then you quit. You crash out of there, and you're heading for police headquarters. But you detour for Charles Avon's drugstore.
Good to see you again, Mr. Chambers.
Hi, I was thinking I might want to drop into your home tonight. Would you be there perhaps later on?
No, but my wife will. Oh, you don't know her. Oh, she's here right now. I'd very much like to have you meet her. Nancy?
Yes?
My dear, Peter Chambers, the gentleman I told you about. My wife, Nancy Avon.
She's a small blonde, too young and too pretty for Charlie boy. She's wearing gold-rimmed black lens goggles, and you can't see her eyes. She's smooth-skinned and good-looking, but jumpy, nervous as a lion tamer who's lost his whip.
Did you wish to speak to me, Mr. Chambers?
Very much, but I don't have the time now. May I speak with you later?
Of course, but I'm leaving for home now.
Well, may I call you there?
Well, it's a little upset. It's Maid's day off, but if you wish...
I wish. See you later. Bye, Mr. and Mrs. Avon. And so you're riding your broom again, making time for police headquarters, and then you're there.
Come in. Well, Pete, what do I owe the honor?
Charles Avon, Louis, a paid-up client.
So, maybe you think you can do more than cops can do, huh?
I doubt it, but I can try. Detective Lieutenant Louis Parker, homicide. Thick-set and sturdy like a brand-new refrigerator and just about as enthusiastic. But a good cop. And mostly a good friend.
What's pitch?
I'm being paid $5,000 to find out who put the chill on Alan Lewis.
Well, $5,000 to do what we do anyway, huh? Brother, yours is one business. Okay, what do you want?
Help.
That's hot. You're getting 5 G's. What do we get?
Well, any information happens to fall my way. And no byline, you get all the credit. You buying?
What do you want, kid?
Well, I'd like to see the inside of Alan Lewis's apartment.
I'll buy that. In fact, I'll go with you.
Got a cop staked out there?
Nobody's staked out there. I've got better things to do with cops than have them sitting around getting fat. Okay, what else?
Well, anything else that's not too terribly confidential?
Not this case, Petey. We got us a nice fat group of nothing.
Well, then that's it, Lieutenant. Let us go look at apartments. Alan Lewis's joint turns out to be the usual bachelor's flat fitted out to please the ladies. Parker snoozes in the bedroom while you poke around like a critical matron seeking dust in the upholstery. In the library, a book sticks out like a sore thumb in a working pickpocket. You pull it out, and an envelope drips to the floor. You pick that up and examine it. It's slid on top, and it contains a letter. It's addressed to Mrs. Nancy Avon, 1688 Gramercy Park, North, New York City. You don't stop to read the letter. You stick it in your pocket, and you're ready to leave. Then Parker comes into the room yawning.
You finished, Sherlock?
All done. Let's get out of here. Oh, by the way, I assume you guys gave this place a going-over.
Yeah, most of last night. Been through this apartment with a fine-tooth comb.
Yeah, a fine-tooth comb.
Hey, is that a crack?
No crack intended, Lieutenant. Leave us leave.
Yeah, leave us.
Outside, Parker goes off, and you're left alone. Frankie Toker's place is nearby, and... well, maybe you're looking for an excuse to go back.
Hello, Mr. Chambers.
Oh. May I come in?
Please do.
You bring her up to date, you take the letter out of the envelope, and you read. Dear Nancy, finished is finished. Now you've got it in writing. I don't see the sense, but if you insist, you can come over Monday at 7:30. You can't stay long. As it happens, I have a date with Charles for 8 o'clock. Yours, Alan.
The date matches. Monday, yesterday.
Night he was killed.
That letter puts her right in the middle, doesn't it?
Say, did you know anything about these two, Nancy Avon and Alan Lewis?
She was sweet on him, and he encouraged her.
Oh?
Charlie Avon didn't even know it was cooking, but she was planning to divorce him. And then Alan Lewis cooled off.
You mean, when he met you?
He'd have cooled off anyway. That's the kind of guy he was. Real loyal. Shot through with integrity.
Well, how'd she take it, you know?
He told me. She was plenty worked up over it.
Okay, Miss Tokers. Frankie.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you cross your fingers, and if I'm lucky, you're out of a jam.
Oh, I'd appreciate that. Would I appreciate that?
You figure your next stop for your last stop. 1688 Gramercy Park North.
Oh, Mr. Chambers. Please, come in.
Mrs. Avon. She's dressed in Chinese-type lounging pajamas, and she's not wearing the dark lens specs. You look at her eyes, and a chill goes through you like winter's suddenly gotten into the marrow of your bones. Wild eyes, quick-moving, darting, half-mad eyes. The pupils dilated almost to the rim.
Something, Mr. Chambers?
A few questions.
Questions? Why questions of me?
Well, I've got a hunch I've stumbled on something the police don't know.
Like what?
Well, like you had a thing going with Alan Lewis. Your husband, you hope, didn't know about it.
But
There are letters. You saved them. Right, Mrs. Avon?
Yes.
You were there last night?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Avon. Now, where's the gun? Do you have it?
You say the police don't know. Perhaps, I have
Look,
money.
I'm one of the dumb ones. I'm allergic to bribery. Now, where's the gun?
I have it. It's hidden here, hidden in the apartment.
Will you get it, please?
Yes, I'll get it. It's my own gun.
You wait while she goes for it, and you don't like it. But you haven't got the time to work it out now, because she's coming back, and she's carrying the thing. A chunky, nickel-plated item. And she's holding it, business end forward. You get a scratched hip and a hole in your pants. And you're all ready to slug her, but you don't have to because she slides down in a faint. You get the gun away from her, find brandy, pour a lot into her, and a little into yourself. And finally she starts coming to.
I fainted.
You certainly did, lady.
I'm ill. I'm under the care of a psychiatrist. Gunshot, the sound of gunshot. One shot and I pass out. Even if I do it myself, I pass out.
What happened last night?
Almost like it happened here. I was there before he was, and when he came, we argued. I brought the pistol. I was wearing my gloves, and I shot him. And then I fainted. When I came to, I saw he was dead, and I got out of there.
Just a minute. You say you were there before he was? How'd you get in?
I have keys.
You get her to an easy chair, and you call down to Parker at headquarters. You put in a request for a lot of the law, and also for Mr. Charles Avon. Pretty soon, the place is crawling with cops, and you point a finger, and to Lieutenant Parker you say, I give you a murderer, Lieutenant.
But you've got it wrong. You're mistaken.
No mistake. It's just where my finger's pointing. I give you, Lieutenant, Mr. Charles Avon.
This guy's nuts.
A lot of things he is. Nuts he ain't. Go on,
No.
Pete.
Here's a guy who comes in and hires me for $5,000 for something the New York City police can do much better and for nothing.
You're stealing my lines, chump.
But the guy's not crazy. He's got a purpose.
Oh,
He's
wait.
also got a large contempt for the thoroughness of the police, which I haven't.
Start making sense, Petey boy.
Read this. You toss the letter to Detective Lieutenant Parker, and the room is as quiet as a cemetery until he's through reading it.
So?
I found that letter from Mrs. Avon to Alan Lewis. I found it in Lewis's apartment.
Wait a minute. We gave that place an extra special going over. That letter wasn't there,
You don't have to convince me. Convince Charles Avon. That baby goes and sees the wrong movies. He's got no confidence in cops.
No question. The letter wasn't there.
But I
Pete.
found it there, so it adds up to plant. Somebody planted it there, wanted it found there. Somebody wanted to implicate Mrs. Nancy Avon.
Who?
Who had access to her mail? Huh? Friend husband, that's who.
No.
Why do you think he hired me? So I could bumble around and find a few things he wanted me to find. Like frustrated love, like that letter, like maybe a confession from Mrs. Avon, which I got.
She confessed?
Doesn't mean a thing. Let me do it chronologically, will you,
Do
Pete?
it any way you like, pal.
Nancy Avon goes there at 7:30 to keep her date.
Yeah.
She brings her gun because the young guy's giving her the air. She waits for him. He comes. They argue. She shoots him, and she faints. One shot.
But the guy had 2 bullet holes in it.
Correct. But here's how he got the second. Charles Avon's got a hate for both of them. For Alan and for Nancy. Alan's been blackmailing him, plus the wife is sweet on Alan. He's been steeping open her mail, and he knows she's going to meet him last night, so he follows. He follows, hoping against hope for action, and action happens.
And then?
He gets in there, he sees Alan bleeding from the shoulder wound, and the wife in a faint on the floor. He picks up the gun, finishes off Alan, wipes the prints off, puts it back in her hand, and vamooses. She comes to, sees the dead Alan, and she gets out convinced that she killed him.
And then we pick up Charlie on the strength of Miss Toka's story, but the lawyer gets him sprung on a writ.
Right. So this morning, he goes to Lewis's apartment, and he sticks that letter where it can't be missed.
No, I...
Real contempt he has for the efficiency of cops, hasn't he? Anyway, he hires me so I can clean up some loose ends and lay the whole deal in the lady's lap. The minute I saw that letter, I knew it was a plant. It happens that I've got respect for cops. They'd never miss that kind of evidence.
One great big catch.
Yeah, I know what you're going to say.
What?
How did he get in there twice? Once to croak the guy and once to plant the letter.
Correct.
Mrs. Avon had keys. Mr. Avon made duplicates. He figured he'd have use for them sooner or later. Well, he used them all right, and by now he's disposed of them. But he hasn't disposed of the key maker.
Meaning what?
Meaning that when a guy swipes his wife's keys to make duplicates, he doesn't go far. So you can demonstrate to Mr. Avon about the efficiency of cops by producing, and with dispatch, the neighborhood key maker who did the job, and that will put the final finger on Mr. Charles Avon.
No, I didn't.
All right, Mr. Avon.
That does it. Charles Avon goes white and topples, and when he gets up, the manacles are around his wrist, and he's babbling his brains out. Lawyer or no lawyer, this time he's going to get locked away for good.
Nice work. Grade A job, Petey. Congratulations.
Well, now. Appreciation from a detective lieutenant to a private eye, that's sweet music indeed. But you start breaking out of there because you're heading for Frankie Toker's place. Appreciation from Detective Lieutenant Parker, good enough. But appreciation from Miss Frankie Toker's, well, now.
And there you've had Crime and Peter Chambers. Dane Clark was starred as Peter Chambers. Crime and Peter Chambers, transcribed, was created and written by Henry Kane. Bill Zuckert was heard as Lieutenant Parker, with Leslie Woods, Edgar Staley, and Lawson Zerby. It was directed by Fred Way. This is Fred Collins, inviting you to tune in next week, same time, same station, for Dane Clark in Crime and Peter Chambers.
Hear the Oppenheimer story on Heart of the News, tonight on the NBC Radio Network.
Crime and Peter Chambers. Created by Henry King, transcribed and starring Dane Clark. A private investigator, duly licensed and duly sworn. Peter Chambers.
You're a private eye. That's your business. Anything else? That's for laughs. There are no laughs in this one, not unless you're a ghoul. Because you're strolling in a graveyard at midnight. You're walking in a cemetery out on Long Island. That's the job of work you're being paid for. You've got a package in your left hand and a flashlight in your right. Your imagination is starting to do nip-ups when you get an interruption.
Without the flashlight.
Yes, sir.
Now reach back and hand me that package.
Well, you're supposed to give me the word.
Word?
Well, them's my instructions, pal. A real melodramatic bit. You're supposed to say a name.
Abner Reed.
Well, that's the jackpot answer. Reach and grab your prize. And notice, please, I've still got my head turned.
And it better stay that way if you don't want holes in it. And you stay the way you are for the next 5 minutes.
But you don't stay the way you are for the next 5 minutes, for 2 reasons. 1, 5 minutes in a graveyard is like
say 5 years on the French Riviera, and 2, you're blessed, or is it cursed, with a large lump of curiosity. So you turn, and you don't turn a moment too soon because you drop. You look to where Mr. Invisible disappeared, but you don't try to go after him because he's gone. And all the way back to town, you ponder about why the guy took pot shots at you. You didn't see him. He made sure you didn't. So why the extra precaution of a spray of bullets? Well, he missed you, so you shrug it off, and pretty soon you're in town at the fancy Fifth Avenue mansion of Mrs. Abner Reed.
Well, back so soon, Mr. Chambers.
Mission accomplished, milady.
Come in. Please come in, sir.
Mrs. Abner Reed. Born Florence Fleetwood Lovejoy, thrice married and rolling, you should pardon the expression, in mucho dinero. Worth maybe $25 million and reputed to be stingy about the whole thing.
Here's your fee, Mr. Chambers, as per agreement. $1,000.
Thank you, ma'am. And now, may I know what it's all about?
You know what was in that package?
Goulash for ghosts.
$250,000.
What?
$250,000.
Look, Mrs. Reed, you have a reputation for being, well, eccentric, but business transactions in the middle of the night in a graveyard.
That wasn't exactly a business transaction, Mr. Chambers.
What then?
It was a delivery of ransom money.
What? You mean I'm mixed up in some kind of a cockeyed kidnapping?
Not exactly mixed up. You were an instrument of delivery. A chore for which you've just been paid.
The police know about this?
Not yet.
Not yet? Well, when do you expect to inform them?
Tomorrow morning.
Look, what happened here?
Well, last night, my husband stepped out for a newspaper.
Huh?
He didn't return for 2 hours. Naturally, I was perturbed.
Well, naturally.
I thought, well, perhaps he'd stepped into a tavern for a drink. But then I got a phone call. He'd been slugged, rendered unconscious, and kidnapped.
Well, how can you be sure?
There was no doubt. It was he himself who was talking to me, with a gun pointed at his head.
I see.
I was told they'd call back this morning, and they did.
Would you be able to recognize the voice?
They're too smart for that. They put him back on the phone. Oh. The arrangements were made, and then came the question as to who would make the delivery. You're very well known, Mr. Chambers, and yours is an excellent reputation.
Well, thank you.
They're supposed to return him to me during this night.
$250,000.
I'm regarded as, a rather frugal person, but this is different. We've only been married 6 months, and I believe you know from the newspapers, my husband is 20 years younger than I am.
Yes, Abner Reed, I read about it. And I suppose you want me to clear out of here.
Frankly, I do.
But you are going to the cops with this.
Definitely, tomorrow morning, whether he's returned to me or not. At least then I'll know that I've done what I could to effect his release. They warned me that I was being watched. That if I called in the police, they'd kill him.
Easy does it, Mrs. Reed. Easy. Good night, and thanks. So you go home. You feel sorry for the old gal with the young husband. You think she's nuts not to contact cops, but you can't creep into another person's soul. You go home and you have a bit of scotch and you chase it with another bit of scotch. You've had a tough evening, and you're ready to wrap up this day and put it to bed when, in the middle of the night, you've got a caller. That's the life of a private eye, about as much privacy as a parakeet in a kindergarten. But it can always be a client. Somebody's turned off the corridor lights, and it's pitch black out there. And suddenly, the blackness is punctuated with blazes of light. Oh. You're hit, and you don't know how bad. You get to the phone. Hello? Operator? A hospital. Emergency.
You're under sedatives for a day while they probe for the bullets. And then you're sitting up in the hospital bed, raring to go. But they tell you 5 days. 5 days before they'll let you out of there. And then you get a caller. Amiable, but worried-looking.
Hi, Detective. Hey, you coming around real good.
Hi, Lieutenant. What brings you?
As if you didn't know.
He stares down at you. Detective Lieutenant Parker, New York City Police. Stern, square, and a friend.
That Abner Reed shindig. I hear you were an innocent bystander in the cemetery.
Did they return the guy?
Yeah. None the worse for his experience.
Newspapers got it yet?
No, we're trying to work it through before it gets any publicity.
What kind of a guy is he, this Abner Reed?
Oh, nice enough kid. He used to be a dancing instructor. That's how he met the lady with the bucks.
She been liberal with him?
Liberal as she can be, I suppose. Rich, but plenty tightwad, that one.
What did he do for amusement before he got married?
He ran around a lot. Nightclub stuff and things. Handsome kid. Figures for a lot of gals. Why this line of questioning?
I'm trying to get an idea as to his background. If it was hard guys that he used to run around with, it might clue us to the brains behind this snatch.
It's all been done, my lad, and what we've come up with is a large selection of zeros. Now, let's hear your story, huh?
You give it to him. The whole deal, and his face furrows up as he ponders it.
What makes you a target, Pete?
I wish I knew.
First the attempt at the cemetery, then the attack at your apartment. You sure you told me everything?
Everything I know, Louis. But I'm going to know more. Somebody sets me up as a clay pigeon, then it becomes my job to find out who's taking target practice. Any objections, Lieutenant, to my sticking my nose into it?
As if my objections could keep you out.
Thanks, pal.
Okay, then I'll beat it now. You get your rest. But remember, when they let you out of here, we work this one together, huh?
Sure enough, Lieutenant. Anger and well-being seem to run hand in hand, and as your health improves, so your anger mounts. By the time you're out of the hospital, you're tense as a piano wire and fit to bust wide open. You run around and ask questions. You see Mrs. Reed several times. The husband's in the Bermuda recuperating, but Parker's interviewed him time and again and has squeezed every possible fact out of him. And now the husband's back in town, but you're not wasting your time there anymore. Parker's an expert, and Parker's already wrung him dry. So now you're sitting in your office and thinking about your next move. And then your next move is made for you. Oh?
Mr. Chambers? Peter Chambers?
Yeah, this is he.
My name is Sandra Mantell. I live at 1786 East 54th Street, apartment 2, downstairs.
Yes, Miss Mantell.
Okay, I want to talk to you about a kidnapping. The kidnapping of Abner Reed.
What? What's that?
I'm involved in it. It was my idea, really. I dreamed it up. I was supposed to get a third, 1/3 share. But I'm not getting it, so I want to talk.
Yes, Sandra.
I want you to make a deal for me, Mr. Chambers. If I spill, I want to be able to cop a plea. If I turn in that state's evidence, I want a suspended sentence.
Well, why are you calling me?
Because I know you're mixed up in it. Because I want you to go to the cops and tell them I'll spill the whole deal. Nobody's going to cross me and get away.
Hello? 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 The address she gave you is near enough. You slam out of the office and you run all the way, and then you're there, apartment 2. And you're in the presence of death, a blonde with blood on her face. But there's another blonde standing by, and this one's very much alive.
Who are you?
Peter Chambers. Now, this girl was talking to me when that happened. You didn't do it, did you?
No.
Who are you?
Betty Royal. My name's Betty Royal. I'm her roommate. I've only been her roommate for a week.
Did you call the cops?
Yes, I phoned.
A well-stacked blonde. A beautiful blonde, a live one. The dead one must have been pretty, too. You prowl around and you see the gun on the floor. You see that the receiver's back on the hook, too, but that figures. Betty Royal said she'd call the cops.
Let me tell you what happened.
Wait. Let me ask the questions, Miss Royal. Now, that gun on the floor, is that yours?
No, that's not mine. I found it.
Easy does it, easy. Now, just tell me what happened.
I was coming back from rehearsal.
Yeah?
I'm a ballet dancer. And as I came into the hallway, I heard the shots. I hurried forward. The door opened, and a man came running out. We bumped into each other, and that's when the gun dropped to the floor. He struck me and ran out.
What did he look like?
I have no idea. I came in and I found her. Like that. She was dead.
And then?
I went out in the hall for the gun. I remembered about not touching things. Fingerprints. I kicked it with my foot. I kicked it along until I worked it into the apartment.
Good girl.
Then I picked up the dangling receiver and I called the police.
She's in tears again. And you go to her and you hold her. And she's a cuddly little package. And you think about how sweet this could be under different circumstances. Cops. Lots of cops. Tons of cops. And they're in charge of Detective Lieutenant Louis Parker.
Never fails, huh? When there's a corpse, there's you.
It's mixed up with the other thing, Lieutenant.
What other thing?
You straighten them out on current events. From the phone call in your office to right now.
You wearing a gun, Pete?
Yeah.
Good. Now listen to me. For once, will you listen to me?
Don't I always listen, Lieutenant?
Okay. There's some kind of crazy killer loose, right?
Right.
And he's mixed up with that Abner Reed snatch, right?
Right as rain, Lieutenant.
And you're still unfinished business on his list, right?
Right as a real downpour.
So go home and lock the door. You stay there.
Yeah, what are you going to do in the meantime?
I'm going to work at my trade. But I'll come up and see you, Pete, as soon as I get loose from all this, and then we'll knock it around some more. But don't open your door to anybody but me.
So you go home. You're a good little boy, and you've listened to Papa. You sit around like an old lady with lumbago. But you sit. You do some home cooking and some home drinking. But you sit. Finally, at 2 a.m. Who is it?
Louis Parker.
Oh. Bit of the cup that cheers, Lieutenant?
Yeah, I can use a little cheer.
Right. There you are.
Thank you. Hits the right spot.
Well, look, let's get down to cases, Lieutenant.
There's my boy. Always in there pitching.
Cases, Louis.
Well, Petey boy, that gun on the floor was the murder gun.
Good.
And we've got a gorgeous set of fingerprints off it. Only prints on it, as a matter of fact.
Good.
So, now we come to the catch.
There's got to be a catch.
The prints match nothing that we've got on file. Don't match anything out of Washington. Where's that leave us?
Way out in left field on a rainy day, but there's no ball game.
Guess who is her boyfriend?
Guess whose boyfriend?
The dead doll? That's Sandra Mantell. Oh, by the way, you know what her business was?
I don't know nothing.
Hooch dancer, burlesque. Pretty good at it, too.
I'm thrilled. Now, who's the boyfriend?
Nicky Darrow.
What?
Nicky Darrow.
Oh, that was a rhetorical what, Lieutenant. It was a what of amazement, a what of astonishment, a what of shock.
Okay, all right. Stop picking on me.
Nicky Darrow, huh? Well, don't you call that a lead?
We had him in. We questioned him. We did the fingerprint bit. Total reaction negative. We had to release him.
What time is it?
It's 2:30 in the morning.
Let's get out of here.
Out? Where are you going?
Work. You?
I'm going to sleep. Pete?
Yes, Lieutenant.
Be careful.
Nicky Darrow, a hoodlum with big ideas. Ex-gunman, ex-con, ex-crook. Gone real respectable now. Owner of a fancy saloon. Caterer to cafe society. Big wheel with the theatrical folk. But way down deep under, deadly as a two-headed rattlesnake bent on mischief. You get to Nick's place, which is hopping, and you jostle through the happy people to Nick.
Well, the private eyeball. Long time no see, saw.
Can I talk to you, Nicky?
Sure, talking with you, Nicky's liable to get educated.
He's big, he's arrogant, he's power drunk. He leads you through to the back and he sits you down.
There you are, Pelzo. Real nice and comfortable. Have a drink, huh, at the house, okay?
Thanks, Nicky.
Waiter, couple of drinks here. Scotch for the eyeball. That's his drink, scotch. Was it tickling you, pal?
That kind of tickling, you can die laughing.
What are you talking about?
Bullets. You on my back, Nicky?
Hey, I don't even know what you're beginning to think you want to talk about.
Somebody's blowing spitballs at me, Nicky. Any idea who?
No, sir, I got no idea who, no how.
Good enough. Now we shift the gear.
girlfriend of yours died today of unnatural causes.
Yeah, so I hear.
Any ideas on that, like who done it?
No, but I'm going to find out, pal. This is one time I'm working on your side.
Okay, now we shift to high. You beginning to stick your dirty mitts into kidnapping, too?
Talk nice to Nicky.
I talk the way I want to talk, to whom I want to talk.
You're a sweetheart kind of guy, a lot of guts. I like a guy with a lot of guts. The answer is no.
No to what?
Have a little sense, pal. The snatch racket is out for any guy with brains. There's easier ways to turn a buck.
That's all. Bye now, Nicky. Live it up. Have fun, big shot.
Hey, there's drinks coming.
We'll skip it this trip. So you're back where you started, fresh out of Leeds. And it goes on like that for the next few days. Long days, lumpy ones, slow moving. And you're wearing your hardware and you're turning to look over your shoulder wherever you are. You've called on Betty Royal a few times and you like that. You like that very much. And now you're calling on her again for no reason at all except that you like that very much. But you find her breathless with excitement.
I found something, Mr. Chambers. I think it could be important.
Pete, not Mr. Chambers. Pete, remember?
Yes, Peter. A little black book. It belongs to... Well, it belonged to Sandra. She must have put it into my bag by mistake, and that bag's been in my locker at rehearsal hall.
Let's see it. A little black book with a lot of names, and not one that means anything to you. But they may mean a lot to Parker, so you latch on to the lovely Betty Royal, who's as lovely and as regal as her name, and off you go, a chattering twosome, downtown to police headquarters, downtown to Detective Lieutenant Parker. And you barge in without knocking because you think you've got right. Only to find that he's got company, so you start backing out again.
Come in, Pete. Miss Royal.
Thank you kindly, Governor.
Thank you.
Company's a tall young man with a bruiser's shoulders and an angel's face.
Lieutenant Parker, I found a little black book. I found it in my locker. It doesn't belong to me. Mistaken bags. It's Sandra's. Sandra Mantell's.
This is the little black book, Lieutenant.
Yes.
Prattling is God's given right to a beautiful girl.
Well, thank you, Peter. By the way, let me introduce Abner Reed. I don't think you two have ever met. Abner Reed, Peter Chambers, Miss Betty Royal.
Oh, how do you do?
How do you do?
Glad to know you. Well, Lieutenant, as we were saying...
Wait a minute. What did you say your name was?
I just told you.
I'm asking him. Come on, fella, keep talking. What did you say your name was?
My name? As the lieutenant told you, Abner Reed. Abner Reed, of course.
You jump him right away. You don't wait. He's big and you want the first punch. And you get the first punch in, but he takes it standing up and lets through a few of his own.
All right, stop it. Break it up. What the devil's going on here?
You slip by a couple of his lefts, and then he's wide open, and you come up with one off the floor, and he catches it clean on the button. And now he's down and out. And he'll stay out until someone brings him to.
You're crazy, man. That's assault and battery. You're going to do time, fella. Yeah. Boy, you really flipped your wig this time. Here, let me help you.
Stay away from him.
Now, look, Pete.
Look, you and I, Lieutenant, we've thrown a lot of questions around. There's a couple of answers coming up right now.
Like what?
Like why I was shot at the graveyard. And shot up in my apartment. Like why Sandra Mantell was killed. Like why she called me in the first place. Like why that gun has fingerprints.
Easy. One at a time.
Oh, let's take the last one first. Fingerprints on a gun.
Yeah.
A guy dropping it when he collides with a dame. Panicking, running out, leaving it there. Does that sound professional?
Not especially.
Well, a rule's out a pro. What does a rule in? An amateur.
So?
So let's do it right side up now. Now, here's a guy, Abner Reed. He married a large hunk of dough. But he can't reach too much of it because she's frugal.
So
at the suggestion of a friend of his, Miss Sandra Mantell, and you'll find, I'm sure, with a good deal of digging, that those two had a close sub-rosa association.
Well, never mind what I'll find out. Let's get this over with first.
On her suggestion, they figured out a beauty. The guy kidnapped himself. Remember Mrs. Reed talked in the alleged ransom discussions to nobody but him on the phone?
Yes.
He knew the old dame. She'd pay and play ball, which she did.
But why? Why were you attacked there in the cemetery?
Because Reed didn't want any remnants hanging around. But, Pete, how did you tab him so quick?
He never bothered to disguise his voice in the graveyard. He figured to leave me there for dead, and this was the first time I've heard it since.
So he punches bullets at you in your apartment, and that time he almost made it.
And And then when he wouldn't abide with Sandra, she decided
Everybody's a detective. Although you're 100% right, Betty Lass. She called me, knew where to call me, because she was in it from the very beginning.
He caught her in the act and finished her off.
And if you will kindly use the fingers of that comatose gentleman for the purpose of making fingerprint impressions, I don't have a doubt in the world what you'll find. And so, 1 hour later, Abner Reed is booked for murder and extortion. And you're strolling in the joyful sunshine with Betty Royal clinging to your arm tightly and proudly. And what prettier termination can there be to so unfortunate a circumstance as murder?
And there you've had Crime and Peter Chambers. Dane Clark was starred as Peter Chambers. Crime and Peter Chambers, transcribed, was created, produced, and written by Henry Kane. Others in the cast were Bill Zuckert, heard as Lieutenant Parker, with Evelyn Varden, Patricia Wheel, and Roger DeCoven. It was directed by Fred Way. This is Fred Collins inviting you to tune in next week, same time, same station, for Dane Clark in Crime and Peter Chambers.
Visit with Fibber McGee and Molly tonight on the NBC Radio Network.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland with another true story of crime. Listen. Officer Rudolph Schmitty Schmidt at the scene of a crime in a beer hall in Nuremberg. Tapping a broken beer mug with his polished boot toe. Counting. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 of them. 4 corpses, that is. Officer Schmidt spies a thing, a clue. Buns? Buns? Who left a bag of buns? Officer Schmidt just standing around with a bag of buns and thinking. What a man to have committed such a crime. A brute. A monster, a muscular fiend who liked buns. Tonight, my report to you on Bunny Baumler, his close brush with fame.
Crime Classics. A series of true crime stories taken from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Mr. Thomas Hyland.
Willie Scheimerhorn was the master singer of Nuremberg in 1820 and held sway for 3 golden years until he lost his voice in a manner which sent a ripple of laughter across the continent. Other amusements Nuremberg furnished the continent, clever toys, handsome clocks, and wonderful beer. And not too long ago, the city had become part of Bavaria, and its streets now teemed with Tyrolean hats, knitted socks, and jerkins. Somehow a kind of golden glow suffused the city and drifted through its ancient streets, becoming one with the patina laid there by the soft Bavarian music. A place of gentleness and quiet laughter.
Stand still so I can hit you!
Except at number 23 Bruderstrasse.
So narrowing you is no more than an ounce.
Helga?
Worthless.
Helga, please.
Good for nothing.
Well, listen.
Oh, but I should have such a husband as you.
Please listen.
No. You're the one who listens. Next door is Frau Diebel, and she is sick in bed. And you know why she's sick in bed? From laughing at you. Humbler!
I'm sorry,
Oh, nothing you do turns out right. Nothing.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
I will say it. This morning, for example, you went out to chop the wood, and you chopped the dachshund.
It was a misty morning.
Come here.
And I kept telling Bruno not to sleep on the wood pile.
Even now, Bruno's head has got more brains than you have.
Oh, Helga. Helga.
Get away. Get out.
Please, Helga.
Please what?
One more chance.
Oh, you're small and you're not handsome and you bumble. I ask myself constantly why I ever married you.
Because I love you. I'll show you I love you.
How?
The watch you admire near Kleinholz's jewelry shop, you shall have it.
Where did you get 400 marks?
Helga, Bunny's got away. You know Bunny's got away.
Oh.
Helga, come here. Come here, Helga. Oh, dear. Helga.
Oh, dear Bunny. When will you have the watch?
Tonight. Now, hush.
That night, there was a quarter moon over Nuremberg, April the 4th. For the Nurembergers, the first night of the Bock beer season. So there was celebration in the streets and the squares of the town, and in the hills all around, by the mayor's decree. Festival of Spring and the Ram. Everybody out, laugh and dance and sing and clink tankards and Fräuleins and fellows. Everybody out. Now, while all this was going on, at the height of it, Bunny Baumler breaking the window of the back door of Kleinholz's jewelry shop. Reaching around and opening the door. Sneaking around. Crashing into a display case and shattering it. Become alarmed. Another display case. Panic-stricken. Head on into Herr Kleinholz's cuckoo clock. Knocking himself unconscious.
Is this not a dirty thief?
Being awakened the next morning by the police.
Yes, this is a dirty thief. Huh? Did you not commit a crime?
Oh.
Yes, you did commit a crime.
Yes, he did commit a crime. And he was sentenced to 3 years in jail for breaking and entering. It just seemed that Bunny Baumler put a hex on everything he touched. The fellow inmates noticed this and shunned him. Thus, Bunny became a lonely man. Then one day, 3 years later, he was released. And he went home.
Helga. Helga. Hello, Helga.
You're back.
I missed you.
Why did you come back?
Why?
To make a mockery of my life again. To make it a laughing stock.
I love you, Helga.
I love you, Helga.
Oh, please don't.
Please don't.
Helga.
What? What do you want?
Why didn't you come and visit me?
I'll tell you why. Because I had no time. Because my husband was in jail and I had to work so I would not starve.
Helga?
What now?
I brought a watch.
What?
A watch, Helga. Remember the last time I saw you, I said I was going to get you a watch? Well, here it is.
It's not a very good watch.
I agree it's not the watch you wanted, but it's all I could afford. I stopped in here at Kleinholz's jewelry shop, and I apologized. And with the 10 marks the warden gave me, I bought a watch. Here, Kleinholz gave me a special.
Such a watch.
Oh, let me pin it to you.
Well, all right.
You'll see, I've changed. We'll be very happy. Oh, Helga.
Featherhead Bumbler!
I did not mean to stick you.
Take this watch.
Helga. Oh, you broke the watch. I worked 3 years.
Oh, get out.
No,
get out of
please,
here.
Please, let me stay. Where will I go? What will become of me? I love you so much. I love you so dearly. Listen, I'll work hard and we'll get rich. I will be rich. And you'll be proud and you'll wear fine things and ride in carriages. Oh, Helga, I do love you so.
Why should I fool myself?
Fool yourself?
I am the kind of woman a man like you deserves.
You're beautiful. And you're kind and you're gentle and you're understanding. And you're my life. And I love you.
Listen. Are you hungry?
Yes.
Well, here's money. go to the baker and buy buns. While you're gone, I'll start a rabbit stew. And listen.
I love you.
And listen. With the change, you may stop at the beer hall and have a glass of beer.
A glass of... My Helga!
Go, go. So good to see you. It is so good. Oh, tell me, how was prison? Terrible?
Lonely.
You look smaller.
Prison shriveled.
What can I do for you?
Bun.
Oh, don't tell me which kind. I remember. The sticky ones with apples inside.
Yeah, a dozen.
A dozen. Oh, it is nice to have you back with us, Eva.
Why are you laughing?
Oh, Nuremberg was not the same. Not the same.
Please don't laugh.
Oh, very well. Here are your buttons. 15 pfennigs.
Yes.
Well? Yes?
I lost my money. Oh, please.
Oh, take them. Take the buns. Your wife will pay later. Take them.
Oh, you must not do that. Please.
All right. Nuremberg is now the same. Herr Baumler is back. I can't help it.
Frau Schnitzler?
Herr Baumler.
Hello.
Herr Baumler, you are home.
Yes, I am, Frau Schnitzler.
And immediately you came here to buy a beer.
Not exactly.
Oh, in a beer hall? You did not come exactly to buy beer?
Well, I was down the street at the baker's, and I thought I'd drop in to look around, see if anything's changed. See if...
Permit me. I am so happy to see you. I must give you welcome. So, a beer on the house.
On the house? But your sign up there.
Oh, forget the sign. This one is free.
Thank you.
And besides, this is a happy occasion.
Oh?
In the back, my husband talks to my daughter's fiancé.
Oh, how is your daughter?
Oh, at last.
Congratulations.
Oh, and such a dowry. So expensive.
Oh, I drink to the young people's happiness. Well, all I did was put down the stein. It must have had a crack.
Herr Brumler is back. Herr Brumler is back. Oh, my.
I beg your pardon.
That's all right. Listen to me.
Just for nothing.
Helga.
Oh, where are the buns?
I bought the buns, but I forgot the buns. I left them. I'll go out and get some more.
I bought the buns, but I forgot the buns. I left them. I'll go out and get some more.
Please.
Oh, please. What?
Stop mocking me. Just because I forgot the buns, you stand there and mock me. For a half hour, you call me names.
And you answer to each one. I'm crazy.
Is this the residence of Herr Baumler?
Yes.
May I come in, please?
Yes. What is it? What does the policeman want here?
Herr Baumler?
Yes?
Are these your buns? Oh, here, take them and tell me, are these your buns?
Oh, yes. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yes, they're my buns.
Then you were in the beer hall of Herr and Frau Schnitzler.
Recently?
A Herr Schnitzler, you will recall, a big man, huge. His wife, an Amazon. His daughter, likewise, but heavier. His prospective son-in-law towers over all of them.
Yes?
A few moments ago, their bodies, the bodies of all four of them, were found in the beer hall. Beaten, bludgeoned.
Dead?
All four of them.
Murdered.
The work of a great criminal, of audacity and feeling, of strength and fury and passion.
Officer?
Of boldness to have murdered four. What, a man could do this?
Officer,
A crime unparalleled in the annals of Nuremberg.
And I did it. And I did it.
Standing there, jaw thrust forward, chest out, stomach in, hands by his side, Bunny seemed to grow.
Bunny. It was easy.
And stroked Helga's cheek, whereupon a light kindled in her eyes and glowed as she looked at him. For all at once, Bunny Baumler was special, above the crowd, and no one could laugh at him anymore. Listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland. His report to you on Bunny Baumler, his close brush with Spain. A word about police methods in Nuremberg in 1820. It was better to confess, or, as one wit had it, as many people died in the interrogation chamber as on the gallows. And not that the police were particularly brutal. They just wanted to get it over with and get outside again. Again, it should be noted that the Nuremberg police were thorough and persistent, as witnessed the famed 20-year search for Karl Kroger, which ended in our own country, and which caused the notable and bitter exchange of letters between the mayors of Nuremberg and Milwaukee, and later President Polk's manifesto. And so it was then, when in the interrogation chamber, Bunny Baumler said,
I did it.
The police said,
Good boy.
I don't know what came over me.
Fury.
Yes?
Blind rage.
Yes?
Passion.
Oh, yes.
Tell me why you did it.
Those four people, they mocked me.
And then you...
I told them to stop mocking.
And then you...
I warned them.
And then
I picked up an andiron.
Andiron?
Picked up a heavy candlestick.
Heavy candlestick?
I picked up
an axe?
I picked up an axe.
And then you... Good boy.
And the word got out. It was none other than Bunny Baumler who had taken an axe to Herr and Frau Schnitzler and Fräulein Sophie and Herr Gertner, Sophie's fiancé. Suddenly, Bunny's name was on everyone's lips. A hero of frightfulness, a dread colossus, Bunny Baumler, murderer.
Bunny? How does it happen you have the name of Bunny?
When I was a boy, Majesty.
And?
I was timid.
And you ran away when there was trouble?
Yes, sir.
Then how is it you had the courage to kill 4 people?
I've changed.
4 large and strong people.
I've changed completely. There was fury, blind rage, and passion. And I killed them.
I see.
What are they saying about me now?
You are the most talked of person in Nuremberg.
Do they laugh?
They shudder.
And what else?
Still, each day the women congregate outside the prison walls hoping for a glimpse of you.
Yes.
All right, jailer. Take him away.
like to tell you a little about this magistrate Bunny just spoke with. He was none other than Adolf Megler, the boy wonder of the early Bavarian School of Applied Psychology, and none other than the Adolf Megler who quipped, "Show me a man, and I'll show you a madness." Adolf Megler, found so often in Freud's bibliography as well as in Gessner's. So, he was a man with a mission, this Megler, as soon as he'd had this chat with Bunny Baumler. He went first to the bakery.
There was something in his eyes when he came in.
Yes.
A madness. The way he looked at me.
Yes. Please.
But I'm trying to tell you how...
Known him for a long time?
Oh, yes.
Tell me about it.
Well...
Yes. Thank you, turnkey. I'll call you when I need you. Otto Kotzka?
Yes?
I am Adolf Megler, magistrate.
What do you wish of me?
Bunny Baumler served a 3-year jail sentence in this cell, did he not? And you were his cellmate, were you not?
Yes.
What kind of man was he? What's the matter?
Bunny? Bunny Baumler?
That's right. Tell me about him.
Yeah, I want to. I need the laughing.
Oh?
Oh, a fumbler, a clown.
Oh?
He was comical. He could never do anything right. Once
what?
You remember the prison break last year? Hans Kundler and his 3 brothers? They gotten outside the wall. Sneaked right out, and the guards has not seen them. So what does Bunny do? Runs over here to this window, and he gets in his chair and yells, "Hans! Goodbye, Hans! Tell my wife I miss her very much." Yells and yells at Hans Kundler and his 3 brothers. They're buried right over there in the graveyard. Oh, let me tell you about it. There was a thing that happened at the soccer game when we were playing the guard. And Bunny... and Bunny...
I need to know about him, Frau Baumler.
What can I say?
The kind of man he is.
Oh, you know the kind of man he is. Fearful, mighty, with no pity, a destroyer.
Tell me about your marriage. Why do you sigh?
My honeymoon, for example. At the spa at Bad Giesling.
Oh?
A tragedy.
Oh?
He hired a band of serenaders, men with guitars and Swiss bells to stand outside our window and play.
And?
They came right through the window. Robbers. Stripped us of everything. And the next day...
What happened the next day?
He fell in.
Oh?
The spa. He leaned over too far, and he was almost taken underground. He always leans over too far.
Now tell me...
Tell you what?
Was he ever vicious to you? Well?
No.
Meek?
Yes.
A fumbler?
Yes.
He can never do anything right.
Never. Let me tell you.
What?
When we returned from Bad Giesling, when our honeymoon was over, he carried me over the threshold. And when we got into the room...
But what? What happened?
Oh, Bunny! Bunny!
Adolf Megler spent a week in this way, questioning all those who had known Bunny Baumler. And this, in summation, was the reaction to Bunny when recalled as the man he used to be. So, Adolf closeted himself and made mental treatise of this man the papers called the most dangerous criminal of the 19th century. Then he called Bunny into his chambers.
And when you're finished taking off his chains, jailer, you may leave. Now,
Remarkable.
what is remarkable, my friend?
That you have the courage to be in the same room as I am. And I'm without chains.
And I am without a gun.
Don't you fear me?
I have inquired about you, Baumler.
Yes?
Old friends, relatives, your wife.
Yes?
Don't you know?
I warn you, I killed 4 people. And it is not safe for you to be near me. For any moment I may kill again because I found it easy to snuff people's lives out like that. Don't laugh at me. No, please.
That's the story of your life, is it not?
What is it?
Saying please to people.
I am a murderer, but I am polite.
A murderer?
Yes, a frightful murderer.
Frightful?
The most dangerous criminal of the 19th century. My people shudder when my name is mentioned.
Well, you're a liar.
I am not.
You couldn't kill a fly.
I'm a brutal, vicious being.
You couldn't kill a fly.
I slaughtered 4 people with an axe.
You did not.
Well, you, What? If I had an axe, I'd show you.
Pity I have no axe. However...
Well, what?
That andiron, for example. This andiron. Take it. Let's see what you'll do with it. Go on. Take it, Bunny.
Very well. Give it to me.
And now what will you do? What will you do?
You are... I cannot.
Bunny Baumler was thrown out of jail, a fake. 3 days later, one Rudy Himmelstoss was found walking the hills outside Nuremberg, still angry and muttering to himself about 4 people in a beer hall he had bludgeoned to death in a fit of rage. He was hanged. There's only one other thing to say about Bunny. He inherited a fortune. A relative in the New World had died and willed Bunny his wealth. But the boat Bunny took out of Hamburg was none other than the ill-fated König Otto, the first one, the one which sank from sight over the horizon and was never seen again.
In just a moment, Thomas Hyland will tell you about next week's crime classic. Bunny Baumler, tonight's crime classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, Howard McNear was heard as Bunny. Featured in the cast were Irene Tedrow, Edgar Barrier, Paula Winslow, Martha Wentworth, Jack Crucian, and Benny Rubin. Bob Lamont speaking. Here again is Thomas Hyland.
Next week, a cave near Knavesborough, England, in the year 1758. The remains they dug up had been there 15 years, a time enough for a murderer to have become very respectable. It's listed in my files as Mr. Clark's skeleton in Mr. Aram's closet. The noise it made. Thank you. Good night.
come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
The story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide detail. An old couple suddenly disappear from one of the fashionable neighborhoods in your city. There's no trace of them, not a clue to their whereabouts. Foul play is suspected. Your job, find them.
If you want a long cigarette, smoke the best of all long cigarettes. Smoke extra mild Fatima. Yes, Fatima is the king-size cigarette, which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make it extra mild, to give Fatima a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette. That's why Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast. Enjoy extra mild Fatima yourself. Best of all, long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Saturday, September 30th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day shift out of homicide. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Captain Blaine Steed. My name's Friday. It was 3:45 p.m. when I got to room 67A. Missing persons.
Hi, Joe.
Hi. Where's Al?
Next door. He'll be back in a minute.
Oh. There's a phone message for you in the book. It's from your wife.
What is it this time?
She didn't say.
Sure been a bad week.
Oh, what's the matter?
Lucille.
Who?
Our cat.
Again?
Kittens. Had 11 of them by the time I left the house. She was a healthy kid.
Yeah.
Don't know what I'm going to do with them. Hey, your mother likes cats, doesn't she, Joe?
You gave us 2 from the last litter. We still got them. They're as healthy as their mother.
Yeah?
Never pass up a meal.
Hi, Joe.
Hi, Al.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Just getting this report straightened out. Here you go.
Mm-hmm. Mr. and Mrs. Walter Apperson.
How long they been missing?
Well, today's the 4th day. They're an elderly couple. One of their next-door neighbors got a little worried when he didn't see him around the house. Came in yesterday and filed a 316 on him.
Let's see. Clarence Stokely. Is that the neighbor?
Yeah. It says here he lived next to the Appersons for 28 years. Never known him to take off like this. Checked Apperson's cottage out there. Dirty dishes on the kitchen table. Not the way an old couple leave a house normally.
And how about friends and relatives?
Stokely called them. None of them have seen or heard from the Appersons for a week. Checked out 2 of their 3 living relatives, cousin in Eagle Rock, niece in Alhambra. They don't know a thing.
Mm-hmm. Wonder if I can see that, Ben.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Well, how about the third relative? Nephew, is that it, Joe?
Yeah. Frank Apperson. Says here he goes to a private college out near Monrovia.
Yeah, I haven't been able to contact the kid. He's away on a vacation.
Possibly the old couple might be with him?
Not according to Stokely. Says the